ABC Sport.
And gets a lot of it. Lofted over long off for 6.
Powering in. Ball, she's bowled! That's 8 big wickets. She takes the catch.
ABC Sports coverage of women's international cricket. Australia versus India. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio and ABC Listen.
With Australia's 6-wicket win over India in the first Women's One Day International in Brisbane, the blockbuster multi-format Women's Series is now level at 4 points all. The series moves to Hobart in Tasmania for the next 2 Women's One Day International matches, today and Sunday, with a chance for Australia to seize momentum ahead of the test in Perth in Captain Alyssa Healy's farewell tour. Hello, welcome to Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. It's Australia and India from the beautiful Bellerive Oval in Hobart, where temperature is around 21 degrees this afternoon. I'm Matt Clinch, to be joined in commentary by Chris Rowbottom and Aaron Bryans. Special comments from former Australian opener Sarah Elliott. Welcome to you.
Thank you, Clinchy. Good to be here.
Great to have your company on a Friday afternoon, as is a lady who scored a double century for her country, Michelle Goszko. Welcome to Tassie.
Good afternoon. Did you call me an all-rounder? Thank you, Clinch.
I didn't call you an all-rounder, but you are at the best of times, and you will be this afternoon. And the question, I guess, is, are India closing this gap? Australia have been so dominant, Sarah, in this one-day international format, but India, as the world champions in the 50-over format, they're down 1-0 in the series, but a chance to try and rectify that this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a great series so far, really evenly matched. We saw India obviously get up in the T20s, and Australia have got front running here, but they've won the toss. They're going to come out and bat. Hopefully they're going to post a big total and show us that they are competitive and the gap really is closing.
And 12 months ago, Gozzy, it was Ash Gardner who scored her maiden century here in women's one-day format. She's had a pretty good 12 months off the back of that. So traditionally, Tassie has been a good batting pitch. It'll be interesting to see what we get this afternoon.
Yeah, just looking at the surface, there's plenty of grass cover on it. So maybe there'll be some assistance for both the spin bowlers and the pace options. But Ash Gardner, that was almost the monkey off the back for her. This was the format where probably she was going to go better with the bat anyway. But yeah, she's got a big part to play here. But it's funny, we're weird old people cricketers. We have our favourite grounds that we like to play on. It's all of a sudden you get 4 ducks in a row and then you go and play at your favourite ground and where you feel comfortable and you're back in the runs.
Well, the good news for Indian fans, Harmanpreet Kaur, who didn't field in the second innings in the match in Brisbane on Tuesday, she's headed out to the middle for the coin toss. She's alongside Alyssa Healy. Let's bring you that courtesy of the host, broadcaster, and Alice Nicholson.
Welcome to Bellerive Oval. It's time for the coin toss here. Kent Hannam is the ICC match referee. We've got the 2 captains here, Harmanpreet Kaur and Alyssa Healy. Alyssa's going to give it a spin. Harmanpreet's going to call.
Right in the sun.
It is.
Have it back, please. Okay.
Quite bright and sunny out here, Harmanpreet. Going to have a bat first. What's behind that decision?
Well, as a group, we decided let's bat first and put some good total on the board.
Seeing you here at the toss is really good news because you had that knee concern. How is the issue?
Well, I'm fine now. My left knee was, while playing, I just got a small niggle, but now I'm good.
And your team selection, you have a couple of changes?
Yes, we do have 2 changes. Shifali Verma and Renuka is resting today. Place of them, Amanjot and Vaishnavi, who is going to make her debut today.
Okay, and Vaishnavi, what can we expect from her?
Well, she's a very exciting talent, left-arm spin, and she's done really well for under-19 India, and hopefully for senior team also she'll do well.
What do you hope you can get right after the performance in Brisbane? How did you reflect on that?
Well, it's only about playing good cricket and keeping yourself in good positive mind, and that's what we keep discussing, and hopefully we'll play with a really good positive mind today.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Elisa, this looks like typically Bellerive with a nice pitch and plenty of runs in it. What will be the key to restricting India, do you think?
Oh, I think just focusing on what we do really well. I think if we keep the stumps in play as long as we possibly can. Obviously, getting first crack with the new ball on this wicket with a little bit of live grass might actually help us out. So we know if we get it right, we can restrict them, and it's not an easy place to defend scores.
From a viewer's perspective, this series is shaping up perfectly at this stage to be level, and obviously the test match at the end is going to be in play now as well. Is it playing out as you expected?
We'd love to be plenty up, don't get me wrong, but obviously they're a very good side. side. We've had a fair bit of change here and there along the way, but yeah, like you said, it's set up beautifully. The test match at the end is always an interesting prospect, but no doubt, you know, the two teams will go hammer and tong down here and worry about the test match next week.
And you have a change as well?
One change, Nick Carey in for Sophie Molyneux.
She knows this ground well. What is behind that selection?
Unfortunately, Soph's got a little bit of a niggle, so she'll be missing out in the rest of this series, sadly. But yeah, great opportunity for someone like Nick Carey to come in, play a lot of cricket here, in particular over the last few summers, and hopefully can play her role.
Good luck.
Thank you.
News from the toss, India won it. They are going to have a bat first here at Belrive.
And beautiful sunny conditions on a Friday afternoon, but some big team news coming there that Sophie Molyneux is out for the Australian side, so she will take over as the captain when Elisa Healy does retire after the test match, but experienced some lower back pain and will not be available for the remainder of the series. So will continue to be monitored ahead of the upcoming tour of the West Indies. Michelle Goszko, Sarah Elliott, your reaction to that news that Nick Carey comes in and not the start Sophie Molyneux is looking for?
Yeah, well, look, that was the concern, I think. Not so much a surprise that she was made captain, just the permanent captain across all formats. And considering the history she's had with injuries and whatnot in the last couple of years, it's been really hard for her to string 12 months together. So, yeah, interesting. Well, yeah, I don't know. And then who comes in? Ash Gardner all of a sudden is the captain if Talia McGrath's not there. So there's a lot of change around the Australian setup.
Yeah, big surprise really, isn't it? That's not what the Australians would have expected. I think Soph's done so well and rehabbed her body so well that the hope was that she was ready to go now, ready to launch after a couple of really rough years. So a big disappointment for her. I think, you know, she needs to build pretty quickly into her confidence captain this side, and that's going to set her back if she's not able to be a part of this series. But hopefully speedy recovery.
So she's only 28 years of age, Sophie Molyneux, but this has been the story of her career, led the Melbourne Renegades to WBBL success, but her international career has been stop-start and was able to captain the Australian side in the T20 International Series. They lost that to India 2-1. Elisa Healy returning and probably a conservative approach ruled out for the rest of the series. So Nick Carey, the local, gets her opportunity. She's featured in 23 women's one-day international matches, 32 years of age, a higher score of 39, an average of 25.5. But she'll come into the middle order of an Australian side, which features Elisa Healy at the top of the order alongside Phoebe Litchfield, Georgia Vole at number 3, Beth Mooney at number 4. What a dominant display she had. The player of the match, 76 from 79 deliveries as she steered Australia to victory. Annabelle Sutherland listed at number 5, Ash Gardner at number 6 with that century last time she played here for the Australian colours in Hobart. Talia McGrath at number 7, what a luxury, and Nick Carey listed at 8. And then the bowlers Alana King, Megan Shute and Darcy Brown. No, Elise Perry and Kim Garth, who are both out with quad injuries. They'll be monitored ahead of the upcoming test, but it does mean Australia's bowling stocks are being tested a little, Gozzy.
Yeah, they are a little bit. It was funny. I'm just going off topic a little bit. I was just having a look at the team sheet. Talia McGrath is listed as the vice captain, so it's not Ash Gardner as well. So they did name 2 vice captains, but Talia McGrath has got the nod for the VC comment. But, I mean, look, they're chock full of bowling talent, aren't they, the Australians? So many options, which sometimes can be an issue. And I think they lost their identity a little bit in the T20 side of things in this series. But, yeah, I mean, look, normally you see Elise Perry bowl in this format. Talia McGrath sort of filled that role a little bit, and we'd expect Nick Carey to be bowling because she knows these conditions better than anybody in that side.
In terms of the Indian 11, Sarah, certainly Manzanan to open the batting alongside Pratika Rao, Harmanpreet Kaur at 3. So the good news is that she's been able to take her position in the side, having not fielded in the second innings in Brisbane. Jemima Rodriguez at 4. Amanjit Kaur comes in at number 5. So the all-rounder there gets her opportunity. 25 years of age, has featured in 16 women's one-day international matches. Risha Ghosh, the keeper, at 6. Deepti Sharma at 7. Kashmir Gadam at 8. Srijani at 9. And then Kranti Gord and the debutant who's coming in, Vishnani Sharma, who's 20 years of age, a left-arm orthodox bowler, has featured in 5 women's T20 internationals, has picked up the 5 wickets, but she'll make her international debut this afternoon in the women's one-day format. So for India, 1 down in the series, Sarah, it's a big challenge to bat first here and try and put on an imposing total against the side who have won 5 of their last 6 games, the Australians here in Hobart.
Yeah, well, that's absolutely what they need to do because it's a batting-friendly deck generally, and they're going to they're probably going to need 300 to be competitive. I guess the good thing when you say they've won 5 out of 6 is it was actually India that beat them on this ground. Back in 2016, Mandana made her first international 100 in that game, so it's a ground she's familiar with. She'll be confident playing here. She needs some teammates to sort of go with her, though. We're very reliant on Mandana and Core, but who else is going to put their hand up? I'd love to see Rodriguez make some runs today. If they're going to make 300, they're going to need a couple of big partnerships and some of the lesser likes, if you want to call them that, to put their hands up.
And Shefali Verma scored 4 from 17 in Brisbane, so hasn't looked like she's at the peak of her powers, but she is a loss at the top of the order in terms of providing that support for Mandana and Harmanpreet Kaur.
Yeah, absolutely. She's had such an interesting journey, hasn't she, Shefali Verma? It's almost like she's gone through a full career in sort of the last 5 or 6 years. Made her debut for India very young, and then just found herself outside. I think her identity was gone a little bit. She tried to just go gang-ho from first ball, but just through sheer weight of runs, she's forced her way back in here and then obviously getting rested today. But especially throughout the T20 series, she was really good with Mandana. Mandana was excellent just to calm Shefali Verma down a little bit. But, they just lost a little bit of that firepower. But Richard Ghosh and Deepti Sharma are more than capable with the bat as well. So they do bat deep.
India won, of course, the World Cup, the 50-over format in India, but to be able to do it here in Australian conditions, it's still a bit of an unanswered question. They haven't ever won a bilateral series here in Australia, so that's the challenge, is can they wrestle momentum back and level the series up at 1 win apiece?
Well, absolutely. They'll be looking to do that. I think the way they started that T20 series was really promising and giving them a lot of confidence. Yes, disappointing they lost the last one, but I think they're going to be really hungry, given that they've never won a series, and it's so hard to do in Australian conditions against this Australian team that's been dominant for the last 20 plus years. So they put themselves in a really good position, and they're to finish with the test match. Hopefully the series is still going to be on the line, which it's likely to be.
Well, it's interesting too. India hasn't had the pressure from home. Now they have pressure because they're world champions right now in this format. And there's been a couple of interviews where I've heard it. Well, yes, there is expectation now from the general public and any cricket fans, Indian fans. So how they handle that is another level as well. But I think the fact that they've played throughout the WBBL, they know the conditions in Australia, a number of the players, but it's different when there's expectation and you're coming up against a pretty hurt Australian side from the T20 series.
Well, that's going to be really exciting and interesting to see from my perspective. How does Australia respond? Because I can't remember in recent times when they've been under pressure like they are at the start of this series. So how do they respond today? Are they going to come out in true Australian style and sort of put their foot down and say, hey, no, we're the top guns here?
They're the questions we're pondering ahead of today's second Women's One-Day International from Bellerive Oval in Hobart. Just repeating the news, India have won the toss. They've decided to bat first. And Sophie Molyneux is out for the Australian side and Nick Carey comes in. There's 2 changes for India. Sarah Elliott alongside Michelle Goszko, Matt Clinch, Chris Rowbottom and Aaron Bryans. Your commentators this afternoon. Get some Gostradamus as well before play gets underway. But before that, a chance to head inside the Australian camp in a few moments' time and hear from their vice-captain, Talia McGrath.
Australia.
Annabelle Sutherland on 97, clears the front leg, hits it long over cow corner for 6. A star continuing to rise.
Versus India.
Tucked away off the pads, very fine. Mandana gets 1, comes back for the 2nd, and that'll be 3 figures for the Indian champ.
Australia versus India.
3 T20s, 3 one-dayers, and a test match to see who can claim supremacy. Every ball live on ABC Listen. Just look for the pink cricket button.
ABC Sports coverage of women's international cricket. Australia versus India. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio and ABC Listen.
Well, a chance to head inside the Australian camp ahead of the second Women's One-Day International here from beautiful Bellerive Oval in Hobart. Talia McGrath, the all-rounder, has been good enough to join us. Talia, great to see you. Back to the winning ways for the Australians.
Yeah, it's a lovely day in Hobart today, and series levelled at 4-all, and hopefully go up 6-4 today.
You back, Elisa back, all of a sudden a 6-wicket victory, 10 overs to spare. What was the most pleasing part from your point of view about the win in Brisbane?
I think just we were really clinical the whole game. The way we started with the ball, dust and shooter, got us off to a flyer, and then from there I felt like we stayed in control the whole game, and batters did an absolute phenomenal job to get it done, nice and clinical with plenty of time to spare.
What about from a bowling point of view from your side of things? 1 for 16, the 4 overs, getting your opportunities when they come about and trying to maximise it.
Yeah, I loved getting the ball in my hands. Didn't bowl particularly well, but figures look great. So hopefully get the ball in some better areas today and contribute to a few wickets as well.
What's the rivalry like between Australia and India at the moment? It feels like it's pretty tense. The fact that Australia have been so dominant, especially in one-day cricket. India obviously coming as the world champions, looking to challenge you.
Yeah, it's certainly rivalry there. I think because we're so closely matched, every game we play is fiercely competitive, and I think you just got to look that it's 4-all, and it says a lot about the series. That real hard 4 games, and still a long way to go in this multi-format series.
Do the margins feel small for you? Like when you come to Hobart, it's traditionally been a great batting deck. Do you feel like it's a really chance you've got to take those opportunities when they come about? If not, it could come down to those small margins?
Yeah, absolutely. Every game against India comes down to those small margins, those key moments, and trying to come out on the right side of those. So like you said, traditionally a pretty good batting wicket here, so looking to bowl pretty tightly and looking to score a big total with the bat.
Charlie McGrath's with you on ABC Sport. How are you doing? How's the last couple of months been? Obviously not featuring in the T20 internationals. How do you sort of deal with that to try and make sure you're ready for the one-dayers?
Yeah, look, it's a world-class side. It's very hard to get in the 11, but for me it was about staying positive and being ready when I got my opportunity, and loved being back in the 11 in Brisbane, and looking ahead for the rest of the series, and hopefully I can contribute to some team success.
Obviously different format when it comes to the 50 overs, but you're batting number 7 in this side, getting your opportunities with the ball after the frontline bowlers. What's sort of the message to you to try and take your opportunities when they come about?
That's it. It's just my opportunities look different game to game, and whenever I do get presented with an opportunity, it's trying to grab that and contribute to the team, and be there, help a bit on the leadership side as well. With I love chatting to the bowlers on the drive, so that sort of role as well.
You didn't play in the Women's Premier League. You played some games for the Saka. A couple of good wins against Victoria. Did that help your confidence getting back in the rhythm of bowling a lot more and obviously playing a pivotal role with the bat as well?
I absolutely loved my stint with South Australia. Got a good 6 WNCL games in, and it was awesome for my confidence to be able to bowl big numbers, spend a bit of time in the middle, and come into this series feeling really good about my game.
We had a bit of chaos before the Brisbane game with a couple of injuries. Megan Shute came off a plane, all of a sudden came out and bowled superbly. You know her so well. I mean, that's her bread and butter, isn't it? She deals with a bit of chaos and adversity and comes out and performs well. What should our listeners know about her and how she can adapt?
She is the ultimate competitor. It was no surprise to me that she came out and dominated. She's one of those players you want on your side. She's caring, but she's fierce, and always starts off the job with a new ball for us and plays her role. So, great teammate. And without Elise Perry and Kim Garth for this series, hopefully they'll return for the test matches. Has that changed too much of the planning and preparation? We're pretty blessed with our squad that no matter who we put on the park in the 11, they're capable of getting the job done. So we're really blessed in that regard. It's been good that they've stayed amongst the group and been really good contributors off-field, and hopefully they get themselves up for the test match. There's still a little bit of time, so hopefully they're around in Perth. And you played so much of your career alongside Elisa Healy, returning back for this farewell tour, let's put it that way, to one-day internationals to come in a test match. What's her legacy for this Australian women's cricket side, and I guess broader for international women's cricket? It's absolutely huge. Her stats, her record is phenomenal. She's been a part of this team for so long. Bit of a larrikin turned into our leader. It's going to be really sad. Exciting and sad at the WACA to see her go. So just looking to send her off on her high that she deserves and really celebrate the moment with her. She looks a little bit different without the gloves. What was it like seeing her in the slips? It was weird seeing her running around on the field. She was a bundle of energy and buzzing around. So it was quite nice. And it was great having her back on the field again after not being with us for the T20s. And
So the voice of Talia McGrath ahead of the first ball here at Bellerive. Chris Rowbottom with you in commentary. Just about all set to get underway. Sarah Elliott alongside me, the second ODI in this series between Australia and India. Beautiful conditions. Megan Shute with ball in hand, ready to get things underway. The opening pair of Pratika Ral and Samriti Mandana out in the middle. And a fascinating encounter in front of us this afternoon. Second ODI in this three-pronged series, and the first ball about to be bowled. We're officially underway. Shoots in over the wicket. An offensive stroke played into the offside immediately for no run. Sarah Elliott, welcome to you for this afternoon. Beautiful conditions at Bellareve, isn't it?
Oh, it really is. Stunning day here in Hobart. I got to say, I got a bit nostalgic watching Shoot run in a bowl. I love seeing those big in-swingers, the energy that she brings. Good to see her have her opportunity today, albeit at the cost of a couple of injuries.
A reprieve in place of Kim Garth, who's out injured. Fuller delivery, draws the edge. It just bobbles out into the offside, and they get off the mark with a single. As Pratika Rao slides the bat in past the stump mark, she's off the mark. And India are off the mark, their first run. They are none 4-1, 2 balls in.
Well, this is the first game I've watched live in this series, and even just taking on that quick single, I've seen so much improvement, I think, in the Indian side over the last 12 to 18 months. They're running between wickets, they're fielding as well. Great improvement. I think that's testament, or one of the reasons that they're really competing with Australia in this series.
The left-handed Simriti Mandana off that half-century in Brisbane. Scored her first ODI ton here in Hobart all those years ago. She's under the back foot and just punching into the offside. She cruises through for an easy single, so she's off the mark. Is Mandana.
Interesting, the Aussies have got that deep cover out to Mandana straight away, trying to entice her. They've got at least 2 slips in play with Shoot's balls coming across the left-hander, trying to entice a drive and an early edge. Her wicket is such a big one with this Australian side. She has been dominant in recent times in one-day internationals.
Shoot in again, this time to Pratika Rao. Foolish delivery, defensive stroke, played back into the offside for no run. So the big news out of the pre-game was Sophie Molyneux out with a back injury for the remainder of the season. It's been a big few months for her, being named as the replacement captain of Alyssa Healy, and she does have that injury history, doesn't she? I wonder if it is in some way related. But she will be out for the remainder of the series. Nicola Carey in for her today, as Shoot is in again to Pratika Rao, who just turns one into the onside on this occasion. No run there.
It was going to be a great little handover period, wasn't it, for her to play as vice-captain underneath Healy in these one-day games and then into the test match as well. Unfortunately, that's not going to be the case. You just hope that her body does bounce quickly. She has had that long injury history. I hope it's nothing too serious.
Yeah, knees and a foot injury over the last couple of years. Shoots in again. This one is, again, just watchful from Pratika Rao, who plays this one back down the pitch. So 2 runs from the opening over. And can shoot. She concedes just the 2. So none 4-2, India after 1.
Well, it's testament to this Australian side and the depth of the squad, the talent in Australian cricket. When you think that you've got Garth, Perry and Molyneux on the sidelines, and that this Australian team were dominant in the first one-day international, it's a big squad that they're calling on to perform at this top level. The girls they keep stepping up, don't they, and playing their role well. Shooter was great the other night with the ball, took a wicket in her first over. Had to jump on a plane at 6 a.m. just to get here to join the squad. Wasn't originally in that one-day international squad.
Yeah, that's right, a late reprieve, and she's been able to cash in so far. Opening the bowling here this afternoon. Darcy Brown now in from the river end of the ground. Mandana on strike with bat raised. This is a full delivery, clipped away over the hat of the umpire at square leg. It rolls out into the deep. And they pick up another single.
Lucky to get away with that one, wasn't she? That's a full toss. And she's hit straight to the fielder for just a single. But speaking of Mandana and the form that she's been in her last 7 one-day internationals, she's averaging 73. I had a look through her scores: 105, 58, 117, 125, 80, 24 and 58. 6 out of 7 innings, 50 plus. That's a remarkable form.
She likes it here at Bellareve too. She spent some time here with the Hobart Hurricanes in the WBBL going back a few years now, so she's relatively familiar with the place. She'll be looking for another big score here. It was the scene of her first ODI ton as well. Simriti Mandana, and she's on strike here. This is a little better from Darcy Brown. It forces Mandana to come forward and defend into the offside for no run. And the, I guess, undertone of this entire series is, I guess, the semi-final loss in the World Cup, where India defeated Australia in that upset, then went on to win the World Cup. And We wonder, with all the youth in this Indian team, is it their turn to rise to the top of world cricket and hold their place there? Darcy Brown's in again, driving now is Pratika Rao.
You sort of feel like it's only a matter of time, don't you? In lots of ways, the depth and the talent that's coming out of India is next level. And I think the Australians are going to be very hungry. That semi-final loss will not be sort of too far from the front of their minds, I don't think. They'll be hungry for some revenge. And then having lost the T20 component of this series as well.
In again is Brown over the wicket from the river end, clipped into the onside here by Pratika Rao. There'll be runs here, at least one. They'll turn for two as it rolls through square. Fielder in the deep does the work. They get back for a couple. 3 from the over so far. They move to none for 5. 2 to come in this second over. Darcy Brown 1 for 24 last time out in Brisbane. 22-year-old. She's at the top of a mark here from the river end. She's in once again to Pratika Rao, who just shoulders arms and elects to let this one fly through into the gloves of Beth Mooney behind the stumps.
Very patient, very watchful. Unfortunately didn't trouble the scorers in that first one-day international at Allan Border Oval. She'll be keen to be involved in a big partnership today.
Megan Shute got her wicket on that occasion. The LBW, as you say, off the second ball of the innings. And she survived a little longer today so far. And again, watchful once more. This one sails through to the keeper once more. So Darcy Brown, a good start from her with the ball. 3 runs conceded. And she finishes the over with 2 dots. India none for 5 after 2.
It was a good leave in the end, wasn't it? I almost thought she'd been tempted into a shot. Some nice outswing on offer for Brown. That one was a little wide of the crease. Brown's just going to be... needs to make them play as much as she can early here. A wicket is crucial. That's what happened up in Brisbane. Early wickets put some pressure back into the Indian camp, and we saw them bowled out reasonably cheaply, and Australia chased the runs down in really good time. So this partnership is really important.
Shoot to continue here from the Church Street ends of Bellerive Oval. The crowd just starting to build a little bit. I wouldn't call it a big crowd just yet, but I think it'll grow as the afternoon progresses. Shoot is in here too, Mandana, who cuts nicely and finely through the gully. There is coverage out in the deep, though. She's able to pick up an easy single. So she adds one more. Pratika Rao is up to 3. Samriti Mandana is 3, and India is none for 6.
Just plays that beautifully right under her eyes, nice and late, guides it down. Terrific shot.
Such an elegant batter is Samriti Mandana. Here's Pratika Rao. Megan Shute took her wicket last time out. This was up-ish, but driving, and it's through the covers. It'll beat the infield and roll out for the first boundary of the afternoon.
It was a good shot. I don't think Shooter will be too upset seeing that, though. It was on the up. She took a little bit of a risk to play it, and it did go in the air slightly. Hands right out in front of her body. She's got a slip and a gully in play. Gal will be nervous about leaving the ball, though, with that LBW the other night.
Shoots in again. Rao with bat raised. She's pushing forward, defending into the onside for no run. 5 from the over so far.
It is great to see Carey out there. She just chased the ball to the boundary that occasion, but great to see her having opportunity on what has been a home ground for the last probably decade at least, hasn't it? And she's had mixed fortunes in the Australian side. She's always been there and thereabouts with probably limited opportunities, so great for her to get a run today.
Yeah, she's an interesting story, Nicola Carey. Shoot is on the runway once more. Over the wicket she comes. She has Pratika pushing forward once more. She thought about dashing off for a run, but she thought better off it as the arm was slung in, and they are sent back. So for no run, Nicola Carey, she decided to focus on domestic cricket. She sort of made herself unavailable for selection for Australia for a couple of years, and she had great success with Tasmania and in the WBBL, and then the call came and she accepted it, so she's back in for this series. Shoots in again, driving through that region again. punching through the covers is Pratika Rao and a second boundary, and that is beautiful batting. Hands forward, all along the carpet for 4 more.
Just a little over pitch there by Shooter, a little too wide.
So any demons from the match in Brisbane, where she lasted just the 2 deliveries. She's doing well to expel those. A couple of boundaries in this over off the bowling of Megan Shute. 9 from it so far. India up to none for 14. Pratika Rao is 11 from 14 deliveries.
It's a real testament to Carey and her perseverance and determination, isn't it?
Shoots in. This one's on a better line and a better length, and Pratika Rao is happy to just bump that into the onside for no run. So 9 runs from the Megan Shute over. The third over of the afternoon complete. India none for 14. Pratika Rao is 11. Samriti Mandana is 3.
Terrific start here from India. I just think back to Carey too. Isn't it so often it happens when players sort of shift focus a little bit, have something else in their lives, or take out the pressure of Australia being the big end goal and how important it is. Once you get a bit of balance back in your life, that your performance starts taking care of itself, and that's certainly what's happened to Nick Carey, and Goszko can probably attest to, and I certainly can as well.
Yeah, she's starred down here for Tasmania and been a big part of the dynasty that the Tasmanian Tigers are able to put together. This is attempted to be worked around the corner by Mandana. Good stop behind the stumps from Beth Mooney, diving to her right. And it was called a wide. But she was probably lucky not to concede a few more on that occasion, Darcy Brown.
Just hasn't quite found her rhythm yet, has she, Brown? Been a bit 2 sides of the wicket.
Continuing here from the river end of the grounds into Samriti Mandana, who digs this one out past the fielder at Gully, but there's plenty of coverage on that stacked offside. She won't get a run for her efforts on that occasion. India none for 15.
Mooney's waited a long time, hasn't she, for the opportunity to call the gloves their own. She has filled in numerous occasions. It must be over 20, 30 times that she's filled in with the gloves for Australia. But I must say, I'm missing the cues. I'm normally looking to the keeper to watch what the captain's doing. So it's funny seeing Elisa Healy at first slip there.
Yeah, she's not far away, breathing down her neck at first slip. And again, this is down the leg side from Darcy Brown. So yet to find her radar. And another wide is called off her bowling, so just a little loose.
It just releases pressure, doesn't it? There's no pressure on these Indian batters at the minute. Last over was terrific. The 2 boundaries scored. They can afford to be patient here. Just watchful, play the game on their terms.
So the left-handed Mandana remains on strike. This is now a big edge beating the left glove of Beth Mooney. And Elisa Healy couldn't get to it either at first slip. It cuts a path between slip and the wicket-keeper, and it rolls all the way fine for a boundary. And that was a big, genuine edge. She gave it a little bit more width on that occasion, drew the edge, but the catch unable to be taken. Sharp chance.
Oh, tough chance. It was in that range. Elisa's really at a sort of second slip, 1.5 slip, so there is a big gap between keeper. But still, it was in catchable range for Healy.
So first genuine chance of the afternoon off the bowling of Darcy Brown. She bowls into that region again. This time it's picked up beautifully, driven through the covers. It won't quite make it to the rope. A pair of Aussies get out and reel it in from the deep. And they pick up 2 for their efforts. So another productive over unfolding here for India. 8 from it so far, with a couple to come.
That was a big moment, wasn't it? A genuine, fully fledged nick there through the slips. It could prove to be a costly error. Mandana's the real batter.
And again is Darcy Brown, and again just giving this one a little bit of width, unable to pierce the infield on this occasion. And that's well stopped in close. So Phoebe Litchfield's doing the fielding. And she's probably a future captain, Phoebe Litchfield.
Yeah, I wonder whether they'd go. I mean, Meg Lanning started captaining very early. I wonder whether they would go there.
And again, just bowling on that off-stump line. This is dug out straight into the path of Georgia Vole.
It's an interesting one here. There's appeals first slip. The bowler maybe appealing for a catch.
Well, it was certainly looked like a crowd catch to me, a half volley that sprung up into the hands of Georgia Vole.
I think more wishful thinking. You've got to ask the question, don't you? But the Aussies don't look too interested now.
There wasn't a lot of noise out there, and there was no crowd reaction, that's for sure. And I've got to say, it didn't look like
Smithy, it's Kim.
much from up here either. But let's have a look.
For a bump ball. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with front-on vision, please?
So having a look here at a potential catch from Georgia Vole in the gully. We think it was a bump ball.
Okay, appears to come off the bat and onto the ground. Can we go
straight into the Bellareve wicket?
Back a couple of frames, yep. And through, off the bat, onto the ground. Yep, satisfied. That is not out. I have decision for the big screen.
Fairly clear cut. Sarah Elliott.
Very clear cut. It's hard, isn't it? There's so much pressure on the umpires getting decisions right that you feel like sort of more go upstairs than potentially need to. But a lot of respect, especially for the umpire in that third box, where pressure is on.
Darcy Brown in again. India none for 22. Over the wicket she comes again, gives this one some width, allows Simriti Mandana to throw the hands in it, and again she can't pierce the infield. It's well stopped at point, and they get out of the over with a dot, do the Australians. So 8 conceded from the Darcy Brown over. A couple of wides thrown in there. None for 22 now is India. Pratika Ral, 11 from 15. Simriti Mandana, she's 9 from 9. 4 overs complete.
Trying to sort of get a handle on what it is, but watching this game, as I said, it's the first live one I've watched this series, but it just feels like a different look Australian side. I think it's probably Perry's absence that's getting to me in terms of leadership or just seniority. Her not playing this game.
Well, the word amongst the kids at the moment is aura, and maybe there's a lack of aura out there for Australia at the moment. Slight transition phase as Megan Shute continues now into Pratika Ral. She's just noodling this into the onside for no run.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. And when you're missing Kim Garth as well, who's such a big presence, and she's been a real stable regular for the last 3-4 years, there's some big gaps, and there's a lot of youngsters out there, which is exciting because it means that the talent's there and it's developing, and it's a new look Australian side.
Shoots in once again over the wicket. Loopy, foolish delivery. It's just driven casually into the covers for no run, which will again in close, bouncing around and happy to do the fielding as they whip it through hands back to the bowler, the Australians.
She's got a lot of energy, doesn't she, Litchfield? And Australia going to need that today. You're going to need some leaders out in the field.
Shoots in. This one's just dropped back of a length, guided very nicely, backward of point. This will roll all the way out to the boundary, and that is classy batting from Pratika Ral, who just leant back and guided that past the fielder at backward point. The outstretched left hand was no match for that. Beautifully timed ball, and it gets to the rope for 4 more. India none for 26. Pratika Ral moves to 15.
Australians just haven't been able to stack up and build the pressure. India, plenty of loose balls have been able to put away. That one, I think, might have been an attempt in a slow ball or maybe an off-cutter. Just not executed.
Shoots in again. This is on the pads. Worked just backward of square on the onside. And the fielder comes in up off the rope. And Alana King whips it back to the keeper in Beth Mooney. And they get through for a single.
Just very easily at the minute on their terms, India. Nice to have this left-right balance. The bowlers haven't quite looked settled.
So Pratika Ral was sort of a surprise selection. She'd made that quick recovery from a broken ankle sustained during the World Cup. Here's Mandana, who instead advances forward, throws the hands at it and beats the fielder in it. Second or third slip. It would have been a really hot chance. It was a diving effort to the left of Phoebe Litchfield, and it splits the field and runs away for 4 more.
Well, that's the way she plays, doesn't she? She's come down the wicket. She wants to be attacking and positive. Another one through that slip Scully region. 4 more runs. Good on her, taking the game on.
It's good to watch. Coming off 58 from 68 deliveries. Here's Simriti Mandana. And again, she's just leaning back on this, punching into the covers, but unable to beat the fielder. in Ashley Gardner, who has fond memories of this ground also. A century, her first century here against England last summer. And that is the end of the over. And another 9 runs conceded here by Megan Shute.
I think Gossie said it earlier about, you might be out of form in a run of not making too many runs, but then it can just be the memory of making runs. And I'm sure that feeling is there for Mandana about this ground, same like it will be for Gardner. There's something about being familiar with the ground and having confidence, positive energy and mindset.
Darcy Brown in from the river end into Pratika Ral. She was a little loose last over. This one's on the pads, easily dealt with, rolled past the square leg umpire. They get an easy single. Pratika Ral looking assured out in the middle. She's up to 17 now. Mandana 13 and India none for 32. So a positive start from the visitors. So they look to go up 6-4 in this series. Well, either team can go up 6-4. It is locked at 4 points apiece.
We're in a really good position. Nice to have the test match at the end of the series. Hopefully it'll still be well and truly on the line by then.
Mandana on strike now. In comes Brown over the wicket. That is wide. This time outside the off stump on this occasion. So she's a little scattergun so far this afternoon. 2 down the leg side in her last over and now 1 outside the off stump.
Sometimes they're the hardest bowlers to face. It really disrupts your concentration and you're not sure where it's coming as an opening bat.
And again, as Mandana away, she just advances and gets an inside edge here. It wasn't the most attractive cricket shot ever played, but it squirts out and rolls down behind the stumps for an easy single. It wasn't what she was intending to do, but she'll take the run. They had another to the tally.
It's positive cricket, isn't it? She's trying to create the length for herself that she wants. Both ends to both bowlers. She's using her feet, that same 1-2 step down the wicket, trying to be nice and still and play the ball.
Here's Pratika Ral on strike once again. A bouncer, short delivery on the hook. On this occasion is Pratika Ral, played backward of square. Gets through for a single. Megan Shute comes in off the rope, fires it in, and they get a single.
Cautiously played. There was not too much heat in that bouncer, but well played. It's a fielder placed back there for a loose shot. Very happy to just get in behind it, pull it round the corner.
Heavily stacked offside field here for Mandana. A point, a backward point, a cover, a mid-off, a gully and a slip in place. And she digs this one out for no run. And on the onside there's a short mid-wicket and a deep backward square. So they've had her driving on a couple of occasions. Pratika Ral also one genuine chance. Darcy Brown's in again here driving. Won't beat the fielder at cover. So dot ball on this occasion. None for 35 India.
It's good areas to be, really trying to hit the deck there. Beautiful shapes from Mandana though. So classy to watch.
She is classy, elegant, full of poise. And she's on strike. This time she leans back and just chops this one into the offside, but can't beat the fielder at point. So that is the end of the over. 4 runs conceded from it, and India are none for 35 after 6. Pratika Ral is 18 from 21 deliveries. Simriti Mandana is 14 from 15. A positive start for India. We're going to have a change up in the commentary box after this. You'll be with Matt Clinch.
ABC Sports coverage of Australia versus India. Live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Thanks, Chris. A good start for India here as Megan Shute is ready to continue proceedings from the Church Street end here Right arm over the wicket comes in, and Rowe's looking to drive on the front foot. Straight to Phoebe Litchfield, who does the fielding at extra cover. India none for 35 at the start of the 7th over. Sarah Elliott, hello to you once more.
G'day, Clinchy. It's been great to see these two batters really been prepared to take the bowlers on. Rail in particular, happy to take shoot on play and try and drive through the cover region, even with the slip in play with an LBW decision in the last innings.
Rao was out for a 2-ball duck in Brisbane. Struck on the pads here as she's coming forward. Maybe just going down leg side for Megan Shute, and they scamper out for a leg bye. Score moves to none for 35. A quick little conference there, but Sir Healy isn't all that interested as they head in their different directions.
They've rotated the strike really well here, this opening partnership, which has pushed back some pressure onto the Australian bowlers. The left-right combination.
Megan Shute with 2 slips in place and a gully, right arm over the wicket. Beautiful slower ball and a full delivery in which she's very unlucky not to claim the off stump of Smriti Mandana.
How did that miss? I need to see a replay.
I do not
Very
know.
full delivery, wasn't it? It was almost Yorker length. Just doing too much. Too much. Outswing that, it's just missed.
Just drifted away at the last moment. Plenty of encouragement for Megan Shute, who wasn't meant to be a part of this Australian One-Day International Series, as she comes in, and this next delivery by Smriti Mandana. The bat and pad closer together, driven back down the pitch, and a dot ball. None for 36 in the 7th over. Australia being on the receiving end. They haven't won a toss so far in this series. So Harmanpreet Kaur has won all 5.
Well, hey, what are the odds of that?
Time?
Where's Rick when you need him? He would tell us the odds on that.
I think Rick's going to be with us on Sunday, so we look forward to having all those questions answered for you. As Megan Shute comes in, Smriti Mandana drives, but straight to extra cover. Annabelle Sutherland does the fielding, another dot ball, none for 36.
She's just backing in her game plan, isn't she? She's taking that 2 steps down the wickets, looking to create something to drive. The risk of that is a catch behind the wicket, and we saw one go through the slip gully region in the over previous. If the Australians have got a slip in place, they've got 2 catching gullies, but still happy to back herself, and she knows that's where her runs are.
Just the 1 leg by so far off this over of Megan Shute as she comes in back the length, and Smriti Mandana defends into the offside. So a very good over for the Australians. India none for 36 after 8 overs. With Prachika Rao on 18 from 23. Smriti Mandana is 14 from 19 deliveries. Grandstand cricket coming to you from beautiful Bellerive Oval on ABC Sport. Great to have your company on this Friday afternoon. Thanks to Sarah Elliott, Matt Clinch alongside Michelle Goszko, with commentary from Chris Rowbottom and Aaron Bryans this afternoon. You can get in touch with us on the SMS 0467 920 222, 0467 920 222. Michelle Goszko, welcome back to you.
Good afternoon. Good to be back.
Now, you've taken Rick Finlay's chair.
I know. Sorry, Rick. Love ya.
In the far right-hand side of our commentary box, as Darcy Brown is preparing herself from the David Boone stand end. India none for 36. Good promising start so far. As Pratika Rao is awaiting Darcy Brown. Angles this ball in, and Darcy Brown loses her footing in the follow-through. As Pratika Rao just works it onto the onside, and a dot ball to start the 8th over. India none for 36.
Well, a little bit of dirty dancing here. Nobody puts baby in the corner. Can't put Rick Finlay in the corner. He deserves to be in centre.
I'm not sure you can put Michelle Goszko in the corner either.
It's probably where I belong. No, this is a really positive start here for India. Pretty good batting surface at the moment. Plenty of runs on offer.
Although I think we've got a winner, be it almost at the end of the cricketing summer, for the worst scoreboard so far, as Darcy Brown comes in, and this time Pratika Rao beats the fielder. A lunging effort from Annabelle Sutherland at mid-on. And run down to the rope and just hold up as Talia McGrath races it down. So they turn and come back for 3. Rao was keen to try and get back for a 3rd, and Smriti Mandana eventually called through. So none for 39.
Yeah, I reckon that scoreboard gives a bit of a challenge to North Sydney Oval's scoreboard, which Andrew Moore loves. The biggest part of the scoreboard would be how many minutes behind the over rate they are. Yes. Don't worry about the score.
Slip in place, gully for Darcy Brown as she comes in. Short ball, and it's pulled away by Pratika Rao. in fact, it's Smirty Martina who pulls it out to Alana King, who does the fielding at deep mid-wicket and through for a single. India none for 40 in the 8th over. It's sort of like a widescreen computer monitor, the scoreboard here at Bellerive, where they've tried to give you so much information. It's in such small font that it's almost hard to read anything. They've got the score at the top. They've got the 2 team lists on the right-hand side. They've got the individual batters. They've got the run rate. They've got the projected score. They've got the overs remaining. They've got the bowler. In comes Darcy Brown, and this time Pratika Rao just plays it off her toes out to the fielder at mid-wicket and through for a single as Annabelle Sutherland races around to her right. India just keeping the scoreboard ticking along so far.
Yeah, it's pretty flat, isn't it? Pretty good batting surface. I like this start here from India, really positive. Just don't think the Australians have got their length right enough. Still a slip and a gully in play, but not much assistance from this pitch here.
5 off the over so far. Darcy Brown comes in to Smirty Martina, who's happy to let this ball go by.
She's a superstar, Martina. I really like watching her bat. Just as a fan of cricket, she is one of the best timers of the ball and is a genuine superstar of world cricket. Very important to this India side.
Scored 58 from 68 deliveries in Brisbane, including 7 fours, a strike rate of 85 before she was out at top edge to Alana King at fine leg. As Brown comes in, driven, and the catch is put down. A lunging effort from Ash Gardner down low to her left, and Smirty Martina takes a deep breath. Gardner disappointed as she just didn't quite pick it up quickly. And Smirty Martina is still there. The end of the over. India none for 41. Martina is 15 from 22 deliveries. Playing wide away from her body and off the bottom of the bat. A tough chance for Ash Gardner down low to her left, but that is often the difference between the Australian sides and the others.
I reckon she'll be disappointed with herself. She overran it, Ash Gardner. Obviously, she's right-handed, but stuck the left mitt out, and it hit her high on the wrist. So on those ones there, they're falling to the ground. It was probably only, 30 centimetres off the ground. So they either stick or they don't, and that occasion they didn't. I'll tell you what, Ash Gardner doesn't have long to lick her wounds here. She's now got ball in hand.
Do you reckon this was a set play, or is this you've dropped a catch, here's a chance to redeem yourself, let's give you the ball?
Well, normally when you drop a catch, you don't get bowled at all. That's it.
That's true.
You're down at fine leg.
So with India none for 41, still in the power play. At the start of the 9th over, Ash Gardner having put down Smirty Martina on 15. Comes into the attack from the Church Street end, so we'll bowl her off spin. Deep backward square leg and deep mid-wicket as Pratika Rao comes forward to this first delivery and just drives back down the pitch.
Well, we'll know, 5 hours' time how costly that drop catch was from Martina.
Gardner right arm over the wicket, wide of the off stump, and Rao off the back foot. Can't beat the fielder. A backward point, Nick Carey does the fielding.
I think she'll be effective on this surface as well, Nick Carey. She knows these conditions. Back into the ODI side today.
Gardner wastes little time between deliveries, wider on this occasion, and Rao looks to drive, but straight to Lisa Healy, who does the fielding.
Oh.
And extra cover. What a luxury to get out of the slips without the gloves, of course. Beth Mooney with the keeping responsibilities. Gardner comes in, angling this ball in on off stump, and Rao just defends out into the offside. Another dot ball, so Gardner rips through her overs.
Oh, that's funny. Elisa Healy positioning herself at cover.
Yep.
That'll do me.
Gardner around 74 kilometres as she comes in with this next delivery, angling it in on off stump and driven by Pratika Rao, but straight to Talia McGrath, who does the fielding at mid-off. So 5 dot balls so far. 1 ball to come in the over for Ash Gardner.
Yeah, she's right on the money here, Gardner.
India none for 41. Gardner at the top of her mark, comes in, Rao back and across, and off the back foot plays it straight out to the fielder, Megan Shute at cover. A maiden for Ash Gardner to start proceedings, and after 9 overs, India are none for 41. Pratika Rao on 22, Smirty Martina is on 15. India winning the toss and deciding to bat first, and the big news at the toss was that Sophie Molyneux, the upcoming captain for Australia in all three formats, has been ruled out for the rest of the series with a back injury. And as you heard from Michelle Goszko, Nicola Carey, the hometown hero, comes in to play in the national colours once more.
Isn't it good, Clinchy, that they're listening to our commentary out in the middle and decided, oh, yeah, I'm going to give Nick Carey a bowl. I just think she'll be really effective on this surface just because she can get a few to skid through as well. So she really brings in the LBW and the bold into play.
It's always going to be one of the interesting questions for Elisa Healy as to how she manages her bowlers.
Yeah.
The fact that Kim Garth and Elise Perry are both out.
She's still got plenty of options, though, doesn't she? You've got Talia McGrath, obviously Alana King's back in as well, Annabelle Sutherland. Plenty of options.
I've got Nicola Carey's last game for Australia, 2022 in the Women's One Day Internationals. So she starts here from the David Boone end, comes in and it's driven by Smriti Mandana, but straight to the fielder, Phoebe Litchfield, who does the fielding at extra cover. India none for 41 at the start of the 10th over.
Yeah, she's much more accomplished player, Nicola Carey. She's quicker as well through the air. That ball speed's really good now.
So made her debut in 50-over cricket in 2018, last played in 2022. Smriti Mandana on the move this time, drives Nicola Carey and just wide of the fielder at mid-off, takes off for the single and gets home. India none for 42 in the 10th over.
And Nick Carey, I mean, she can bowl at different facets of the game, different passages of the game, I should say. So she can open the bowling, which she has done for the Hurricanes, and also for Tasmania in the WNCL. But also she can bowl in those middle overs when the field's spread, and then also at the back end. So she's really developed her game rather than just being in those middle patches of a game. So it's been a real luxury for Australian cricket that she's able to do that. Just gives the Australian side a few more options.
Elisa Healy just in a bit of a chat with Nick Carey, still the power play, so just the two fielders allowed out at the moment. So deep cover and almost a deep whitish fine leg at the moment as Carey comes in wide of the off stump and Rao off the bottom edge looks to just push it into the offside. Phoebe Litchfield does the fielding. India none for 42 in the 10th over. Pratika Rao on 22, Smriti Mandana on 16.
Yeah, just pegged it back a little bit, the Australians. It was just starting to get away from them a little bit. So they needed to try and string a few dot balls together, and that's what they've been able to do.
Carey, the medium pacer, right arm over the wicket, wide of the off stump, and Rao mistimed as she drives into the offside. And Litchfield does the fielding.
Clinch, I reckon on a surface like this one, it's going to be slow balls that are going to be really effective. Ash Gardner's last over, she really varied her pace through the air. It was so slow sort of spin as well. So that brings in your mid-wicket and your cover sort of positions.
Good pressure after the maiden from Ash Gardner as Brown comes in, as Nick Carey comes in, and it's driven by Rao, but no gap there in the offside. 4 inside the circle, and Phoebe Litchfield down low to her left prevents the single.
She pounced on that one, didn't she? So, yeah, very effective, Phoebe Litchfield. I mean, we know she can switch hit both left and right hand. She should be able to throw left and right hand, shouldn't she?
In comes Nick Carey once more. Rao this time finds the gap as she drives through cover point and picks up a single out to Alana King, the fielder, in the deep. So Pratika Rao to 22. India none for 43 at the end of the over with Pratika Rao 22, Smriti Mandana 16. Matt Clinch alongside Michelle Goszko with you for Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport.
Yeah, but this is a really good start here for India. You'd think they're going to probably need around that 300 mark, just with the strength of the Australian batting lineup that they do have. Nick Carey is listed at number 8, so that just tells you the depth. But even throughout the T20 series, it was a little bit... look, Australia lost that series, didn't they, 2-1 to India? But it was almost like there was too many all-rounders in that side. So sometimes that can be an issue where it sort of is left to the other players in the side rather than sort of taking it on yourself. But, you know, put the yellow clothes on, the Australians, all of a sudden they're back to their best.
Ash Gardner starts a new over from the Church Street end, and Pratika Rao off the back foot, looks to drive it straight to a stacked off side with 5 players inside the circle. Protection out at deep backward square leg and deep mid-wicket. As Gardner quickly comes in, This time, Pratika Rao just chips it in the air over the fielder at mid-on, runs down to the rope and should be just reeled in by Georgia Vol. They'll turn and come back for 2.
Yeah, it wasn't quite out the middle of the bat. The old Steve Wall slog sweep on that occasion. Got it enough into open real estate.
Rao is 25 from 38 deliveries. His partnership now up to 45. In the 11th over, the next delivery from Ash Gardner, driven to Elisa Healy, who does the fielding in the offside, in the covers. Without the gloves, of course, with Beth Mooney having taken over that responsibility. Gardner flights his next delivery, driven, but straight to Healy, down on one knee, does the fielding from the shot of Pratika Rao.
She's got history, Elisa Healy, fielding at cover. Took a hat-trick for me.
Gardner with just the 2 runs off her so far. This time it's worked off the hip by Pratika Rao and picks up a single down to Alana King, who does the fielding at deep backward square. All right, expand.
Well, in Sydney grade cricket, actually, I was playing for Sydney and Healy and Perry actually were there, and Elisa Healy was positioned at short cover and took my 3rd wicket to get a hat-trick. Caught by Healy. You think caught behind. Nah, short cover.
Short cover.
And you know who was part of that? Sarah Coit. Got
really?
Quite out for that.
Comfortable catch for Healy? Never any doubt?
She probably put some mayo on it, as she inevitably would have. Good catch, actually.
Yeah. India none for 46 in the 11th over. 1 ball to come in this over from Ash Gardner as she comes in, and it's driven by Smriti Mandana. She's able to beat the fielder, Phoebe Litchfield, at extra cover and wants to come back for 2 as well. Good running from Pratika Rao, who called her through. So the end of the over, India none for 48. And the 5 runs coming from that over from Ash Gardner. Michelle Goszko's with you for Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. And in a moment, Chris Rowbottom about to rejoin you.
Live coverage of the cricket. Australia versus India on ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
Thank you, Clinchy. Hello, Goz.
Hello. Great to be here.
It is.
In your hometown.
It's beautiful conditions, 23, maybe 1,000 in the stands, potentially. Back underway here, Nicola Carey from the river end. Pratika Rao up on her toes, driving into the offside for no run. How have you assessed the opening portion of today's clash?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's probably gone to India. There's not much assistance on the surface, not really sideways movement, but they've put away the bad balls. India ran hard as well, so it's a really good platform for them for here.
Carey in again, over the wicket, outside the off stump, beautifully stopped, backward of point. Georgia Vol getting down low with the left hand, saves a almost certain boundary because that left the bat with real speed.
It was an excellent stop. Pounced on that one, Georgia Vol. Very good at rugby league as well. Could have had another career been playing NRLW.
Yeah, she was a state under-18 rugby player in Queensland. Multi-talented sports person. Carey's in again. Speaking of talented, over the wicket she comes driving is Pratika Rao. Another good effort in close, but it beats the fielder. There is coverage in the deep. Throw had a little bit too much mustard on it, but no harm done as they get through for a single.
Well, look, as much as last year in the Ashes series, it was great from an Australian perspective that they went 16 zip, right? But it's good here for women's cricket in the country to have this clash on at the moment. It's evenly poised, isn't it? Just has a feeling like it's going to go down to the test match.
Oh, it's been a terrific contest. No doubt about that. India with their tails up for sure after that T20 series. And now Smriti Mandana is down on one knee and slog sweeping out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. She won't quite get it there. It's reeled in. They do pick up a couple of runs. Alana King hoists it back. It is the 50 up, though, for India. They are none for 51. Smriti up to 20 and Pratika Rao is 27.
Well, it's almost like they were the sleeping giants of cricket. It was the same in the men's game for a number of years, just the sheer amount of cricketers they have in the country. Certainly not now.
Carey's in, onto the off-stump, big thick edge. There's no slip in place. This will run away fine. 4 more to Smriti Mandana, who is just starting to get going now. None for 55 go India. She goes to 24 off 27 deliveries. They've had a little bit of luck
They have. Yep, just past the outside edge of the hands of Beth Mooney.
So with the vacant slips caught in, that's the price you pay. So Alyssa Healy's up on the 45 as Carey comes in now to Mandana, who backs away and punches into the offside. Fielder at cover, gets around.
Well, I think it's overdraws to a close. None for 55, but I think it's a really good summation of the game so far on the surface, is that you take all your slips and your gullies out, right? So that's telling you there's not really much deviation sideways. The pitch is probably a touch slower than what probably both teams thought. So it's now about trying to create pressure, string some dot balls together here for the Australian side, and then for India, the platform is there for them to go big. And I know they would have been disappointed with the output that they had a couple of days ago. So being world champions, I'm sure they're going to try and get it right here this afternoon.
Traditionally a win, toss and bowl pitch here in Hobart. India have gone the other way, but that's because it is presenting with a deeper tinge of green as Ash Gardner continues here from the Church Street end. Tosses this one up, driven into the offside. Won't beat the fielder at short cover in Phoebe Litchfield. And we sort of spoke briefly about her captaincy credentials in the light of Sophie Molyneux going down with the back injury for the rest of the series. Lipped up again by Gardner, getting forward, and there is Litchfield getting down to her right.
Well, interestingly, looking at the team sheet, Talia McGrath's listed as the vice-captain today.
Yeah.
And the only vice-captain.
Ash Gardner in over the wicket again, backing away is Pratika Rao, and won't pierce the infield, and Ash Gardner was the other sort of deputy vice or co-vice. He sort of expressed her disappointment too at missing out on the captaincy, did Ash Gardner. She was pretty strong in her thoughts on that. Glided here by Pratika Rao. She's going to split the field here. This is going to dribble out to the boundary. Beautifully timed shot as it just rolls gently into the rope. And she picks up 4 more. And she moves into the 30s.
Yeah, couldn't have hit that any better. Straight in the middle. It was more the spin. So that's spun away from the left-hand side of Nick Carey at point. And then the short third, it spun away from them as well. So couldn't hit it any sweeter.
Up to 31 now, Pratika Rao. Now she's getting forward and driving, and Ashley Gardner gets down and fields her own work. So I mentioned earlier that she's come back quicker than expected from a broken ankle out of the World Cup. Pratika Rao, she was initially only in the test squad, but with a couple of one-dayers still to play, they said, well, you're good to go. We're going to give you a crack in the 50-over format. As the over is completed, none for 59. The Australians, Mandana's 24. Pratika Rao, that player, as mentioned, 31 from 50.
She's a good player.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with her, actually.
Yeah, there was a little bit of conversation about where she might bat. She's an opener, of course, but then there was Shefali Verma, who's floats around the top of the order. She's not playing today, but she was happy to bat at 3. And Pratika Rao, despite the second ball duck in Brisbane, has avenged that somewhat so far today.
Yeah, good foil for Mandana, actually.
Yeah.
Having that left-hand, right-hand combination as well. Good understanding between these two.
It's proven fruitful so far. So 59 runs without loss here, India, as Nicola Carey continues from the river end. Foolish delivery into Smriti Mandana, who just bunts it back past her. There's a fielder at mid-on, no trouble whatsoever, no run.
But there's no real demons in the surface, is there, Rowie? Like, there's no sideway movement. There's been that one ball's gone through the slips cordon. Apart from that, hasn't been much at all.
Yeah, it was Megan Shute very early on, maybe the first or second over, where there was a little bit of outswing, but we haven't seen too much more of that since. As Nicola Carey, again, bowls full and straight, driven away, but no run, as the sun is going to beat down on this pitch for the next couple of hours as well. It's quite sunny and fine here in Hobart, and very warm too.
Did you just say warm?
Yeah.
23.
That's beautiful here in Hobart.
I'm jealous.
Got the shorts on.
I would love that. 23.
That is very, very nice indeed. It's been nice all week, or most of the week. Driving now is Mandana. Won't beat the fielder down at deep extra cover.
We've had a lot of humidity in Sydney. I would take this any day of the week. being able to sleep at night as well.
Yeah, it's not a super uncomfortable heat here in Hobart, but the UV is what gets you. It's sneaky. And it can be 18 degrees, a bit of cloud cover, and you can get very badly sunburned. Plenty of personal experience with that. Here comes Nicola Carey. Tika Rails up on her toes into the offside for no run.
Even worse if you didn't have hair, but you do.
I do have, that is one thing I do have going for me.
Sun smart.
Sun smart. Yes, no, you got to be wise to the UV here in Hobart. I'm sure the Australians will be well and truly across that. Out in the middle today. Carries in again onto the stumps of Pratika Rao, and she's just happy to just play this casually back down the track. No runs. This is a decent over unfolding here from Nicola Carey, just the one off it so far.
Yeah, nice and full as well.
Yeah.
So, when you've got a really V sort of field, you need to be nice and full, and you can target your stumps.
In again. Driving in the air. She lofts this over the covers. And this bounces away to the rope for 4 more. And that is a very nice way to finish the over from Pratika Rao. She soaked up the pressure and then cashed in with a boundary. She moves to 35 in India. Now none for 64. As we welcome Sarah Elliott back into the box. Goz is going to go and have a breather.
It was a great release of pressure, wasn't it? Gardner over and then Carey, dot balls, lovely shot there over the top. Yeah, nice little partnership forming here. Australia wouldn't be too uncomfortable with the run rate, but they've certainly given themselves a launching play, a good foundation.
They certainly have. They're yet to take a wicket here, the Australians. So this partnership building, none for 64. It's been very fruitful indeed.
And Gardner's been great with the ball. Just the 9 runs off her 3 overs so far.
She's in around the wicket here to the left-handed Simriti Mandana, who's happy to show the full face of the bat. Drive back down to Ash Gardner, who fields her own work.
Just no width at all.
In again around the wicket. This time she advances and just clips this down to long off, where the fielder comes up from the rope in Annabelle Sutherland.
It's an interesting field, isn't it? The outfielders, there was 3 of them there for Handana. They're a good 15 metres sort of off the boundary. They're not, normally you're a couple of metres off, but they're 3/4, really.
Australia searching for this first wicket. Over the wicket now to Pratika Rao, who just bunts this once again. Flat bat. Back down the wicket.
You don't see that very often. I'm just looking at, I think it's Sutherland there. She is 5 metres outside the inner circle. Is the best way to describe that?
Yeah.
She's not saving one. She's not saving a boundary. She's there for a catch.
So look for the spoon out to mid-on here. Gardner flights this one up and clipped in that general sort of direction. Didn't get overly airborne and scooped through for a quick single as Sutherland comes up and hoists it back.
Yeah, really interesting position, isn't it? Like they know that might be an area that is going to be targeted for a boundary over the top mid-wicket, and that floating fielder.
Around the wicket now, Gardner to Mandana, who advances, goes straight up in the air. Here comes that catch, potentially getting underneath it and dropped by Talia McGrath. She just completely misjudged it. She was tracking back, arms above her head, and she might have got the sun in her eyes. Genuine chance, goes absolutely begging for the Australians. It hung up in the air for 5 or 6 seconds, and Talia McGrath all ends up. Got in a real tangle and was unable to complete a relatively simple catch. Straight back into it, Ash Gardner, who did drop one herself a little earlier, albeit a much tougher chance. Just clicked into the onside. They get a run.
It was barely even a drop, was it? Because she didn't get her hands on it. I think she backed herself to catch it without turning her back to the ball kind of thing, and tried to track back and face forward, but unfortunately just went over her head.
Yeah, just didn't quite judge it. It ballooned up into the blue Hobart sky. You can just see the body language. She is fairly disappointed.
Maybe that's reflected to a player that's I'm not going to say not in terrific form, but just been in and out of the side a little bit, sitting on the sidelines, not so confident. As what we might have seen her a couple of years ago.
Annabelle Sutherland into the attack here, following the completion of the prior over. None for 68 is India. Pratika Rao 37. Samriti Mandana 27.
There's sort of a few questions in there. When you have Sophie Molyneux captaining, you feel like it does limit your team selection. I feel like Talia McGrath falls into that category of, if Molyneux's going to get picked every game, then someone's got to miss out. And is that a spinner or is it a bowler, a part-time bowler? McGrath's playing it. She's batting at 7. She's bowling a few overs, but her spot's not secure. So decisions like that do create some angst around the group for the bottom half of the squad. You've always got the top ones that you know are going to get picked straight away, but there's always 4 or 5 that are a little bit less certain of where they stand.
Yeah, certainly really interesting times in the Australian women's camp as Annabelle Sutherland commences her spell from the river end into the bat of Pratika Rao, who just punches into the offside for no run.
And hopefully that's not the culture Australia's been always very good at backing their players and giving them confidence, and hopefully that's not the culture that McGrath knows that she's well and truly earned a spot and is confident in her ability and her role that she'll get to play whenever she's in a side.
And again, here is Sutherland just lifting this one through a vacant slips court, and it was a genuine thick edge, but there was some design around it, and she just pushes this one out to the boundary for 4.
It's actually really well played in some ways, wasn't it?
Certainly intentional.
I just can't give her that width if that's the field you're going to go with.
So no slip, no gully in place for the Australians. McGrath's on the 45 and close. This is up into the ribs of Pratika Rao. She's happy to just blunt the ball. Annabelle Sutherland, good comeback delivery after conceding the boundary. None for 72, India. Approaching the half-century is Rao. She's 41 from 59.
So 3 sweepers out at the minute. 1 a fairly square cover, 1 a backward point, 1 behind square on the leg side. Other than that, everyone's hunting nice and straight.
Sutherland charges on in. Over the wicket she comes. Driving now is Rao. Won't beat cover.
It looks to be a great batting deck, doesn't it? These two are showing that once you get in, it becomes easier and easier to bat. And runs are there on offer for any width.
We know it gets easier into the night as well here in Hobart as it cools down. It starts to skid on a little bit more. Just gliding this one again is Pratika Rao. Beats that fielder on the 45 in Talia McGrath. There's extra coverage in the deep though. She's able to pick up another run.
Alana King doing the fielding on the boundary. When will she be brought into the game? It's an interesting question. Certainly got a big job to do today.
Yeah, she certainly does. Can she spin a web? 1 for 43 last time out. She was overlooked for the T20 series, of course. Georgia Wareham, the preferred option. But she does bowl a very attacking line as a leg spinner. And she does take wickets, we know that. Annabelle Sutherland here for now. Samriti Mandana just pivots on this one and gets plenty of it. Beautifully timed stroke out to the deep backward square boundary. And another boundary for her. And India just keep ticking over the scoreboard. And this partnership becoming very, very troublesome for the Australians now. None for 77.
It was a little short, wasn't it? It was a great pull shot. What was terrific about it was her ability to know where the fielders were and to put it into a gap that went over the boundary. It wasn't overly hit. It was just really well placed.
16 overs complete. None for 77. And Samriti Mandana moves to 31. Pratika Rao is 42.
Just starting to increase the run rate to 4.81 at the minute. We spoke about it earlier, but you want up of 280 here on this wicket, you'd think, Chris.
Full delivery here from Gardner. Pushing forward is Pratika Rao. Yeah, I would have thought so too.
Just look a little lost at the minute, the Aussies, as to where's this wicket going to come from. It was a good patch there, carrying. They worked together to build a bit of pressure and some dot balls. But that pressure's been released now.
Gardner's in around the wicket. Just waiting on this was Mandana, who just clubs it into the offside. Just pads it away as if to say, next ball, please. Samriti Mandana, who's looked fairly assured. She's on the reverse here and she's been bowled. So she just attempted to spice things up a little bit, probably unnecessarily in the end, and she's been castled by Ashley Gardner, and Australia get the crucial breakthrough. 1 for 78 goes India, and Samriti Mandana has to go for 31.
Well, that's pretty disappointing, isn't it? I don't think she's going to want to watch the replay on that one. She probably could have hit it anywhere. It was a little short. There was nothing in the delivery. Just got a bit fancy, trying to push that run rate up, I guess, and she's been clean bowled. Terrific opening partnership, though. A platform built.
It was a superb opening partnership. It comes to an end, though, with Samriti Mandana gone for 31 from 37 deliveries. Her innings included 4 boundaries. And India 1 for 78. Pratika Ral will remain out of the middle on 43. Harmanpreet Kaur is the new batter. There's drinks on the field. And with that, we might have a short break. It's grandstand cricket for ABC Sport.
The comedians are let loose on the wild and weird in the only quiz show filmed after dark in a real museum.
Sounds pretty cool. We've all been there.
Join me, Alex Lee, for Tonight at the Museum. Starts Wednesday night, March 4 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
This is cricket on ABC Sport.
Australia versus India.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio and ABC Listen.
Yes, grandstand cricket for ABC Sport. It's the second one-day international between Australia and India from a beautiful Bellerive Oval. And Australia have just claimed their first wicket after India won the toss and elected to bat. The Indian team is 1 for 78, and the dismissed batter is Samriti Mandana, gone for 31, attempting to lap sweep Ashley Gardner. And she's had her stumps removed. And Australia get the breakthrough they were so desperately after. So Gardner with bowling figures of 1 for 14 from her 4.3 overs. Pratika Ral is out in the middle on 43 from 62. And the new batter will be Harmanpreet Kaur, who has overcome a left knee concern to take the field for the Indian team this afternoon. They needed that one, Sarah Elliott. That was a big breakthrough for the Aussies.
It really was, and it really came out of nowhere. For the most part, India looked like they were just cruising. Runs were coming pretty freely. And they're just taking a little bit of an extra risk, and unfortunately that was her undoing. But credit to Gardner, who's bowled superbly well, nice and tight for her 4 and a bit overs so far. But a big wicket, because we know how damaging Mandana can be. She's a powerful batter that just her strike rate can increase and increase, and she's been in terrific form. So a big breakthrough. Now Australia will be wanting to capitalise it. They've certainly been a little bit flat in the field. I can't remember the last time I've seen 2 fairly straightforward catches dropped by an Australian women's side. So hopefully that's the trigger that gets them started.
And it's Jemima Rodriguez, pardon me, who's made her way out into the middle.
Love watching Rodriguez bat. I think she's very, very talented. I don't think we've seen the best of her yet here in Australia.
She had that big century against the Australians in that World Cup semi, that famous win, of course.
What are we waiting on, do you think? It's
too sure.
Just pause.
Everybody's ready to roll by the looks of things. The umpire just casting their view over to the broadcast boxes. Just
TV hold.
I think so. So a wicket into drinks. It's just produced a little bit of a delay, but it looks like we're all set to go here with Jemima Rodriguez, the new batter at the crease over the wicket, and she's immediately pushing forward. She gets a little bit of an edge. It was uppish momentarily, but she's safe as it dribbles out to the fielder at point.
She was really searching for that one, wasn't she?
Made just the 8 in the first ODI in Brisbane. Gardner over the wicket. She comes at another edge as she pushes forward. No slip in place. Probably wouldn't have carried anyway. It dribbles out to that third man boundary, but only the 2 on offer on this occasion. So it was Ashley Gardner who was able to take her wicket last time out, combining with Beth Mooney behind the stumps.
She looks nervous here, Rodrigues, doesn't she? She's really taking her time. You can see Gardner on the flip side is trying to race her.
She's off the mark with 2 over the wicket. And now she's attempting to reverse lap sweep. On this occasion, she makes a decent sort of a connection, pops it over her left shoulder, and just a single for her efforts as the fielder gets around. So immediately, Jemima Rodrigues attempting to mix things up just a little bit. That is the end of the Ashley Gardner over. 1 for 81 through 17. With Rodrigues, the new batter, on 3. Pratika Rao is 43. And the Indian team 1 for 81 through 17. A change in commentary. Matt Clinch with you right after this.
ABC Sports coverage of Australia versus India. Live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Thanks, Chris. Great to have your company from Belrive Oval in Hobart. India 1 for 81. Smarty Manana may have had 3 lives, Sarah Elliott, but they got her eventually in the end. And maybe just a little bit of challenges for the Australians. So much drama. We mentioned the 2 changes that took place in Brisbane with Kim Garth and Elise Perry out. Sophie Molyneux before this game, and just haven't looked as settled as you'd normally expect from an Australian side.
No, they're really hard. They really haven't. It's hard to sort of pinpoint what is it that's different, but you certainly haven't quite been on their A game here just yet.
India 1 for 81 with Annabelle Sutherland coming in from the David Boone stand-in. Jemima Rodrigues is down the pitch and she works this off the hip down to deep fine leg where Megan Shute does the fielding. 1 for 82 with Rodrigues showing she's willing to move her feet. She's 4. Pratika Rao's on 43.
It instantly comes in, is busy, isn't she? Not happy just to stay stuck on the crease, but moving around, showing good intent, creating angles where she wants to be scoring.
Pratika Rao looks a player as well, 25 years of age. She's got a fascinating story. Needs to probably learn to rotate the strike just a little bit, but 43 from 62 deliveries, including 6 fours. This time down the leg side from Annabelle Sutherland, and a wide is called. Rao throws her hand up in frustration, wasn't able to get anything on that down the leg side.
Well, hopefully a really confidence-building innings for her. Yes, a little bit slow, maybe reserved to start, but I don't mind seeing that after they lost the first one-day international, just to really try and set up today's game.
Sutherland right arm over the wicket, comes in. Rao forward, punches it into the offside, but straight to the fielder. Phoebe Litchfield down low at her left-hand side at extra cover. Pratika Rao made her debut in December 2024 against the West Indies. She scored 600 runs at an average of just under 70 in her first 10 women's one-day internationals. She's the fastest player to 500 women's one-day international runs. That was in 8 matches, 8 innings, surpassing Charlotte Edwards. Sutherland comes into Rao, who's up on her toes, pushing it out into the offside, and Ash Gardner races around to her right to do the fielding. Was India's second highest run scorer in the most recent World Cup, and then suffered an ankle injury fielding in the final group game against Bangladesh, and unfortunately that was on a wet outfield, and that ruled her out of the knockouts and the final. But the ICC did make an exception, and she was awarded one of the winners' medals when India won the overall championship. This time Sutherland wide of the off stump, and Pratika Rao looking to play a late cut, fails to make contact, and Mooney takes it behind the stumps.
I like that. It's good, isn't it? I don't know. Sometimes, I guess you kind of compare it to AFL, don't you? When it's sometimes that heartache of a player being injured, but she certainly played her role in and it's a tournament-style competition.
Australia would love to get her out. Sutherland comes in wide of the off stump, and Pratika Rao with a beautiful cover drive through the gap out to Alana King, the sweeper in the deep, who does the fielding. India move to 1 for 84 with 1 ball to come in the 18th over. Rao moves to 44.
Well, certainly some impressive numbers that you've just read out there for the start of her career. Still so young, and you talked about that, the age of this Indian side and the powerhouse that they may well become with a few more years' experience under their belt.
And Smarty Mandana is 29 years of age. Harmanpreet Kaur is 36, so they're looking for that next player at the top of the order to emerge. Sutherland comes in to Rodrigues, who's, again, coming down the pitch. Sutherland gathers, gestures the throw to the striker's end, holds onto the ball in the end of the over. India 1 for 84. Rodrigues is on 4. Pratika Rao is on 44. The 1 wicket to fall is Smriti Mandana, who was out from Eventually, the bowling of Ash Gardner decided to step across and play an awkward paddle attempt, which cannoned into her stumps, out for 31 from 37 deliveries. Matt Clinch alongside Sarah Elliott with you for Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport.
It was a bit of a shame, really. I was hoping we'd have a bit of a fairy tale where she comes back to Bellerive and makes another 100. Yes. Then Australia go on to make hundreds of their own. But not to be. I'm going to see Alana King come into the bowling attack here, which I think is a smart move. Save some Gardner overs, and we know how threatening Alana can be. It's a healthy applause too from this crowd here at Hobart.
Such a popular player, Alana King, left out of the T20 international side, comes in for the one day. Has had an interesting Big Bash campaign, had a finger injury off the back of the Women's World Cup, and at her best, certainly frightens opposition batsmen. England had that experience at Junction Oval last year and here as well, where she was able to bowl well. Alana King, the leggy, comes into the attack from the Church Street end and just pushing it into the onside. A single is taken by Rowell to move to 45. India 1 for 85 at the start of the 19th over.
A good team play there by Rodrigues. Very quick to get up the other end and to call that run. Watched Alana play a WNCL game. It probably was only last week while this T20 was on, and great to see her just really competing, giving everything at that level as well.
Picked up 1 for 43 from her 10 overs in Brisbane. Flights his next delivery and driven. Well, chopped off in the end by Phoebe Litchfield down low to her left and through for a single. Jemima Rodrigues 1 for 86.
She's not happy with herself. Litchfield there, you can see her just have a little kick at the grass. She normally doesn't let anything through.
Alana King with the sunglasses on, slip in place. This time it's in the air momentarily from Rowell, but lands just short of Phoebe Litchfield. Talia McGrath just a few steps further back at mid-off. It is Elisa Healy who's come in to slip alongside Beth Mooney with the gloves. King, quicker delivery, rocking back and chopping it into the offside. Pratika Rao, good battle at the moment.
It's been a great start here from Alana.
Deep backward square leg, deep mid-wicket, deep cover as King comes in, wide of the off stump, a little more width and off the back foot it's played to point. Well fielded, the throw comes into the non-striker's end, and in the end they're able to comfortably get home, but they thought it was past Nick Carey, but a great lunging effort to her right. They will just check this upstairs because it was a little
we've got a run out review
of a dawdle in the end from Pratika Rao.
That's a hard one, isn't it? She looked like she was well home. It was a big hesitation though in the middle of the crease.
Not sure there was that much calling yes, no, wait.
It's almost, oh my goodness, she's fielded it. I didn't expect that to happen.
Okay, that's grounded, that's grounded. Yep. Thank you. Have a decision for the big screen.
So in the end, comfortably home, but a bit better fielding from the Australians after Smriti Mandana was dropped on 3 occasions. India 1 for 87 after winning the toss and deciding to bat first. Alana King comes in. Rodriguez sweeps out to the fielder at deep mid-wicket. Ash Gardner does the fielding. Jemima picks up a single to move to 6, and India are 1 for 88 after 19 overs. Pratika Rao on 46 and Jemima Rodrigues on 6. 4 runs coming from that over from Alana King.
A smart way to play Alana King for Rodrigues too. Very comfortable sweeping. It's a nice low risk shot if you pick the right ball. But a good start from Alana King. They just need a bit of a bowling partnership to happen here to build some pressure. You don't want Rodrigues to settle.
Megan Shute 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 20. Darcy Brown 4 overs, none for 20. Ash Gardner 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 17. Nick Carey 3 overs, none for 14. Annabelle Sutherland 2 overs, none for 12 as she starts her third. A beautiful ball to start the over that beats Jemima Rodriguez and the outside edge. Beth Mooney takes it behind the stumps.
A terrific ball, wasn't it? Just looked to hold a little bit. Nice little shape away off the deck.
What do you think of her approach of batting outside of her crease? She's small in stature, but trying to get to the pitch of the delivery. Sutherland turns at the top of her mark, comes in, short ball, pulled away. Out to Megan Shute, who does the fielding at fine leg. They pick up a single. Rodriguez moves to 7. The score is 1 for 89 in the 20th over.
Yeah, I really like it. And she looks to control what the bowler's doing. She's clearly got a plan in place. She wants to try and create some full balls that she can drive. But by doing that and by coming out of the crease, you do make the bowler do something different. And we saw the short ball there, which she's easily able to put away. So she's manipulating and she's dictating the terms that Sutherland's bowling on here, which is great.
Scored 8 in Brisbane. Jemima Rodriguez as Sutherland comes in. Patricia Rouse chipped this in the air. A leading edge. It goes over the top of Healy, who tries to race back from mid-off. Then almost a little confusion as to whether they wanted a second. They'll take the single and be happy that it did clear Alyssa Healy. 1 for 89. It's all happening.
I think she would have loved to catch there, wouldn't she, Midge? Unfortunately, just too far. Leading edge. Didn't really read it probably all that well. I think it would have been out of reach anyway.
Rao moves to 47. Sutherland steams in once more. Rodriguez comes forward, full face of the blade on display as she drives to Phoebe Litchfield at extra cover. A dot ball with the 2 runs so far from this over. India 1 for 90. Annabelle Sutherland, kind of like Talia McGrath, sort of listed at number 5. McGrath listed at number 7. Looking to have impact with both bat and ball. As Sutherland comes into Rodriguez, soft hands as she pushes it into the offside, takes off for the single just to the right of Ash Gardner at point, and her throw does take off the bails at the non-striker's end. India 1 for 91.
We're really spoilt with all-rounders, aren't we, in the Australian lineup? If you include Mooney as an all-rounder as well with her wicket-keeping and batting, but what a deep batting lineup to have Carey at 8.
It certainly is. As Annabelle Sutherland comes in, and this time Patricia Rao just doesn't quite time it as she plays across the line and works it down backward of square. Megan Shute comes up from fine leg to do the fielding, nudging closer to another half century. She's on 48. India 1 for 92 after 20 overs. Rao on 48. Rodriguez on 8. Matt Clinch alongside Sarah Elliott with you. Grandstand cricket on ABC Sport. After India won the toss, they decided to bowl first. The 2 changes from an Indian side of things with Shafali Verma out and Renuka Thakur as well. Vishnavi Sharma coming in on debut when Amarjot Kaur comes in. While for Australia, Sophie Molyneux out. Unfortunately, injury for her has been ruled out for the rest of the series with a back injury, while Nicola Carey comes in at her expense. India 1 for 92 with Alana King set to continue from the Church Street end. Slip in place, deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, deep cover at the moment for the leggy. She fights his delivery. It's in the air momentarily as Patricia Rao drives out to deep cover, picks up a single to move to 49.
Certainly playing her role well here.
India 1 for 93. Alana King flights his next delivery wide of the off stump. Rodriguez hasn't timed this, but does find the gap. She hits in the air out to the offside. They turn and come back for 2 as Megan Shute does the fielding. And Rodriguez was able to run well. India 1 for 95.
Again, Alana won't mind seeing that. That was a really false shot. Didn't quite get to the pitch of the ball. Managed to get enough on it to get it over the infield.
Darcy Brown at a short mid-wicket. Phoebe Litchfield at a short cover. Angling into the pads as a single is taken by Jemima Rodriguez. Just works it backward a square. A single to move to 10. Make that 11. India 1 for 96, and it brings Patricia Rao back on strike on 49 from 73 deliveries. As Alana King comes in, Rao looking to just push it onto the onside and off a outside edge. It just drifts into the offside and a dot ball.
See Rodriguez backing up, trying to get her teammate this 50.
Healy in its slip as King flights his next delivery. Rao comes forward, defends with the full face of the bat, back down the pitch.
It's just a little moment in the game, isn't there? A little bit of extra pressure. You can see that from Rao.
And Alana King varies her pace but gets to the top of her mark, and she's almost ready to go straight away in the battle as she fights a fuller delivery. And Pratika Rao takes the single out to deep mid-wicket, and that's a half century. Well, this remarkable riser from India, Pratika Rao, 50 unbeaten, the 8th time in her career. She's passed 50 with India, 1 for 97. The end of the over from Alana King. 5 runs coming from it. And after 21 overs, India are 1 for 97. Rao 50 from 76. Jemima Rodriguez is 11 from 3. And Smriti Mandana, the 1 wicket to fall, who was bowled by Ash Gardner for 31 from 37 deliveries. Thanks to Sarah Elliott. Michelle Goszko rejoins you on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Welcome back, Gozzy.
Thank you, Clinchy. Great to be back.
Australia trying to make inroads here, but Pratika Rao playing her role well. Jemima Rodriguez as well, and a bit of pressure now on the Australian frontline attack.
Yeah, absolutely. Not much assistance from the surface, but it's been good batting on the most part from India.
And not surprising here from this Belrive Oval pitch. Short ball from Annabelle Sutherland to start. And working underneath it, Pratika Rao pulls out to deep backward square. A wild throw coming in from Ash Gardner in the deep. She puts her hand up to apologise. No damage done, and just a single to start the 22nd over. India 1 for 98.
Yeah, I think the slower balls are going to be really effective on the surface. So the pace has gone out of it a little bit, and they're just holding up slightly. Annabelle Sutherland in the last over, she had a ball that was only 98 kilometres an hour. She's around that 115 sort of mark.
Sutherland right arm over the wicket, comes into Jemima Rodriguez, who just uses her wrist and pushes it into the offside for a dot ball. Phoebe Litchfield does the fielding.
And that was the one in the previous over that sailed over Elisa Healy's head. So we've got a thickish outside edge. Tell you what, you know you're hitting them okay when you middle it off the side of your bat and it balloons over mid-off.
That's the thing, isn't it? Sometimes you can have all the luck in the world, and on other days you can't buy luck. Sutherland comes in. Rodriguez looking to play a late cut. She edges and it's caught behind. Beth Mooney takes the catch. That's a soft dismissal for Jemima Rodriguez, who was looking to build nicely here. And India lose a second wicket. They're 2 for 98 in the 22nd over.
Yeah, that was paced on there from Annabelle Sutherland. It kicked off a little bit. So I think it was the extra bounce that really surprised Rodriguez. The comfortable catch taken for Beth Mooney. I'll tell you what, Annabelle Sutherland, there's a reason why she's a reigning Belinda Clark medalist. And certainly in this format, she owns this format, the one-day stuff. And she certainly gets the certain breakthrough that Australia needed, because that was starting to get a little bit punishing for Australia.
And just the concentration from the Australians to get the breakthrough. It felt like at times it was just starting to drift. After Mandana was out for 31, now Rodriguez caught Mooney from the bowling of Sutherland for 11 from 15 deliveries, and it brings out Harmanpreet Kaur. And this is such an important partnership now for India. Harmanpreet Kaur scoring 53 from 84 deliveries in Brisbane, but didn't take to the field in the second innings. So said at the toss she was right to take her spot, but that was about as much information as we got, Lizzie.
And you know what? She's smart. Why not bat first and then don't worry about fielding? Overrated anyway. So
well, in the big bash, that'll become the way of the world, won't it?
Yeah, she's skipper anyway, smart. No, she's certainly so important here for India, and this is her format as well. Probably T20 cricket, it's gone past her a little bit, and we probably saw that throughout this series. But you know, she definitely enjoys ODI cricket. She's got a big job to do here for India.
But with Amanjot Kaur to come, Rishi Ghosh and Deepti Sharma, they need a big partnership here from these two. Annabelle Sutherland's got the breakthrough. She comes into Harmanpreet Kaur, and the Indian captain plays it off her pads down to fine leg, where Megan Shute does the fielding. 2 for 99 in the 22nd over. The run rate at the moment, 4.57.
It's hovered about that for a while, hasn't it?
So we just get that flash on our big screen that the projected score at this run rate would be 228, which would be well unders.
Yep.
Needing somewhere near 280 to 300 to be competitive. Sutherland comes in, Rao comes forward and just looks to drive along the ground, straight to the fielder at mid-off. As the fielding is done by Elisa Healy without the gloves, of course. Beth Mooney to take the keeping responsibilities for the one-day internationals.
I was just trying to look at the scoreboard. There's so much information on it, how quick that was. It was 88 kilometres an hour.
What the previous delivery was about 111. Sutherland comes in. Pratika Rao's on the attack. Clips this in the air through the vacant deep mid-wicket region. They take one, and excellent fielding by Ash Gardner, racing around to her left, stops the second. It was a shot without that much risk from Pratika Rao, but some good fielding prevented a second run there, and that's the 100 up for India for the loss of 2 wickets. Pratika Rao is on 52 from 79 deliveries. Harmanpreet Kaur is on 1 from 1 delivery. Australia getting the breakthrough of Jemima Rodrigues, who was out for 11. Michelle Goszko's with you on ABC Sport. It's great to say Aaron Bryans about to join you.
Live coverage of the cricket. Australia versus India on ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
What a beautiful day it is in the Apple Isle. Great to be alongside the double centurion, Michelle Goszko. Haven't seen you in so long, Gozzy.
I know, I've missed you.
I was getting frustrated today, had a couple of travel troubles, and I just knew it was costing me time with you. So finally we're back here at Bellerive watching some great cricket. 2 for 100 are India after electing to bat. Pratika Rawal up against Alana King, right arm over the wicket. Full of delivery. It's pushed out towards cover and quickly fielded, no run.
Well, you could have driven here. That would have probably
I was
been
thinking
quicker.
about running from the airport.
Do you know what? Oh, I've got a funny story. I'll just wait for Alana King to bowl this ball.
Not when the spinner's on. King bowls, fallen straight on the bounce, halfway, quick single, it's going to be a run out. Down comes the track is Rawal, and Harmanpreet Kaur did not follow it. And the third wicket will fall. 3 for 100 are India. A frustrating end to Pratika Rawal's innings. She's out for 52, run out after a skipper sent her back.
That's all you, Aaron. You come into the commentary box and a wicket falls. It's funny that happened. I watched the last ball of the previous over, and Harmanpreet Kaur was not looking for a second. So that's just showing that maybe the age in the legs a little bit, and just maybe the injury in the last game. On that occasion, she wasn't even looking for a single there at all. She was camped in the return on the popping crease there, and no chance at all for her to get through. So, and then the glare back. Probably, to be fair, there probably wasn't a single there, but yeah, they can ill afford that one there, India, and they've gone back to back the Australians.
A hot opening run partnership for 78 runs, and all of a sudden you are 3 for 100, so losing 3 wickets for 22 runs. It felt like, considering how prolific this batting order is for India, they were well and truly on top, and suddenly it starts to get a little bit of pressure from the Australians, who looked, I guess, a bit mediocre to start the day, Gozzy.
Yeah, they were a little bit short and just didn't get their length right. But, you know, they came on, and Nick Carey bowled really well first couple of overs, backed up by Annabelle Sutherland, Ash Gardner, and then now Alana King. So all of a sudden you see that scoreboard, which it's got everything on it, it should tell us the lotto numbers as well. It's got everything else. But, you know, pressure from Alana King.
Deepti Sharma now out there for India. Alana King bowls full on the pads and defended into the offside. This is just as big a risk. We know how good Sharma is with the bat, but this series, she has not starred single digits in all 3 of her innings.
Yeah, I mean, this is a perfect occasion for her. Big-time player.
Tight fielding unit in the offside. Deep fielders at square leg and mid-wicket. Up towards the toes. Leaning forward, it's defended by Deepti Sharma out towards mid-on, no run.
I forgot my story I was going to tell you now.
Too much action. Something about travel problems.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Which does happen a lot to a few of our ABC crew. King bowls. Quicker delivery again, balloons towards the stumps, though. Leaning into it and defensive is Deepti Sharma.
Excellent over here from Alana King, keeping it nice and tight. Getting some good drift on the ball as well.
Final ball, the third, already picked up the wicket of Pratika Rawal. She was out for 52. Alana King stumbles on her way in. Her foot got caught on the crease.
It's hard with that 3-step run-up to get it wrong.
Just one to go for Alana. Hasn't had any errors in this over. 3 for 100 India, which are electing to bat with the ball to come. King bowls. Almost bamboozled Deepti Sharma across the off stump, who was caught on the back foot in 2 minds. It rattles off the pad out towards point. And it is a maiden over for Alana King, picking up the wicket of Pratika for 52. India 3 for 100. Aaron Bryans and Michelle Goszko with you on ABC Sport.
Yeah, great pressure from Alana King. They enjoy this format, the Australians, back in yellow. Doing a great job after India got off to a little bit of a flyer. Anyway, back to my story.
Yes, here we go.
I'm not gonna name the name who it was, but it was someone I played Australia with, and I roomed with a bit on an Ashes tour. And she said, I can't wait to have 1 foot in the country of Ireland and 1 foot in the country of England. And I said, gee, that's... hope your camera's big, because that's a pretty big photo. Anyway, didn't realise that they were 2 separate countries. I think she thought it was Scotland and England.
Yeah, no, I was like, where are you going with this?
It was a fast bowler. So
the geography's a bit rough. Annabelle Sutherland's going to come in. She'll be rolling to Harmanpreet Kaur. Good length delivery across the off stump. That's tucked backward a point. Quickly fielded by Georgia Vol, who was hot onto it. No run, 3 for 100 are India. And I'll have to narrow down the search based on your past teammates.
Well, okay. Well, it's going to be nice because I really like Sarah Elliott, but they were Victorian. So, Anyway, and then she said to me, don't you tell anyone. And I went, okay. I told everyone in the side. Still telling it 25 years later.
High bat raise from Harmanpreet Kaur. Sutherland, back of her length this time, and pushed backward a point. Just past Georgia Vol, enough to get a single and offer as King races in from the boundary. 3 for 101 are India after electing to bat first. So hot start, 78-run opening partnership. Quickly has unravelled. Talia McGrath dropped Shreddy Mandana on 26, but eventually she departed for 31, bowled by Ash Gardner in the 17th, 1 for 78 at that point. Jemima Rodriguez caught behind, out for just 11.
Yeah, this is important here for India. They're going to post a good total here for the Australians to chase down. It's been exceptional bowling from Annabelle Sutherland, right on the money from ball 1.
Couple of fielding switches, so we've got a deep third, long leg and mid-wicket. Sutherland bowls down the leg side and happy to be left by Deepti Sharma. Will be a wide, 3 for 102 India.
You give someone a wrap and they bowl a wide. Always the case, isn't it? But just bowling at the left-hander, sometimes that can happen.
Straight line delivery by the reigning 2-time Belinda Clark medalist, but just the wrong line. Let's see if she can make amends here. Straighter this time, but short and slow in terms of the pace. On the back foot, Sharma pulls. Not hard, but enough to get it along the carpet and take a single.
Yeah, look, the pace has gone down to the surface a little bit. It's got a lot of green to it. It's not the traditional sort of bright sort of cream colour that you traditionally see in one-day cricket. So the pace has just gone out of it a little bit. They've had to work hard, the Australians.
Sutherland now to Kaur, bangs it in. Looking to hook his Kaur, but a bit soft on the contact and finds the fielder at mid-wicket, no run.
So we've probably seen more slower balls in the first 20 overs that traditionally you would see in 50-over cricket. But it's been really good gameplay management from the Australians and understanding the surface.
Couple of bat taps from Harmanpreet. Steps across the off stump and a big swing and a miss through to Beth Mooney from Annabelle Sutherland. Good length delivery just across the top of off stump. Kaur thought about just kind of playing a cut shot. Ended up getting kind of trapped in her position and didn't know what to do.
Yep, exactly. And that's through that hip region because you're unsure whether to come forward or back. And Annabelle Sutherland can hit that length probably better than most in world cricket.
Final ball of the 24th, 3 for 103. Sutherland to Harmanpreet. Tucks it into point. Wanted the single, is sent back. After the dangerous run out earlier, where Pradika was out for 52, sent back by Harmanpreet Kaur. This time she'll listen. Deepti Sharma at the other end, and they'll get through the over unscathed. 3 for 103 are India after electing to bat first. But were none for 78 in terms of their opening partnership. Aaron Bryans and Michelle Goszko with you.
That was very loud, wasn't it? We heard it from up here. Harmanpreet Kaur, no chance of running in the previous over. And that one, she wanted to take it on, be Speedy Gonzalez. She wasn't going to get there.
Wonder if that was a bit of a message as well from Deepti. Just look, we had a bit of an error there in terms of miscommunication earlier. Let's just set the tone. Make sure we're on the same page this time.
Well, I think they see the scoreboard that certainly the run rate has certainly slowed down. Australia's on top at the moment.
So Alana King to continue. Bowling to deep 2, comes down the track. Huge hoik, crossbat shot out towards mid-wicket and taken. Rainbow arc that loops down towards the rope, and Nicola Carey stands strong. 4 for 103, and India's hot start has eviscerated here at Bellerive.
Oh, it certainly has. That was a really good catch there from Nicola Carey. Backtracked beautifully, judged it to perfection, and Alana King, she has bowled superbly here this afternoon. She gets her just rewards there. And certainly India are on the ropes here at Bellerive.
Deep D Sharma out for just 1. Alana King strikes. Deep D departs after 6 deliveries. 4 for 103 are India. I was listening on the way, Gozzy. I was stuck on the plane and I was making sure I wanted to get here on time. I was enjoying the call, but I just thought in the back of my mind, the pace and the bounce caught them at AB Field, and today was going to be a different story where we'd see the superstars shine. It felt that early, and suddenly the Australians are well and truly wrestled back momentum.
Yeah, and that's just showing the experience, and composure from the Australians. They didn't panic. They got off to a little bit of a flyer, India, but they just stuck to their plans, and it was 3 chances went down early on. Other sides may have crumbled on that occasion, but the Australians just stayed calm. Alyssa Healy, well, she's bouncing around everywhere. She's at short cover at the moment. She's been at mid-off. She's been at slip, just not with the gloves. So she's doing it all here. Wouldn't be surprised if she had a bowl as well.
There were some complaints about that being the farewell tour, that we don't get to see Alyssa Healy in her prominent role behind the stumps. And to her credit, this is all about the selfless nature that she's had. As Alana King now bowls, defending, leaning forward is Amanjit Kaur, returning to the side, takes the single to get off the mark immediately. I liked it from her character to say, look, let's let Beth Mooney have a go. We're planning for the future. But I understand a lot of those who followed Alyssa's career are a little bit flat that she doesn't get to end doing what she loved.
Yeah. Yeah, but she's also a very good fielder, and she's done it throughout the WBBL. She even did it for the Breakers preceding this series here in WNCL. So, she doesn't mind being in the field.
Harmanpreet now on strike. Alana King, well-flighted delivery that's fallen on the pads. Defended straight towards the fielder at short mid-on.
But you could sense a change as soon as she came back in the side, couldn't you? All right, 50 in the first ODI. It's just a shame it's coming to an end shortly.
King again to Harmanpreet. Slower delivery, good turn as well. Started straight, headed across the off stump. Harmanpreet had to back out of it and defend backward of point, no run.
Well, I'll tell you what, Mr. Goszko is upset that Alyssa Healy's retiring, his favourite player ever. I'm like, hello, your daughter. But no, it's Alyssa Healy. He loves her.
She's such a good character, isn't she, Mitch? That's the part. It's like the heart and soul of the team. And, I mean, she's still playing tremendous cricket. But it's the polar opposite of what we've seen in the men's game at times, where sometimes you stick around too long, the public turns on you.
Yes.
I think she's going out on a high.
Yep. I think it's real selfless of her to give an opportunity to Sophie Molyneux to get some free air as well, and the Australians to get, around her and figure out some batting and bowling positions before the World Cup.
Alana King bowling to Harmanpreet. Well-timed sweep shot, anticipated it well, but did pick out the fielder at backward square. Takes the single. India move to 4 for 105.
She gets her own hill too at the Wacker for the test match, Healy Hill.
Yeah.
How cool.
Nice to be there as part of the unveiling of the redeveloped ground as well. It's just a special moment in itself. Got all these different angles. Amanjit awaits. Alana King defends just a point to get us to the end of the over. 25 down, the halfway mark. India 4 for 105, and that high projected score is quickly dropping down and down. Here at Bellerive, Aaron Bryans and Michelle Goszko with you for Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. We'll be with you as well for the third Women's One Day International on Sunday. You can hear that from 2:30 Eastern Daylight Time. And as Gozzy mentioned, the Wacker Test is coming Friday, 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time.
How exciting. I hope we get to the point where there's at least 3 test matches for the women over the summer. I was talking to Sarah Elliott actually on the way here. I was like, how cool would that be if, and not just the two matches that we generally have had in the past. It'd be great to have that 3 matches, and I think the public could get behind that as well. I know the girls love playing Test match cricket.
Absolutely. Darcy Brown now coming in. Harmanpreet awaits, steps across the offside, rocks back, guides it backward a point. It's picking up pace in the outfield and an excellent stop in the deep. Will ensure they get through for just 2. Alana King darted all the way across from mid-wicket.
That was behind her. So she's dived to her left and then reeled it back in. Lucky she's only got a 3-step run up when she's bowling. She needed all that extra effort. Great work in the deep.
The comparison, I guess, you had McGrath coming the other way, and I reckon she's made up twice the ground. Darcy Brown, rocket pace. She launches into one that seems just across the leg side and will be a wide, but gee, it's a bullet delivery down the track.
She's been bowling at a good clip. She's probably been the one bowler that India's been able to get on top of throughout this whole series. I thought there might have been a change today. Maybe Lucy Hamilton came in for Darcy Brown. They haven't gone that way, but yeah, interesting.
Brown in, core on the tippy toes, pushes it forward a point.
Because you often want to give the opposition players what they don't want. They enjoy the pace, the Indian players. So, Annabelle Sutherland's been effective throughout this series with her slower ball. Plus, then she's gone the on-pace one. But Darcy Brown, probably 80-90% of her balls are on pace. And then there's that slower ball, which is about 20 k's slower.
She's so high risk, high reward, Darcy Brown, but certainly a highlight reel. This one's across the offside. Leaning into it, it's worked out through cover. Harmanpreet will take the single. 4 for 109, India move to in the 26th.
But she has improved, Darcy Brown. Though.
Yeah.
Even the slow ball, the leg cutter that she had last year or the year before was more a balloon ball. That was dead set 35 k slower than a normal ball. But she has used that at times and it has been effective.
Just the consistency on target has been the problem. Sometimes she's a bit wayward, which comes when you're flinging your arm into the delivery like she's done just there. Very short and left by Amanjot, who is already kind of half the height of Harmanpreet. And it's a pretty easy task if you want to bang it in to get her over her head.
Yeah, absolutely. But, that's the thing. I think Darcy Brown will learn that the longer she goes in her career. She's often found herself in and out of the team. She hasn't really had an extended run.
Injuries in the WBBL as well, but does turn 23 next week. Another short delivery. This one's well back of a length and will be a wide.
Yeah, that was very wide. That was almost half the body length.
4 for 110. Deep fielders at the moment for Amanjot.
Well, you see Darcy Brown a lot.
Yeah.
Obviously at the strikers. She's
Love her work.
playing a good clip. That's never been the issue. It's just a consistency, isn't it?
A lot of sundries. Square leg, long leg, third and cover point. Brown bowls. Good length. It's turned through square leg. Field will come in off the rope. They'll take the single. Amanjot will move up to 2. India 4 for 111 with a ball to come in the 26th.
But, I mean, she's a great player and, has worked hard on her fitness and, the stock delivery that she has, the slow balls, that leg cutter, as I mentioned, she doesn't really have an off cutter, but I'm sure the further she goes in her career, she'll develop that.
Brown to Harmanpreet rather. Cover drive, well timed, but Alana King is so pacey, the Energizer Bunny. Dance left then right, gets onto it, and just a single. 4 for 112. As the Australian home fans give her the appreciation she deserves here at Bellerive. India 4 for 112 after electing to bat first. Started hot, none for 78 in that opening partnership. Then lost Pradika for 52, Mandana for 31, Rodrigues for 11, Deepti Sharma out for just 1 from 6. So Kaur currently out there on 7, Amanjot on 2. Aaron Bryans and Michelle Goszko with you.
I reckon Alana King's had a bee in a bonnet a little bit about missing out in the T20 series.
Absolutely.
And you know what? I actually agree with her. I think it was a little bit harsh that she didn't even find herself in that squad.
So the line she had during the week was, there's some serious hunger in me to be a multi-format player because we play so much of it.
Yep.
Which is almost to your point about the test matches, that because they play so much T20s, she's just desperate to be in the side.
Well, after the summer she had last year, not only in the Test match, obviously she was special at the MCG, but with white ball cricket, both T20 and 50 over cricket, probably didn't have the WBBL she wanted with the ball.
First ball's a defensive shot from Harmanpreet. Now wants to go hard. Cover drive as she leans into it. Chases on in the deep. Getting there in time is Megan Shute. They'll take just the single. Harmanpreet moves to 8. India 4 for 113.
But yeah, it's funny. Sometimes that can drive a player, and Alana King has had success. But how do you fit Sophie Molyneux, Georgia Wareham, Ash Gardner and Alana King in? 4 spinners.
This is the different natures of the two teams, which we can dissect across the next few days, Gozzy. As Alana King bowls to Amanshot, front foot defensive shot down towards point, is that you've got a team who prefers all-rounders to traditional roles, and India who have batters and bowlers.
Yep. Yeah, exactly right.
But, I mean, it's worked for Australia so far, so why change a good thing? King bowls, Amanshot waits the slower delivery, turns it into the onside, but not enough pace.
Well, the only caveat is Sophie Molyneux. I actually do feel really sorry for her to have another injury and, for it to call it an inopportune time.
King to Amanshot.
Oh, yeah, like that's
full and straight, and a lot of talk from Alyssa Healy to pump up her spinner.
I'll tell you what, she would be giving some batting advice out in the middle. I'm absolutely sure of that. She'll be a pest at short cover.
There's some stories from the Indian camp about what Healy said over the years. King, this is a hip height full toss and is punished as a result. Check drive down through mid-wicket to the rope for 4. Just didn't quite get the height or length there, Alana King, on the last ball of the over. And a boundary as a result for India, 4 for 117 at the end of the 27th.
Yeah, that went horribly wrong there for Alana King. She's lucky that it dipped at the last second, otherwise that was going to be a free hit. But they needed that boundary there desperately, India. Been tough going the last 6 or 7 overs. I think it was the first boundary, probably in the last 6 or 7 overs, actually.
Quietened down a fair bit. Thought to double centurion World Cup winner Michelle Goszko. Got another Australian centurion and Sarah Elliott here as well. Chris Rowbottom, Matt Clinch and Aaron Bryans calling for you across the next couple of days in the Apple Isle.
Well, Sarah Elliott's got international wickets as well. We're saying we're genuine all-rounders here.
Someone who had to almost kind of change across her career as well. Multifaceted. Darcy Brown's going to continue. Following to the high bat raise of Harmanpreet. Catches the short delivery with a pull shot. Pitch is a little short out at mid-wicket and is fielded. They'll take the single. 4 for 118 India.
I'll tell you what, in that one ball, it just shows the difference between the two teams. Australia would have pushed that into 2. Harmanpreet Kaur made that into 1.
Is that, I guess, mythology rather, or the injury of Harmanpreet that we saw in the last game? Brown bowls to Amanshot. Times the pull shot back with a square and takes another single.
She's never been great at running between wickets anyway.
No.
So, I mean, there's certain players. Munden is really good. Rodrigues is good between the wickets. But, generally the whole of the Australian side's good between the wickets. So, that's something, an area of the game that India needs to work on. They've worked on their fielding. That's certainly improved. It's another facet of the game they can improve.
Attitudinal seems to be a problem. Brown fall across the off stump and leaning into a cover drive. That is gorgeous. Down towards the rope from Harmanpreet. No, it is stopped. My apologies. I was wondering where the cheer was. I just lost the ball. It was well taken out at cover, so
that's
good stop.
Phoebe Litchfield.
Jeez.
It's a good stop, actually. It just hit the square here at Bellerive. They can skid on sometimes.
She stopped it so hard that it's actually hurt her fingertips, so excellent awareness. Darcy Brown will be very thankful. 4 for 119. Bowls to Harmanpreet. Waits the slower delivery. Tries to guide it back with a point. Bowls waiting. No run.
Well, they're getting through the overs here, the Australians as well. Really tightened the screws here. Had a mini collapse, India. Really stopped their momentum.
2 to come in the 28th. Mentioned a few times, but 78-run opening partnership for India, now 4 for 119 after electing to bat. A wicket that isn't doing too much. Brown absolutely loses it on the bouncer there. Was slid into the delivery and banged it almost back into her shin. Launches over the top of the batter.
Big toe needs a bit of a workout. Pedicure. She almost hit it. It ballooned over Harmanpreet Kaur's head. I don't really know. Like, I don't mind the short ball just as a little bit of a surprise, but more effective has been the slow balls here.
Unpredictably chaotic, but hard to bat against is Darcy Brown. This one's a good length low and straight. They take the single shot, the stumps at the non-striker's end. Would have been tight. Phoebe Litchfield came in. But Harmanpreet gets through. 4 for 121 are India.
Well, both batters nearly dived into the ends, and our ball only went to one, which Harmanpreet Kaur's end. Both got home safely.
Arguably either could have been in trouble.
That's right. I reckon it probably should have gone to the keeper's end, to be fair.
Brown now bowling to Amanjot. Steps across the off stump. Straight drive down towards mid-off. No run. And that up the over. 4 for 121 are India after 28 overs. And a expert change coming off for Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Michelle Goszko making way for Sarah Elliott. Good to see you, Stixie.
Great to see you. How you doing?
Good, yeah.
You made it.
It's been one of those days. Should try to channel my Fred Durst from Limp Biscuits. Just one of those days. Early flight that got cancelled. Jumped on another. Long way to the baggage carousel. There weren't any taxis waiting for me, but we got here.
We got here and a big day still ahead.
No.
Australia really flipped this on its head. India were cruising.
I felt like they were very much on top. Long list of star-studded batters to come, and they've fallen very quickly in the last half hour. Alana King's going to continue.
I've just been disappointed. They sort of set themselves and then thrown their wickets away. Mandana with that cheeky little sweep shot.
King's bowling to Harmanpreet Kaur. Check drive that lifted just up towards cover and over the top of Alyssa Healy. Phoebe Litchfield was waiting there in the end, and it was just a little bit too high for her. Read it well. Dangerous shot there. Ooh, right arm in the air, just above the fingertips.
Such a good athlete, isn't she? Not far off that one.
Alana King has them bamboozled at the moment. Right arm over the wicket, full and straight. Forward, driving shot out towards mid-off, quickly fielded, no run.
It's good smart field set for it here, isn't it? You've got that mid-wicket and cover really hunting nice and straight. It's no easy single.
King to Harmanpreet Kaur. Works it out towards cover point, takes the single off the miss field. Could have been tight in terms of a run-out opportunity, but Phoebe Litchfield, little fumble. She's allowed one. She's had a pretty good day.
I love how fired up she gets too. That's the tiniest of fumbles, and you can see her body language from here. She's not happy.
Throwing the arms around. 4 for 122 India. Amanjot on strike on 7. Harmanpreet at the other end at 11. King targets the leg side. And wristily turned backward of square. They'll take another single.
A bit greedy there too from Midge. Lisa Healy, she's moved herself into a second cover. Going back now.
That's what threw me. She was playing so tight before. I assumed she'd be in that spot. Maybe with her keeping background, she could have had a chance of taking that catch. King bowls, stepping across the off stump. Kaur has a slashing shot out towards cover, wants another quick single. Realised the run rate's dipped a fair bit, and Harmanpreet's trying to get it moving. 4 for 124.
Well, they have to do something to get it moving, don't they? They know how powerful and how deep this Australian batting lineup is, so they're going to be taking some risks here. Unfortunately, some wickets in the shed, though.
So essentially 2 short covers in place. And Amanjot wants to go straight line. Clubbing shot up in the air. Down towards the rope. Couple of bounces for 4. Picked that up well. 4 for 128, India.
I love that Australia is still searching hard for this wicket. Those 2 catches in the cover regions. No one back there. They're not content with just giving them a single.
So, end of the 29th over. Harmanpreet and Amanjot on 12 apiece. 4 for 128 are India. Aaron Bryans and Sarah Elliott with you. Any guesses as to who Gozzi's story was about? from a fast bowler who
Maybe
didn't know how close England and Ireland were.
Charmaine Mason. That was a lucky guess.
Your words, not ours. Gozzy didn't say it, so she's not in trouble. Excellent guess, though. We're going to bring you to trivia night.
Oh, don't. There wasn't too many to guess from, really. And if I had gone in a different direction, I would have been probably offended someone.
So Ash Gardner's going to take the ball now and is directing traffic a fair bit in terms of the fielding setup. So it's going to be pretty deep by the looks of things. So far in place, we've got a backward square, mid-wicket, a long on and a point.
Gardner was great in her first spell. Really, really tight. 9 runs off her first 3 overs. Ended up bowling a couple more, but it was those first 3 where she combined really nicely with Carey, slow the run rate down.
Managed to get the wicket of Smriti Mandana, who was out for 31, straight through it. That was really when the momentum started to shift against India. It looked so sturdy to start the day. Gardner's bowling, stepping across the off stump. Kaur again tries to go for the cover drive and got underneath the ball just a tiny bit. Precarious. Darcy Brown got low and got enough off it to take some pace out, and it's fielded in the deep. They take the single.
It was a 78-run opening partnership. They really had done all the hard work, and it was just that loose, poor decision-making.
Gardner to Amanjot.
Oh, I like that shot.
Fuller delivery that's straight as it angles in. And Amanjot just pushes it out to the onside, no run. Yeah, you could hear it in the commentary as I was making my way in. Australia just sounded so deflated in terms of what they were doing in the field. Another defensive shot from Amanjot, who leans into an offside drive. No run again.
You can sort of easily say, paint a picture that Australia's turned it with their bowling, but really it's been poor decision-making on India's part.
Gardner to Amanjot, back foot. Works it into the onside. Again, well fielded, though, inside the circle.
Rodriguez, well, her wicket, just guiding one straight to the keeper. Really a nothing sort of a shot.
2 to come in the 30th, 4 for 129. Gardner to Amanjot. Pushes back to the bowler, no run.
And all that said, we can't take away from the Australian bowlers. They have been fantastic, King and Gardner in particular.
Just took one spark and now the ball is rolling for them. Amanjot across the offside, glides it through cover point, takes the single to wrap up the over. 4 for 130 are India after electing to bat first. 30 down, Amanjot and Harmanpreet both on 13 apiece. Commentary change coming up on ABC Sport. Chris Rowbottom coming in.
Live coverage of Australia versus India on ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
Thank you, Aaron. Hello, Sarah. 4 for 130 is India. And after such a promising start, Australia have really wrestled this one back here at Belrive.
Yeah, absolutely. They have some really nice partnership bowling. King just finished her spell now, but was terrific. Nice tight lines. We're going to see some pace with Carey coming back on. Can she combine now with Gardner to really put the foot down here? At some point, India's going to need to up this run rate.
None for 14 from her 3 overs so far. Nicola Carey, the Hobart Hurricane WBBL Championship winner on this very ground. She's in it over the wicket. Oh, does she draw the edge? She's been given. So Nicola Carey strikes, and now India slumped to 5 for 130. Amanjot Kaur has to go. A little poke outside the off stump, and it was enough to feather one through into the gloves of Beth Mooney.
A great start from Carey. It was just in the right spot. Didn't tempt it into her into a shot, drew her in. Good enough to get the edge, and a great catch. And what's terrific is to see the Australian girls get around Carey here. They know it's been a rough road, have been in and out. She hasn't played a lot of games in recent times for Australia, so terrific to see them celebrate her and some terrific bowling.
Yeah, that would be a huge wicket for her personally, Nicola Carey, but a massive wicket in the context of this fixture. They lose their 5th. 5 for 130 now, India. Amanjot Kaur goes for just 13 into this team this afternoon in place of Shivali Verma. And India in a spot of bother now as they sort of start to eat into the middle order. Risha Ghosh, another former Hobart Hurricane, by the way, making her way out into the middle now. And Nicola Carey, as you mentioned, she has had an interesting journey over the past sort of 4 or 5 years. She was sort of included in some Australian teams but not used. I think there was some frustration there, and then she decided to focus solely on the domestic part of her game. Had great success and has accepted the invitation to rejoin the Australian team, and now she has a wicket on a ground that she is very, very familiar with. And she's bowling well here this afternoon. She's in again to the new batter, the right-handed Risha Ghosh, who's on the drive. Nice looking shot, but an even nicer bit of work done in close by Phoebe Litchfield in the covers to get down low and stop certain runs.
She's so valuable in that cover region. She really does cut off a lot of runs.
She's been impressive in the field all afternoon. She's been up on her toes, bouncing around. There's been a couple of mishaps in the field today, but none from her hand. Carey's in again, and she has the new batter in Gosh swiping outside the line. She doesn't manage to lay any willow on leather. Good take again by Beth Mooney. No feather through to the keeper on this occasion.
Well, she just seems to know one way here, Gosh, doesn't she? She's going hard at it. Maybe not what this situation the game requires.
In over the wicket again is Nicola Carey from the Church Street end. This time she cuts past backward point. That's a nice shot from Risha Ghosh, the new batter, and she picks up a boundary to get off the mark.
Or maybe it is. Maybe a bit of counter-attack. But you've got to stick to your strengths, don't they? And they're certainly her strengths, to go hard at the ball. She's going to back herself. If it's wide of the wicket, which that one was, she's going to back herself and her power.
They've played behind the wicket quite well all afternoon so far, has India. Risha Ghosh is off the mark with a boundary. Carey's in again, full of delivery. This time she's driving, and again Litchfield just like a coiled spring in at cover. Does the fielding and restricts the batters to none. So Risha Ghosh, she played in the Indian under-23 team as a 12-year-old.
Under-23 team as a 12-year-old. That's ridiculous.
She played in the under-19s as an 11-year-old. So
wowee.
Prodigious young talent, still only 22. Feels like she's been around a little longer than that. 50 on test debut against Australia. Full delivery here from Carey. Nice looking shot, driven out through extra cover. They'll get just the one for their efforts on this occasion.
I think Aussie picked it up at 2. That Australia would have turned that into a 2, I think.
It's the difference, isn't it? And it has been for such a long time between Australia and the rest of the pack. The hustle between the wickets, the athleticism and the work in the field.
Yeah, absolutely. They're two 1% things that count a lot, and they add up. And that's why Australia's been so consistent. They do the little things really well. I'm just still marvelling at that 9-year-old in under-23s with 11-year-old in under-23. Yeah. She must have been a tall 11-year-old.
Must have been very, very handy indeed. So end of the Nicola Carey over. 5 runs and a big wicket from it. 5 for 135. Risha Ghosh, 5 from 5 deliveries. Harmanpreet Kaur still out in the middle, 13 from 24. We'll see Ash Gardner back into the attack here.
She has that ability to sort of come on and have a presence that creates wickets, even if it's not up her end, down the other end. Ash Gardner certainly builds pressure with the way she bowls.
3 for 33 last time out. She was very handy with the ball in Brisbane. And she's in from the river end on this occasion. Over the wicket she comes to Risha Ghosh, who's getting forward and defending. Had that early drop in the early part of the innings, did Ash Gardner. But the Australians have wrestled things back since then. Over the wicket she comes, driving. Again, an attractive shot from Risha Ghosh, but will only get the single forward as it rolls out into the deep. So projected score now has dropped significantly, just 217 at the current run rate of 4.3. They can still get 285 at 8 and over. They need to probably hustle a little bit, the middle to lower order.
It's just so hard, isn't it? They put themselves in a really awkward position where they don't have wickets in the shed. They need to build a partnership here and be a little conservative. But unfortunately, that projected score is not getting any bigger.
Over the wicket into Harmanpreet Kaur is Ash Gardner. She's happy to just defend this out into the offside.
It's a really big game in the context of the series too, with points even. You want to have the advantage going into that test match.
Big role to play here, the skipper, through these middle overs. Harmanpreet again just bunts this to the fielder at mid-on. Darcy Brown, and there's no run on offer. Gardner getting through her over nice and quickly, and again, full face of the blade for no run. And that is a very speedy over indeed from Ash Gardner. Just the one run from it. Rishigosh is 6, Harmanpreet Kaur 13, and India 5 for 136 through 32 overs.
What you've got to remember too is that from an Australian point of view, some of their big guns are on the sidelines. They're playing without Garth, they're playing without Perry, Molyneux also out. So they're fighting really hard here and performing really well. I think they're really hungry after having lost the T20 component of the series. Add on top of that, bowing out of the semi-final in the One-Day World Cup. So I think they're the hungrier team coming into this one-day format.
Without question. And they're going to want to defend their home series as well and just prove that they are still top dog, even though India do hold that World Cup after that famous semi-final win. Nicola Carey to continue here. Into Rishigosh, who again just plays this really fine behind the wicket. She won't get it down to the rope. There's coverage down at third. Reeled on in. They get a single. But we haven't seen a slips cordon or a gully in place since about the third or fourth over, after it was deemed that there wasn't a whole lot of movement in there for the bowlers.
The pressure's all been in front of the wicket, hasn't it, in the cover and mid-wicket positions.
Carey in again over the wicket from the Church Street end, driving again, full face of the bat. Good looking shot once more. This time off the bat of Harmanpreet Kaur for just the single.
Suggesting maybe that it might be holding up just that little bit. It's always hard from up here to make that call, but there have been some aerial balls hit through, particularly the cover region. Batters sort of threw their shot a little bit earlier than maybe anticipated.
And it will get better to bat on as it cools down and the dew starts to settle on the wicket here in Hobart. It starts to skid on and slide a little bit. And the opening batters will love that. Carries it again. Into Rishigosh, full delivery. It just drifts down the leg side and it's actually deemed a wide here. And that's where it's one of her slight Achilles heels for Nicola Carey. She does get a little loose down the leg side on occasion.
She really hunts that stump to stump kind of line, doesn't she?
Yeah.
So not much margin for error, just sliding down. There have been a lot of extras. It feels like there's been a lot of extras in this innings. 8 wides maybe so far, maybe 9 now.
Carries it again to Harmanpreet Kaur on the half volley, drives, but won't beat the infield for no runs. So another good over here, bar the wide from Nicola Carey. 5 for 140 India, 3 to come in this Nicola Carey over. Kaur is 14 from 30, a tempered innings. Rishigosh is 7 from 8. The projected score as it stands of 215, which you feel isn't enough. Carries in again. Harmanpreet Kaur with bat raised, slower delivery, and she wants none of it. Just happy to bump this down to mid-on for no run.
Well, you know, it's a totally different ground and different playing conditions, but there's still something to be said if the score wasn't enough. You know, earlier this week, in the first one day, 214 wasn't enough. There's a psychological component to it when they need a lot more than that.
India won the toss and elected to bat first. Carries in and again loose down the leg side, but there's some bat on this as it's tickled fine. Will it get to the rope? Yes, I think it did. Alana King, that was a good effort in the deep. Maybe she did reel it in. I think she did. The applause and the little congratulatory fist bump from the teammate, which suggests that she got there. And I think she restricted the running effort to a couple. So we just have another look on the replay screen. Oh, she did. She scooped it up behind the back. It almost landed in her cap, which was dangling off the back of her head. That was a very nice bit of fielding indeed from Alana King.
Bit of a party trick, wasn't it? Not the conventional way, but...
It was a party trick. Very flash bit of fielding indeed. Gary's in now to Harmanpreet. He just dabs this into the offside. Hit and run type stuff here from Harmanpreet Kaur, and she gets through for a single.
That's what they've got to do, don't they? Those little drop and runs. So valuable. Pick up something in between the boundaries.
And that is the end of the Nicola Carey over. 4 from it, including the wide. 5 for 143. Harmanpreet is 17 of 33. Rishi Ghosh 7 from 8. 17 overs to come in this batting innings for India.
So we're just looking at the projections here. 6 and over will get them to 245. 8 and over is probably more what they need to be. That gets them up past 250, closer to 270.
Yeah, they lose. That's why Harmanpreet Kaur's role here is so important. They lose her, then they're well and truly down into the tail with Kashfi Gautam, the next batter in. She did make a blistering 43 off 44, including 3 sixes last time out, so she knows how to throw the willow around. So maybe some late hitting potentially from her, and then they're into the bowlers. So it's going to be Alana King here, 1 for 23 from her 6 overs so far, including the 1 maiden and the party trick fielding effort a couple of balls ago.
She's had a bit of work to do in the outfield, hasn't she, today, Alana King?
Yeah, she has, but she's shown good hustle. Over the wicket she comes, does the leggy, backing away. Is Harmanpreet Kaur chopping down. She won't get it past Nicola Carey at backward point.
It's really good attention detail to these fields. I've said it before, but that cover and mid-wicket are really pushing in narrow, tight to the crease.
From the river ends, over the wicket she comes, advancing Harmanpreet again. She does beat the fielder on this occasion. She waited to see what the result of the effort from Phoebe Litchfield would be at cover. She was unable to stop it, and she was able to cruise through for a single.
Dropping her bat on the way. Casual in that run.
Very casual indeed. She's getting comfortable out there. Is Harmanpreet Kaur. She's faced 35 deliveries. So Alana King, who was snubbed for the T20s in favour of Georgia Wareham. 1 for 24 so far this afternoon for her. Loops this one up. Rishi Ghosh has a big swing at this, and she connects, and that's a 6. Down to the long-on boundary. She clears the rope. Good shot from Rishi Ghosh. She takes on the spinner.
That was massive. Just got in the sweet spot of the bat, didn't she? Full of delivery from Alana King. I don't think she'll really mind that too. They're going hard for this wicket.
That brings up the 150 for India for the loss of 5 wickets. Rishi Ghosh, cameo forming here, 13 from 9. This is a really big partnership here for India. Alana King's in again. Rishi Ghosh, who now this time he's backing away, beats the fielder in Nicola Carey at point. There's a sweeper who gets around and are unable to push out for 2, and they settle for the single.
It's exceptional fielding out there by Gardner. She was so quick across the turf and then really quick to get the throw up.
And that is, as we mentioned, so often the difference. King's in, just drag this one down a little bit. Harmanpreet Kaur unable to quite cash in, backs away and pumps this down to a very similar region at deep extra cover where Ashley Gardner is patrolling. They get another single, 5 for 152.
Good positive over, isn't it? Get a boundary early in the over, pick up singles, push hard for 2s in between.
9 from it so far, so this is a little taste of what they need in the back end of this innings. The King, again, this is up to Rishi Ghosh. It was just in the air for half a second through the cover region, but no real danger in the end. They cruise through for another single. That is the end of the Alana King over. 5 for 153. Harmanpreet Kaur is 19. Rishi Ghosh is 15. Just sense that they're starting to look at upping the ante here, the Indians, with these 2 at the crease.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see drinks being brought onto the field, Ghosh is just playing her natural game. She's going hard at the ball, prepared. If the ball's flighted up, she's going to take the game on, which is what you want these players to do. Unfortunately, too many wickets in the shed. They're going to have to make the best of what they can with this lower order.
5 for 153. Drinks are on the field. Grandstand cricket for ABC Sport. With that, we'll take a short break.
Every night on ABC Listen.
Comes in round the wicket. He's bowled it. He's got a hat-trick. Romario Shepherd.
The Men's T20 World Cup. Live from India and Sri Lanka.
On 96. Lofts it. Up.
over, mid-off, and down to the boundary for 4. His first 100 in T20 international cricket.
Just click on the white World Cup button for every match live.
Down the wicket, stumped in. It's another one goal.
Cricket never sleeps with ABC Sport and ABC Listen.
This is cricket on ABC Sport. Australia versus India. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio. And ABC Listen.
Second one-dayer here at Bellerive in sunny Hobart, Australia-India. It's part of this multi-format series, and after electing to bat first, after winning the toss, India are 5 for 153. Rishi Ghosh is at the crease. She's 15 from 11 deliveries. Harmanpreet Kaur, 19 from 36. They were cruising to were the Indians at none for 78. And then Simriti Mandana was bowled by Ashley Gardner in the 17th over. 1 for 78. Then Jemima Rodriguez gone. That made India 2 for 98. She was removed for 11 from 15 deliveries. And then Deepti Sharma removed by Alana King, caught by Nicola Carey in the deep as India went to 4 for 103. And then the last wicket to fall was that of Amanjot Kaur, who was caught behind by Beth Mooney off the bowling of Nicola Carey. She was removed for 13 from 18 deliveries. That saw India go to 5 for 130. They're currently 5 for 153, so a 23-run partnership from Harmanpreet Kaur and Rishi Ghosh, who has shown a little bit of intent since coming to the crease. She's 15 from 11 and has the only 6 of the innings so far. Interestingly placed game in the context of this series. We're locked at 4 points apiece. This is, of course, the first of 2 one-dayers here in Hobart across the next 3 days. A second to come on Sunday, and then the test over at the WACA next week. So it's been a fascinating and intriguing series. The news out of the pre-game was Sophie Molyneux out of the remainder of the series with a back injury, so she won't take any further part in this series after what she hoped would be part of her transition period into the captaincy of the Australian team in all 3 formats. So 5 for 153 is India, with Nicola Carey at the top of her mark, ready to get things back underway. How do you think things are placed, Sarah Elliott? It was a hot start from India, but things have slowed down just a touch.
Yeah, they have, disappointingly, because India did all the hard work early at 70-run opening partnership, and then unfortunately just some poor decisions. And Australia really in the box seat now. They'll be looking to pick up these last 5 wickets. Always hunting for 10, always wanting to put their foot down. So tough job in front of India. Unfortunately, they don't have the luxury of wickets to be able to go as hard as they probably need to at this stage of the game.
Pratika Ral, the top scorer so far for India, 52 from 81, including 4 boundaries, before she was run out by Annabelle Sutherland in what was a pretty horrific mix-up, that has to be said, as Nicola Carey continues in here to Rishi Ghosh, who's driving expansively outside the off stump. Doesn't quite collect it. There is a coverage in the deep via a sweeper. You get just the 1 run.
Chris, you raised the Sophie Molyneux thing again. It just makes me think it's early to make a call to be out for the whole series with a back injury. Often backs, if it's a little bit of a disc nickel or something like that, you might rest a game or 2, but the test is still, I don't know how many days away, 7 days away, maybe more.
Yeah, it's on the 6th.
It's a big call early. Hopefully it's nothing more sinister.
Yeah, we hope not. She has had her injury troubles. This is just leaking down the leg side from Nicola Carey. Played off the toes. And played off the toes quite nicely. They do push for 2 on this occasion. No, they don't. Harmanpreet sends Rishi Ghosh back. And they settle for the single. And that's been a little bit of a theme this afternoon. Just happy to take the ones. Not quite the hustle that we see from the Australians on occasion. Get through for the extra run. 5 for 155. Carey continues from the Church Street end. Just drops this one back of a length into Rishi Ghosh, who's forward and defending. Back to the bowler for no run.
So there's little bits of intensity where you can pick up a 2 that takes pressure off then playing the looser shot, which is what we did see with Mandana, with Rodriguez, with the run out. Pressure was building, and so they're trying to do something a little bit different, take a higher risk option than what they needed to.
Carey's in again. Down Coming in from the Church Street and over the wicket. Oh, this one almost beats her. An inside edge, and it'll run away fine for 4. And she gets away with one there to Risha Gosh because it was a good delivery and she didn't know all that much about it. And trickles through past the keeper for a valuable 4 runs.
That's unlucky, isn't it? That's where the scorecard doesn't reflect what a great ball that was. Not far off a wicket. It's gone for 4 runs instead.
So Gosh moves to 20 from 14. And she's putting together a handy little innings here as India look to recover. Carey in again to Gosh. Full delivery on the drive is Gosh. Attractive looking shot through the covers, but Megan Shoot comes around and riddles it back in. Just the single once again.
Another productive over here. Boundary is always a big asset, isn't it? If you get a boundary, pick up some singles, that ticks off that over 6 runs and over that they need.
5 for 160. Gary continues, and this is driven once more into the offside. Picked up beautifully in close by Phoebe Litchfield, as she's done all afternoon. End of the over. 7 from it in the end. India 5 for 160. Harmanpreet Kaur is 20 from 38. Rishi Gosh is 21 from 15. I'm going to go and take a breather. We'll have a change in commentary. Right after this, you'll be with Matt Clinch.
ABC Sports coverage of Australia versus India. Live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Thank you, Rowie. Beautiful 21 degrees here in Hobart this afternoon, with India 5 for 160 after they were none for 78. So a bit of work to be done here to try and get above 250. Alana King is going to continue from the David Boone stand end here at Bellerive Oval. And the pressure now, Risha Gosh on 21. Harmanpreet Kaur at the other end on 20 as King starts a new over. Gosh is sweeping and off the bottom edge plays it down to deep backward square. We're racing up. Megan Shoot does the fielding. Thank you to Sarah Elliott. Michelle Goszko rejoins you on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Welcome back, Gozzy.
Thank you, Clinchy. Great to be back.
Alana King in her role, 1 for 34 so far at the moment. I don't know if you saw her outstanding fielding in the deep.
It's been great.
She's come with an intent to try and make a point, I feel. As King at the top of her mark comes in and bowls. Harmanpreet Kaur back and across and pushes it into the offside, just wide of Nick Carey at point, and she gathers with her right arm but can't release. So through for a single. Harmanpreet Kaur moves to 21. India 5 for 162.
And it's not always the wickets column for Lana King. She's creating the opportunities at the other end as well. Good partnership bowling.
She brings a presence, doesn't she? As the leggy comes in, Gosh comes forward and defends into the onside. King races down and does the fielding with her trademark sunglasses and her hair in a bun.
She's been working hard on her batting as well. Yes. So certainly working on 3 facets of a game.
India 5 for 162 in the 36th over. As King flights his next delivery, wide of the off stump, and Risha Gosh into the offside straight to Nick Carey. Sean Ferkler did an interview on Channel 7, the chairman of selectors for the Australian women's side, and interested in a couple of the points he raised with Alana King just pausing for a moment, change in the field. There's deep backward square and deep mid-wicket. Long on his back as well for King as she fights his delivery, looking to sweep. Struck on the pad, Gosh, but the not out call as she comes to the middle of the pitch. Beth Mooney comes racing down, and now Alyssa Healy from mid-off, and they are going to send this upstairs. Always hard from our position behind, but the lap sweep in an awkward position there.
They were pretty confident, the Australians, but it's worth a shout.
Kane, it's Kim. We've got a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with front on vision, please?
Very polite in asking, aren't they? Please and thank you. See, manners are free.
So always a Kim Cotton, who's our TV umpire for this afternoon, tonight's game.
Close to the bat and gloves. Can we go to Ultra Edge, please?
Oh, that looks very close.
Thank you. All right, we've got a gap on the left, gap on the left, gap on the right.
No edge on that one.
No. Gap on the left, gap on the right. Keep rolling through, flat line, keep rolling through.
On the sweep shot,
It sounds like there is no bat or glove involved.
Hit her
Can we move on to ball tracking?
a little bit under the knee roll.
Got that. Standing by for ball tracking.
The all-important
Thank you.
ball tracking, which we're not getting on our monitor. Now we are. There we go.
Okay, pitching line, impacting line.
And this is going to be out. Michelle Goszko had her finger out. And the breakthrough for the Australians as Risha Ghosh has to go. She's out for 22. India now 6 for 162 in the 36th over. Alana King gets the breakthrough, her second wicket. Out LBW courtesy of a good review from the Australians.
Yeah, it's funny, Clinchy. We've watched a lot of cricket and you get a general feeling. And that one straight away, it looked pretty adjacent. We're a fair way away. But sometimes when you see the ball hit the pad and where it trickles to or where it goes to, that gives you a fair indication. It was maybe only the height might have saved her, but as soon as it hit her under the knee roll on the sweep, it was going to be out. So that was a really good review. There wasn't a long discussion whether to send it upstairs, but Beth Mooney and Alana King went straight away. So, yeah, on the ropes again here, India.
And all of a sudden it brings Kashavi Gautam out to the middle. So into the bowlers now for the Indian side. 6 for 162 with Harmanpreet Kaur still there, 21 from 39 deliveries. Alana King picks up her second wicket, 7.5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 35. 6 for 162. There's a long way still to go here. Try and get something that's respectable. New batter comes in. And Alana King gets the almost immediate breakthrough there as Gautam was looking to come down the pitch, struck on the pad, looked to be outside the line, but King was certainly vocal.
Yeah, I think you're right, Clinchy. I don't think they're as confident with that one, the Australians.
King, in a moment of adrenaline, almost wants to review herself just for argument's sake, but Elisa Healy has the showing the inside of her pockets, saying no, not burning a review there. So 6 for 163 with Gautam yet to get off the mark, and Harmanpreet Kaur is on 21. Matt Clinch alongside Michelle Goszko with you for ABC Sport. So India were none for 78 before they lost. Smriti Mandana out for 31. Jemima Rodriguez was out for 11. Pratika Rao was out for 52 from 81 deliveries. A horrible run out in which he hit it straight to Annabelle Sutherland at mid-off. Harmanpreet Kaur barely left her crease, and unfortunately it's one of those awkward barbecues where there's not a lot of dialogue, but the batter has to slowly make their way out. Deepti Sharma was out for 1. Amarjot Kaur was out for 13. And Risha Ghosh, the last to fall out for 22. India 6 for 163. And Elisa Healy goes, righto, let's bring back on Megan Shute from the Church Street end here at Bellerive Oval.
Yeah, well on top here, the Australians, after a bright start from India.
4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 20. Megan Shute, right arm over the wicket, comes in and off an inside edge. Gautam is able to work it down to fine leg for a single to get off the mark. India 6 for 164 as Alana King does the fielding down at fine leg.
Yeah, it's kind of hovered around that 4.5 runs per over, hasn't it? The whole innings. They haven't really been able to put the foot down, and then they've just lost a clump of wickets. So tough going early for the Australians. Created opportunities, just weren't able to take them, but they've had it their own way in the last 25 overs or so.
Whitish fine leg, deep mid-wicket and long on as Megan Shute comes in. Up to the stumps, Beth Mooney. And she takes it. Harmanpreet Kaur fails to make contact. So Sean Fletcher, as the national selector, made the sort of statement that Sophie Molyneux is out with a back injury for the rest of the series. I guess the awkward part is, as a designated bowler, that if she can't bowl, then really you can't play.
Yep.
As opposed to a designated batter. And if there is an injury, they can still normally play their part. Megan Shute comes in, showing the full face of the bat. Harmanpreet Kaur defends back down the pitch. Well, 6 for 164.
Sophie Molyneux would have gone through the full array of emotions in the last couple of weeks. The elation of being named skipper, captaining her first T20 game at the SCG. And then now she's had the heartbreak of another injury.
Megan Shute, right arm over the wicket, comes into the right-handed Harmanpreet Kaur, who just pushes this into the offside, takes the single just forward of point and Georgia Vol and moves to 22. You feel like she's going to have to try and control the tempo now. 6 for 165 in the 37th over. But also made the comment that they say Georgia Wareham as their frontline spinner when it comes to T20 international cricket at the moment. So Alana King will have to toil away and try and force her way in. As Megan Shute turns at the top of her mark. Wide of the off stump and chopped away by Gortham, who takes the single out to deep cover where Nick Keary does the work. Gortham moves to 2. India 6 for 166.
So that'd be like saying on the men's side, so Adam Zampa's not your first line spinner because he's not as good a bat as Cooper Connolly.
Well, that was the explanation he gave, is that Georgia Wareham at this stage, her batting was ahead of Alana King, and so she was the frontline spinner. As Megan Shute down the leg side this time and a wide as Harmanpreet Kaur fails to get any bat on that. Well taken by Beth Mooney awkwardly. She shuffled up, standing up to the stumps. 6 for 167.
Well, they've got enough batters, don't they, the Australians? Almost too many. You're losing your role sort of in the side. So I dare say you're going to need wickets in T20s as well, rather than just a bat.
Yeah. Megan Shute steaming in once more past the umpire. This is driven but straight to Darcy Brown, who does the fielding at short mid-wicket. Gortham can't find a single to close out the over, so good over for Megan Shute, just the wide and the 3 runs coming from it. India 6 for 167 after 37 overs with Gortham on 2. Harmanpreet Kaur on 22. Matt Clinch alongside Marcel Goszko with you for Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. He also made the comment that Elise Perry and Kim Garth were both in their recovery mode, but they'd have to probably add someone to the squad now that Sophie Molyneux is out for the upcoming test at the WACA.
Interesting.
And that Lucy Hamilton could potentially make her debut on Sunday. It's going to be the same pitch on Sunday for the 3rd one-day international. So I guess the question around Australia's frontline bowlers in one-day cricket is also interesting with the retirement of Megan Shute in that format and Kim Garth currently being unavailable.
Yeah, I thought they might have gone Lucy Hamilton today, Clinchy, and I think you're of the same opinion, but they haven't brought her in. Darcy Brown gets the nod today. Good to see her in the yellow of Australia. Lucy Hamilton.
She's 19 years of age, but her left arm fast is bringing something a little different. This delivery from Alana King is superb. Beats the sweeping effort of Gortham and taken well by Beth Mooney.
Well, as is the way of Australian cricket, Lucy Hamilton, outstanding WBBL, is in line for a test debut in the same summer.
Alana King beautifully drew Gortham forward. This time she rocks back in her crease and tries to hit it back past the bowler, but King lunging to her left gets a hand to it, prevents the single. 6 for 167 India in the 38th over.
Happened with Lauren Cheadle too a couple of years ago, actually.
Kashavi Gortham on 2, looking to sweep King here this time. There's no fine leg, so it'll run down towards the rope, trickle ever so slowly. And a much-needed boundary for India. 6 for 171.
Yeah, they needed that. It was actually a really good shot. Just get inside the line of the ball. Didn't quite get it right on that occasion, Lana King. Searching for some extra turn. She's bowled beautifully, though, hasn't she? Good control. She's getting some good drift and drop on the ball.
2 for 39. She's been the pick of the Australian bowlers so far. As Gortham awaits, Alana King comes forward to the flight and tries into the offside. Well fielded. Phoebe Litchfield to her right-hand side. What can't she do?
I'd like to see her throw left and right-handed.
Okay, well, she could do more, I suppose. Don't want to get technical on me, but...
Well, she bats both left and right-handed.
She can, yep.
She probably can do it,
Kashavi Gortham thought there was a single on offer in there. Not Phoebe Litchfield's eyes. Sweeping here in the air. Coming in from the deep. And the catch is dropped by Megan Shute. One of those awkward ones where she came charging in and got to it about waist height. Maybe in two minds whether to slide or whether she'd get there in time. And another catch which you'd expect this Australian side to take.
Yeah, should have been taken. She actually picked that up quite early. But you're right, Clinchy. She just got stuck and... both knees went into the turf and just lost her way a little bit there, Megan Shute. Should have had another.
Commit to the slide and then got there in time. didn't need to do that. Chance goes begging as Alana King comes in with this next delivery. And Harmon Preetcore drives back down the pitch for a top ball. End of the over, 6 for 172. Goszko on 7, Harmon Preetcore on 22. And Alana King, another excellent over.
Well, we know you call AFL very well, by the way, for ABC, but that was almost like a mark that was taken.
It was,
a sliding mark in from Megan Shute.
Yep, like a leading out forward was almost that awkward distance between do you need to slide on your knees and take the chest mark, Jason Dunstall's Tony Lockett's of the day, or
that's my era.
Can you get there and take the mark? And Megan Shute's been given the ball, so a chance to try and redeem herself here. 6 for 172. Goszko stands up in her crease and just defends this back down the pitch. She's 7. Harmon Preetcore on 22.
Sometimes hard in the bigger stadiums as well. There's a little bit of wind around, but sometimes the ball can swirl a little bit. And she did actually pick that up, Megan Shute, but in a way she sort of overran it, didn't she?
Yeah. Can be looking into the sun. We're getting a bit of that sun into our commentary box as Megan Shute comes in. Autumn off a bottom edge, looks to push it into the offside and straight to the field up in Phoebe Litchfield. So Healy at mid-off and Darcy Brown's at mid-on. In fact, it's Annabelle Sutherland who's at long-on. Darcy Brown's at mid-wicket. Georgia Vole is normally one of the sort of picked fielders out in the deep, but it's Ash Gardner who's fielding at deep mid-wicket at the moment. As Megan Shute comes in once more, back of a length, and this time does Goszko just off the back foot, drives to Phoebe Litchfield at extra cover.
Well, just watching where the outfielders are patrolling, so I've got extra covers in about, 7 metres or so, and I've got Annabelle Sutherland at long on. She's up as well. So it just shows you that the surface is probably not as quick as what maybe they thought it might have been.
Shoot in past the umpire, wide of the off stump. He's trying to club it down the ground. Goszko hasn't timed this, but it will land just short of Annabelle Sutherland, who came racing in from long on, but couldn't get there. Interesting decision to try and get on the attack there.
Yeah, no pace to work with. Megan Shute just rolled her fingers on that one. Annabelle Sutherland nearly got there as well, and I don't think she can be too much closer, because once you start creeping in, then you're at risk of the ball sailing over your head.
Yeah. 6 for 173, India in the 39th over. A bouncer from Megan Shute that doesn't get up. And then Harmon Preetcore went to ramp it and almost ramped it into our own grill of the helmet. So the trainer's going to have to come out and check the helmet here, but I don't think that was going all that quick, Gozzy.
A lot happened in that one ball. Guess what? Dot. Oh, she did. It was that slow. Got stuck in the hand of Megan Shute.
And had she tried to play just a traditional ramp shot, she probably could have almost got caught, but she tried to flick it with her wrists and flicked it into her grill.
Yeah, clocked it straight off the middle of the bat, straight into the grill. Dot ball. Oh,
bizarre.
Hey.
As is the mandatory in international cricket now, domestic cricket as well. If a player is struck in the helmet, the trainer comes out just to check that the player is okay, and the helmet is obviously okay as well, to make sure the players do have the proper protection. So we'll have a little delay here at 6 for 173. Kashavir Goszko is on 8. Harmon Preetcore is 22 from 45 deliveries. Hasn't hit a boundary yet, Gozzy. So she's probably the player where it's not really her natural game, but if she's going to take on a bit more of the responsibility, maybe she needs to be the more attacking player. But it feels like Kashavir Goszko is going to be more that role.
Yeah, and look, I think Harmon Preetcore's probably summed it up for India here, that she needs to be at the back end here.
Playing anchor role.
Yeah, and she is someone that can put the foot down. It's been a little bit more difficult for her in the last couple of years, but she certainly has the ability to.
How rattled is she after that ball to the head? She goes the ramp shot again, and it drifts down leg side, Megan Shute. She gets a little bottom edge onto it, and it beats the fielder at fine leg. A lunging effort from Alana King, unsuccessful, and a boundary after the delay. 6 for 177.
She got that one off the middle of the bat on that occasion, got well inside the line of the ball as well, so didn't clock it straight into the grill. Probably should have done better there. Alana King out at fine. Just rolled over the top of it, so a welcome relief there for India. It's funny, sometimes as a batter you have way too much time to think about what shot you're going to play. Harmanpreet Kaur played about 8 shots before the ball came down the other end. It was that slow.
Is that 6 balls for the over? 6 for 177.
I score each ball? Yes.
Right.
So that was 6, unless I missed one or added one in.
Unless I don't know. In comes Alana King. It could be a telling ball. Gautam's hit on the pad. King in full appeal as she turned to the umpire, and now Beth Mooney and Alyssa Healy come together. Will they send this upstairs once more? They've been successful once already.
They might. Alana King was pleading. Yep, they are.
Healy gives the signal to the umpire, and we're going to get another look at this.
Alana King had the old spirit fingers out as well. It was on one knee. The head rocked back. Please give it to me, umpy.
She
Okay,
liked
it's
it.
Kim. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. Comes out the front on vision, please.
That one didn't feel as close as the other one, but I mean, we're behind the batter at the moment.
We are behind the batter, yeah. So Kim Cotton is our TV umpire. Will talk us through here. 6 for 177.
Okay, back pass at the top of the ball. Can we go to ultra edge, please?
Maybe just outside the line of off.
That can often be the danger for
Gap on the left.
Alana King, can't it? It's just
Gap on the
pitching
left.
outside.
Gap on the left. Gap on the right. Still gap on the right. Gap on the left. Roll that through. Up. Satisfied there is no bat involved.
Just
Can we
checking
move
it
to ball
didn't hit the
track
gloves
ready,
as well on the
please?
way through.
Okay, pitching line, impact in line, and wickets is missing. So go back
just
on
misses
field
off
short,
stump.
Stay with your not out decision.
I should have
Stand
been an
by.
umpire.
You're on screen. Signal down.
How would have you gone as an umpire?
Oh, it would have
Having
been
to
all
stand
right.
still all day.
I was never out when I batted, but
That's true.
probably fire everyone. Hence why probably good I'm not an umpy. Sarah Elliott would have to report me. Even though match referee of the players, it'd have to be me as an umpy.
Yes, you might have to do that. 6 for 177 as Alana King in the 40th over comes in and flights this next delivery to Kashivir Gautam. Looks to drive, but straight to Darcy Brown, who does the fielding out wideish mid-on.
She bowled well though, Alana King.
Certainly has. 2 for 40 so far for the leggy as Gautam comes forward outside her crease, gets to the pitch of it and defends back down the pitch. She's 8 from 15.
Should have had 3 for as well. Megan Shute putting down that chance.
Yes.
The previous over.
Alana King with the sunglasses on at the top of her mark. The leggy comes in, sweeping and missing as it's taken by Beth Mooney down the leg side. Whips the bails off.
Yeah, that sun's in an annoying position at the moment, isn't it? For the fielders out on the boundary and also in the comms box.
Yep. That Ricky Ponting grandstand just needs to be extended a little bit higher, so blocks out the sun for us. But, yeah, currently coming through from the sort of southern side, southeastern side here at Belrive Oval. Alana King comes in. Kashivir Gautam this time works it off her hip and plays it out to deep backward square leg. Takes off for a single as Megan Shute comes racing in from the deep. Rockets a throw into Beth Mooney. 6 for 179. Of course, Beth Mooney to hold on to the gloves for the rest of the series now, so the one-day internationals and the test match.
But they don't have the luxury after Alyssa Healy comes out of having 2 keepers in the squad either. Phoebe Litchfield's been doing some work apparently.
Has she? Yeah. Harmanpreet Kaur on 26 as she awaits Alana King. Looks to push it into the offside, and this time it's Gautam who's not interested in the single. So the end of the over, and India are 6 for 178. Alana King finishes with the figures of 2 for 41 from her 10 overs. She's certainly done a superb job for the Australians after India made a promising start. Kashivir Gautam's on 9. Harmanpreet Kaur is on 26. Michelle Goszko's with you for Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport, and Aaron Bryans about to rejoin you.
ABC Sport coverage of Australia versus India. Live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
The roller coaster of one-day cricket. We're straight back into the action as Megan Shoot bowls across the off-stump and a big swing and a miss from Cashby. Dot ball to start the 41st over. Aaron Bryans and Michelle Goszko with you.
Azza.
Gozzy. What a glorious day it is here. It's my first time in Tasmania.
Is it?
Not the best of starts,
Did
but...
you get 1 foot in SA and 1 in Tassie?
Legs aren't long enough, unfortunately. Shoot bowls. Cashby gets the connection she was after on the last shot. Swatting pull shot down towards mid-wicket. Gardner's waiting in the deep. Just a single. 6 for 179. India move too. I'm really excited for this weekend, to be honest. We've got another game coming on Sunday. We get the day to ourselves on Saturday.
Sleep in tomorrow. How exciting.
So much to do.
Although I love Tassie. I do love coming here.
We've got a laundry list itinerary of things to try and see and do in the space of a day. Megan Shoot bowls. Lifted into the air off a cover drive from Harmanpreet. Out towards the fielder in the deep. Takes another single and moves to 27. 6 for 180. But this view is terrific. First time at Bellreef.
It's great. You can see the water in the background from where we are.
So you've got the hill, the river in the backdrop.
Big scoreboard.
Plenty on it. Shoot bowl stepping across the offside. Cashby makes the connection with the hook shot. Darting across is Ash Gardner and gets it on the bounce. Well fielded. And in front of the ponting stand, and just a single, 6 for 181.
Well, normally we say about the players putting mayo on the dive. There's mayo on that scoreboard. There's a lot on it. A lot. Sometimes you just want simple stuff. What's the score? How many runs per over and what the batters are on?
You know what partnership that screams to me? It's Rick Finlay. He would love that scoreboard. This is his hometown. Harmanpreet tucks it into the onside, making Gardner do a fair bit of work. Takes another single, 6 for 182.
He's probably got stats on scoreboards. I wouldn't even put it past him. He'll come in and say, right, well, this is what this scoreboard has and, you know, what the stats are around it.
Maybe that's where they're getting their numbers from. He'll back at home and he's feeding them from the couch. I've heard a whisper he's going to join us on Sunday, unofficially.
He's a good man.
Megan Shoot. Bowling to Cashby, looked to defend across the off stump, stuck the bat out but couldn't quite read the delivery, change of pace and beaten. That'll wrap up the over, 6 for 182. Harmanpreet on 28, Cashby on 11. 41 down for India, who started so hot. Opening partnership of 78 runs, then lost 3 for 5, including 5 for 52. As Mandana passed for 31, Rodrigues for 11, Pradika for 52, Deep D for just 1. So she's gone duck 1-2-1 in her last 4 innings. Deepti Sharma, which is another conversation to be had about her spot in the side. Amanjot out for 13 and Gosh for 22. We find ourselves 6 for 182 India, which just doesn't feel like enough at this stage.
Yeah, it feels under par, especially from where they were, the platform that they had. And in one-day cricket, you need one of your top 4 to really go on with it as well. If you're going to put a good total on the board.
We're all out for 214 the other day at Allan Border Field, and the Aussies comfortably chased that down in the 39th. Gardner bowls up to Harmanpreet. Leans into a cover shot. Quickly fielded inside the circle.
I feel this surface will suit the Indian bowlers a little bit better, though. A little bit slower.
Gardner to Harmanpreet Kaur on the back foot. Tucks it into the vacant point region. Wants the quick signal. Gardner was tracking onto it off the follow-through. No shot at the stumps as they get home. 6 for 183, and it's a new side of Harmanpreet we haven't seen in a while, Gozzy.
I just fell off my chair. I was like, hang on.
Quick singles?
Quick singles.
What's going on?
Once you pass the age of 35, there's not too many of them anyway, Azza.
Cashby now awaits Ash Gardner. Late heroics a few days ago in Brisbane. Leans back, pulled just backward of square, tracked by McGrath and takes the singles. Cashby moves to 12. India 6 for 184.
But there's been far too many dot balls. So, you know, at the end of this innings, we'll have a look and see how many dot balls there were, because it's just, it seems like it's been a huge number throughout this innings.
Ash Gardner to Harmanpreet Kaur, 2 very prolific names. Turn into the onside for square shot and another single, 6 for 185. I mean, our man Akash photoed us back in the studio. There's not a lot of highlights outside of the wickets from this innings.
Yeah. There's been 1-6. There's some fours early on. Then there was that period of the game where think it was 10 overs or so, we hadn't seen a boundary. So, really tighten the screws, the Australians.
Gardner's got a plan in place. Onside's open. Bowls a loopy, well-flighted delivery. Dropping low and sweeping is Cashby out towards deep backward square. Takes the single on offer, so 6 for 186. The deep fielders will stay where they are, so backward square, mid-wicket, long on. In terms of the infield, really it's just Talia McGrath at kind of a leg gully position, so there's a lot of room there. If Harmanpreet wants to use the onside, the right-hander comes down the track and goes for it. Low skidding shot. Moves its way down towards long on and is fielded. Just a single, 6 for 187.
Yeah, another good over, though, from the Australians. It's only been the singles, so I think for the Indians, I think if they can get to... if they can keep these two in the middle for the majority of the rest of the innings, if they can scramble to 250, I think they'd be happy from where they actually were, apart from the start.
Would be deflating for them, though. They've never beaten Australia in an ODI series before, so 11-0 in terms of when it's just head-to-head, not involved in major tournaments. And really the way the series has gone, it's been a lot about new blood, old blood, where Australia's been, the behemoth of women's cricket for so long. India's feeling like they're starting to finally be competitive on that stage, and Australia's slipping a bit.
Yep.
And you look at this series, it's gone... They've traded wins the whole time. This would be the first consecutive victory for the Aussies in this campaign. So India don't really want to let this go.
Well, whilst you were doing Tom Hanks' The Terminal at the airport, we did talk about that, actually, that there's a little bit of pressure onto the Indian side.
Might have been when I was at the carousel, Gozzy. I was listening. In comes Megan Shute. Big swatting shot across the pads and down to the rope for 4 from Harmanpreet. Just a little, I would say misfield, but slow onto it was Annabelle Sutherland and just didn't get there in time.
Yeah, just swung into the batting arc of Harmanpreet Kaur, and she does have that ability to put the foot down.
So Kaur's up to 35. India 6 for 191 in the 43rd after electing to bat. Kaur awaits Shute, angling across to the leg side. It's worked backward of square. Another single, 36 rather is Kaur. 6 for 192. That's the joys of ABC Listen, Gozzy. Get him basically anywhere except a commercial flight that doesn't have Wi-Fi, which did unravel me at the start of the coverage, but...
Well, you had a lot to look forward to when you landed.
Shute to Cashby. High bat raise, straight line delivery. Bit of change of pace as well, slower down the track and just guided out to cover. One more to the total, 6 for 193. Cashby's up to 14.
So this has been better. So they're looking to score off every single ball. It just seems like they could have gone, 3 or 4 overs or even 5 or 6 overs earlier, rather than trying to absorb all the dot balls and then looking for the boundary. Just keep rotating the strike.
Harmanpreet awaits Shute. Kept low and slowed down late. She pulls to mid-wicket. Gardner's waiting on the ropes. Another one, 6 for 194 as Harmanpreet moves to 37. The crowd is enjoying the lack of highlights, really, because Australia feel on top of this innings right now.
Yeah, they do. I've seen out Alana King, though, the Indians, so I'm sure they'll be happy to see the back of her.
Cashby on 14. 5th ODI game for her. Wider delivery across the off stump, drops to one knee and a big swing and a miss. Mooney's right onto it.
It was very slow for Megan Shute. She'd almost played 3 shots by the time the ball came down the other end.
You can see what she wanted to do, but waited an eternity for it to come and just couldn't pick it up.
Blueprint for the Indians when they get the ball in hand later on.
6 for 194. Cashby on 14. Had 43 the other day in Brisbane. Bottom edge of the bat as she looks to pull. Gets enough contact to roll through mid-wicket and get off the crease. Moves to 15, 6 for 195. That is the end of the over, though, so she will retain it. Cashby on 15 from 26. Harmanpreet 37 from 56. Aaron Bryans and Michelle Goszko with you for Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Reminder, we've got the 3rd one-day international between these two sides on Sunday, 2:30 Eastern Daylight Time, and then the test at the WACA ground on Friday, the newly redeveloped WACA ground, 10,000 in the house. You excited for that, Sarah Elliott?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
Needed it.
Test matches at the WAC, over in Western Australia, just full stop are great. Remember one England recent years, that was a terrific game. I think just India and Australia in a test match. I think back to the one at Manica too. That was a terrific contest. So it's set up to be a great day.
Gardner's going to continue from the river end. Bowling to Kashfi. Very open onside. And she'll use it, pulling through square leg. Fielder in the deep. Takes the single. 6 for 196 India. So I'm excited about the new development because as a fan who grew up out west, there wasn't a lot of shade at the WAC. It was pretty unrelenting at times and the facilities were starting to get run down. What are your memories of the WACA in terms of why it maybe needs to develop into what it is? Gardner bowls a shorter delivery, back of a length, down the track, came Harmanpreet and got all of it. On the half volley, big tonk, out towards long on for 6. There was a desperate attempt close to the rope. Nicola Carey stuck an arm up trying to reel it in, couldn't get there in time, and the height was too much. And it is 6 for India, 6 for 202 they move to.
Terrific shot. Yeah, lots to love about that WACA ground.
Chros moving on now to 43. Gardner bowls to her. She'll place it into the onside and move on to 44, 6 for 203.
And my memories are very much about that hill too,
yes,
as a player. But sitting watching the crowd on that hill, always hot, always like high 30s, and watching the crowd and being out in the field.
Kashfi now drops low and pulls Gardner backward a square.
But also the facilities, I think the facilities could do with an upgrade, the change rooms, the gym facilities, the indoor sort of training facilities. I'm excited for this water slide that's going next door. Yes. I reckon that's pretty exciting to be at the top while you queue up waiting for
Could you imagine?
The water slide line. You can watch
watching a bit of cricket, then slide down. Miss a wicket in the process on the way down the tube. Just a single there as McGrath fielded in the deep. Now Gardner bowls to Harmanpreet. Tried to guide it down leg, but quickly fielded inside the circle.
And it takes lots of people to put these things in motion, but I think big credit to Chris Matthews in her time as CEO there.
Good friend of ABC Sport as well. Ash Gardner bowls to Harmanpreet. Works it into the onside and moves to 45 with the single off 60 deliveries. India 6 for 205 at the end of the 44th over after electing to bat. Aaron Bryans and Sarah Elliott with you. So maybe another milestone incoming for Harmanpreet Kaur. And they've needed a hot start, but a middle order, well, not middle order, but just bottom end of the top middle collapse has kind of put India well and truly on the back foot.
Yeah, absolutely. The promising thing or the upside for India is that Kaur's still out there and she's such a class player. So her ability to up this run rate, you never know until the game plays out. Maybe batting's a little bit trickier than we thought. Certainly it was a little green early, but the openers seemed to get through that, maybe coming on a little bit more slowly to the bat. So I think in looking back, in reflection, it's going to be under what they would have hoped for at the start of the day, India. But a really big 6 overs here. Can they push past that 250 mark and actually give themselves something to bowl at?
So still looks at her best, Harmanpreet Kaur, despite that knee injury when she was batting at Allan Border Field the other day. Rumblings that she might have missed, but she's come out today and fit and firing. Currently on 45 from 60, 6 for 205 for India. And a bowling change, we're going to see Nicola Carey be away from the Church Street end. Fielding set up at the moment for the right-handed Kaur. We've got a deep cover, long on, mid-wicket and backward square. Bounding in, Nicola Carey, right arm over the wicket. Kaur clubs her down towards long on, where it will be fielded by Sutherland. And a single to move to 46 for Harmanpreet Kaur, and India 6 for 206.
She's contributed really well, Nicola Carey. A late change coming in, but has really played her role. And she's good to see her bowl in 3 different spells and be successful in all of those, building pressure, but also taking a wicket is terrific for her.
Melissa Healy with some direction to Nicola Carey back into the Australian lineup. Hometown girl as well. To Cash's V on 17 now. Leans forward into an off drive, straight down towards Alyssa Healy, no run.
Carey originally New South Wales. Am I right in saying that? How long do you have to be in a state for them to claim you as their own?
I think she'd call herself.
I think she would when she's. It must be 10 years, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it depends. Everyone's got different interpretations, don't they? Subjective. Where does your heart lie? Nicola Carey stepping across the offside. Kashfi goes big and splits the two fielders, waiting at mid-wicket with a pull shot that bounces over the rope for 4.
Really valuable runs here. Kashfi playing her role beautifully. Too short. Terrific to get it in that gap with good power.
Big fan of Kashfi. She's just alternative in terms of cricket. A lot of tattoos, different hairstyle. One of them is a great yarn. I'll get into it in a moment. 6 for 210. Carey bowls to Kashfi. Works it into the onside with the defensive shot. Takes the single. Wanted 2 as well. Good running. Realised that Gardner was coming in from the deep and they get through for the double. 6 for 212 as Kashfi moves to 23. So on her left bicep, she's got capital G, greater than, to the power of V. And it essentially means God is greater than my ups and downs.
Brilliant.
But it looks like a math formula on her bicep.
That's a complicated, for very good.
But it's creative. I like it.
What was the N? G to the power of. That's good.
Yeah. Little fielding change here, so the cover fielder's coming in. We're going to have a long off now as Healy darts back to the rope. So long off, long on, mid-wicket, backward square. Kashfi on 23. Carey bowls on the stumps to her, forward delivery. Push down towards Sutherland, where it's fielded, and they take the single. 6 for 213. Harmanpreet Kaur on 46 on strike for the final ball of the 45th over.
There's some inspiration for you. Be that creative?
See, I was going to say the opposite, where my tattoos are very generic. I think I got them out of a sticker book. I like Kashfi's better. She's really thought about those. I was 18 and just threw them in. Harmanpreet Kaur on 46. Carey bowls to her. Hard shot as she tries to skid it through mid-wicket, but it's straight towards the direction of Ash Gardner. And just a single. Harmanpreet moves to 47. India 6 for 214. Kashfi's out there on 24 as well. 5 to go in their innings. Will they make a big enough total to try and prevent Australia taking this series 2 straight off the back of their win at Allan Border Field? Commentary change coming up on ABC Sport. Chris Rowbottom's coming in.
ABC Sports coverage of Australia versus India. Live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Thank you, Aaron. 6 for 214 as we turn for home. Final 5 overs coming up here on ABC Sport. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage so far this afternoon. Australia-India in a sun-soaked Belrive. Harmanpreet Kaur nearing a half century, 47 from 62, and Kashfi Gautam, much like she did in Brisbane, providing a very, very handy cameo at the back end of the innings. She is 24 from 32. Continuing here, Harmanpreet Kaur is slicing this into the fielder at point, and that didn't tickle for Alana King. Hit her at speed.
That's got to hurt right in that hip, side-on hip region. Youch. Good stop.
Ash Gardner in over the wicket, now advancing is Harmanpreet, just knocks this one down to long on and ambles on through for a single. So what are we thinking here in terms of a total, a competitive total?
Oh, look, they're going to want to get to over 250. That's 8 and over from here. That's a minimum.
Gardner in over the wicket. On the sweep now is Gautam, and she picks out the fielder in the deep. So just the single. She can go, can Kashfi. 43 from 44 in Brisbane, including 3 sixes. So she's got gears, and she can up the run rate if required. Harmanpreet Kaur now advancing, just swiping this one down to deep mid-wicket. Again, cruises through for a single. She moves 1 run closer to a half century, 49 from 65 for the skipper.
It's a great supporting role, isn't it, from Kashfi?
Just what the doctor ordered for India. And this time she's been bowled. Well, she missed it on the pull shot, had bobbled it up and then just rolled into the stumps. The bails drop, they light up, and Kashfi has to go for 25 just as she was looking to explode. And Australia pluck one out of nothing via the hand of Ash Gardner.
That was kind of unlucky, wasn't it? Waiting to see the replay, but missed the pull shot. It was short, there to be hit. It's come off her pad, onto her glove, onto the stumps. That's unlucky.
That was very unlucky indeed. It just sort of plopped down and rolled back into the stumps, and it was enough for the bails to be dislodged and for India to lose their 7th wicket for 217 runs. And she'll be fuming because she looked to be in pretty good touch. 25 from 34 deliveries, including a couple of boundaries. And she trudges back to the boundary, wondering what might have been in the back end of this innings. 7 for 217. And that's a big wicket.
That's not what India needed, didn't they? They were just launching 2 set batters at the crease these final 5 overs. A lot rest on Kaur's shoulders now if her team are going to make that much-needed 250.
So that brings Kranti Goud into the middle. 2 from 10 last time out in Brisbane. 22-year-old right-hander, selected for all 3 formats in this trip down under. Yeah, just having another look at the replay, she's sort of missed it on the pull shot. It's hit the bottom of her glove and it's just rolled back onto the stumps. Super unlucky. So Gow just, with some touch, just glides this through gully and is able to get off the mark with a quick single. Huge wicket for the Australians, who'd love to keep India below that 250 mark as Ash Gardner finishes her spell. 7 for 218 with 4 overs remaining in this innings.
So valuable again with the ball today. Ash Gardner picked up the 2 wickets, crucial wickets too. Mandana earlier in the game. Been nice and economical too. 39 runs coming from her 10 overs.
2 for 39 in the maiden for Ash Gardner. So 5 wickets across the past 2 matches for her, on a ground that she enjoys playing at. She made that century, of course, against England last summer, which was very memorable indeed. So the projected score at the current run rate at 4.74 is 237. And to get to 250, they'll need 8 exactly from the final 4 overs. Nicola Carey at the ready. Top of a mark here from the Church Street end. She's into Kranti Goud, who's driving, not exactly timing it well. She got some thick outside edge. It runs down to the 3rd boundary and it beats a chasing Talia McGrath to the rope. So valuable runs. She gets a 4.
How often does that happen? The batter comes to the crease at the death and just gets that outside edge for the boundary.
No pitches on the scorecard, as they say. They all count. 7 for 222 now. Nicola Carey, who's been pretty good this afternoon. Over the wicket she comes, onto the pads. This will be drifting down the leg side. Struck just above the knee roll was Kranti, and nothing doing from the umpire, despite the pleas of the gentleman in the crowd.
Maybe a little bit of an inside edge as well.
Nicola Carey's been handy on return, 1 for 42. Her figures. Expansive drive, lofted over the infield. 2 bounces, 3 bounces and a roll all the way out to the boundary at deep extra cover. That's a good shot from Kranti Goud, who picks up another boundary. She moves to 9. And the Indian team moves to 7 for 226. Valuable runs at the back end here.
That's a lovely shot, really was. Just came off the bat, timed it well, didn't look to overhit. I think she's got a heavy bat.
Carey in again, back of a length, just tries to dab this outside the off stump, misses everything. Up to the stumps is Beth Mooney, who collects cleanly, no run.
Can put away those cheeky shots and just keep hitting it.
Yeah, well, still a couple of wickets in the sheds, although not a great deal of batting left, it has to be said. What can Kranti Goud unveil here? She drives and expansively once again. This time, well, that second effort might have been better than the first. This one rolls down to the long off boundary on this occasion for 4 more. So just attacking Nicola Carey here, over pitch slightly, and she picks up a boundary.
She really doesn't look to put too much effort into the shot. Really just nice fast hands. A good middle on that bat. It's going to see a fielding change, which makes sense. Cover coming up. She's going to bowl that really straight line, mid-off back instead.
So Alyssa Healy just makes her way back to the long off boundary. This is pitched up onto the toes, worked into the onside on this occasion, just forward of square. No thought about turning for two. Reeled on in for a single. So 7 for 231 now at the completion of 47 overs. Harmanpreet Kaur just dangling on the edge of a half century, 49 from 65. And Kranti Goud is 14 from 7 deliveries. Projected score of 246. Australians looking to wrap up this batting innings after India won the toss and elected to bat.
Really valuable over that one, 13 coming off it. I see Sutherland coming back into the attack here. Gardner, King, both bowled out. It does make you wonder when King and Gardner have been the leading sort of wicket takers in this innings and best economy rates as well. Is there room for a third spinner in Georgia Wareham?
Yeah, it's not a bad call at all. Sutherland's at the top of her mark, 1 for 22, her figures so far this afternoon. Into Goud, who has a big swipe straight back over her head, all the way down to the boundary. It won't quite get there, and reeled in for just a single, but plenty of intent showed by Kranti Goud, who moves to 14, 7 for 231.
There's not a chance that Australia wouldn't have got 2 off that.
As we welcome our listeners from right across Tasmania on 936 ABC Radio Hobart and Northern Tasmania as well. Beautiful conditions at Bellary for the one-dayer between Australia and India. India 7 for 232. Sutherland's in, short ball, well handled by Harmanpreet Kaur on the pull shot. She rolls it down to deep backward square and she cruises through for a single, and that'll be her half century. And a well-crafted one from the captain. 50 comes up from 66 deliveries. And she's proved a steady hand in the middle order when India needed her most. 7 for 233 now to the 48th over.
Yeah, terrific innings. Real captain's knock.
Has been from the veteran. World Cup winning captain, of course. Kranti now up on her toes and just punching into the offside. No run here off the bowling of Sutherland, who's 1 for 24 from her 5.3 overs this afternoon.
Searching for a boundary here. Is it going to be over cover as in the last over?
Sutherland in again. Bounds on in from the river end. Tries to drop this one in short. A big swipe at this from Goud. Does not connect at all. It lands softly just over the head of Sutherland as the fielder comes in from the deep long on boundary, and Ash Gardner retrieves it. They get just the single. But she's trying, isn't she, Kranti, to add some late runs, push this total up above 250 plus. Harmanpreet, the half-centurion, full delivery, picked up very well on the half volley. Oh, she's going to set off for a single. She hasn't done that all afternoon, the quick single, and she caught Kranti Goud a little unawares. She manages to scoot through to the striker's ends. Gets her hustle on, and they pick up one more.
You've got to run those ones, don't you, at this stage of the game?
You do. I think Harmanpreet thought exactly the same. She had to pick up a single there, even if she didn't want to necessarily give up the strike. Kranti on strike, just reaches for this and tugs this one down to deep mid-wicket. And she picks up a single. And that is the end of the over as we approach the 50-over mark. And the halfway point of this match, 7 for 236 India. Harmanpreet Kaur has 51 from 67 deliveries, does the captain. Kranti Goud has 17 from 11.
She's got the best strike rate of the team so far, I think. Kranti has come out with great intent, as this stage of the game dictates. 250s in that scorecard, but unfortunately no one able to go big. And that may prove to be the difference at the end of the game.
So she's not quite the top scorer so far this afternoon. Pratika Ral and 52 from 81 deliveries at the top of the order before she was run out in terrible circumstances, if you're her. Megan Shute into the attack here from the Church Street end. It was full and slow and unable to be put away by Kranti Goud.
Very well bowled, right in the block hole. Just couldn't get anything under it.
That's good craft, good death bowling.
Just shows her experience, doesn't it? It's hard to see her not in the regular 11.
33 years old, veteran, back in the team via some injuries to the Australian team. This is driven into the covers, and a good stop from none other than Phoebe Litchfield, who has been a demon in the field so far today.
She saves a lot of runs. She prides herself on it too. You could see she had those couple little fumbles where they did sneak an extra run, and she was so upset with herself. She just owns that space. It saved at least a couple, if not 4.
Captain of the Sydney Thunder, of course, in the WBBL. Shoots in again. This, again, is full and slow and not quite timed to perfection from Harmanpreet Kaur, but she hoiks it down to deep mid-wicket, and this time they do hustle through for a couple. That's good running from India. Harmanpreet Kaur adds 2 to her tally. They just attempt to push the tempo in the final couple of overs here. 7 for 239. Megan Shute hasn't picked up a wicket so far today. Kaur's on strike here. Can she get a late one? Over the wicket she comes. Again, a big heave down to deep mid-wicket. Doesn't quite strike it in the screws, but able to get through for another single.
Really good over so far. Desperate for a boundary. India just can't find one. The fielders in the deep doing a great job.
7 for 240 now, India. Penultimate over of the innings. 2 balls to come from Megan Shute. Kranti Gowd. This one's dropped in short. She advances again, and she just loves that flat bat tennis shot straight back down the ground. She thought about coming back for 2, but she was certainly not a second there. As Annabelle Sutherland riddles it in from the deep.
It's been a fighting sort of back half of this innings for India, hasn't it? They set themselves up. They lost valuable wickets, but this tail end, combined with Kaur, put in a fighting effort.
They've had some starts, unable to convert on a couple of occasions, and this time it's Harmanpreet Kaur stepping back, and she's out. She lofts this one straight to the fielder at cover, attempting to go over the top, and she has to go. Does Harmanpreet Kaur. It was a very well-made and extremely valuable 54. And India slumped to 8 for 241.
Good catch by Litchfield there, just pushing, searching for that boundary. I guess the pleasing thing for India is they're going to have more runs than they had the other night to defend. The other night it wasn't enough. We'll wait and see what the Australians can do with the bat.
So Megan Shute does get that wicket in this bowling innings off the final ball of her over. So she'll finish at 1 for 46 as we enter the final over of the innings here. And it's going to be Sri Charani out in the middle after Harmanpreet Kaur, the skipper, goes for 54. Caught by Litchfield at cover. She deserved a catch after her work in the field so far today. Oh, is this an edge, a bottom edge from Kranti Gowd attempting to swipe? I think it was. They're certainly going to have a look at it. There was a very loud noise. Kranti Gowd is hanging around in the middle. Has she been given? She's eventually going to maybe trudge off, or are we going to go upstairs here?
I think Sean Craig just wants to know if it carried or not, but now they've come together, they're probably going to check it, aren't they?
Well, there's a big swipe across the line on the pull shot off the bowling of Annabelle Sutherland. It was a very thick noise.
Kane, it's Kim. We have an umpire review for a fair catch. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with front on, please?
Do you start walking if it was that loud of an edge? I don't know.
It sounded very obvious up here. It looked
She looks like she's wandering.
It looked it was certainly a noise. Whether it carried into the gloves of Beth Mooney, the pitch just obscured a little bit, but it looks like it has. They went up fairly confidently, did the Australians. And it looks like Kranti Gowd is going to make her way out to the dugout.
Mooney's been good with the gloves, hasn't she?
She's been really good.
Yeah, and just keep.
So well and truly gloved by Beth Mooney. So she gets involved once again. That's her third catch of the innings, and Kranti Gowd, after a mini cameo, 19 from 14. She has to go.
Yeah, I'm satisfied she's called it. Just want to make
Really
sure
valuable runs. Played her role beautifully. Ran hard between wickets too.
Pick rolling through.
Yeah, it was a valuable contribution towards the back end. So 8 for 241 now. Go Team India. Andy Gown still out in the middle. Or no, she's made her way out now. So she's back in the sheds after a well-made 19. So here comes the debutante, Vaishnavi Sharma, for her first look at things at international one-day level. She's got Annabelle Sutherland to deal with. So a wicket off the first ball, off the final over here, 9 for 241. Vaishnavi Sharma. It's a slow delivery, just chipped up back to Sutherland. Her eyes widened as she tried to get a caught and bowled chance. Couldn't quite make it.
They will absolutely want 10 wickets here, the Australians. They want to make this debutante feel as uncomfortable as possible at the crease. There's no love lost when it comes to competing. Australia versus India, two very competitive sides.
Yeah, it's just that little extra flex, isn't it, if you're able to bowl out your opposition. 4 balls remaining in this innings. Sutherland's in. Around the wicket to Sharma, who lashes outside the off stump. Big, thick top edge through a vacant slips caught, and this will run away. And I'm not sure it was by design, but that is a very valuable 4 runs for the debutante Vaishnavi Sharma, and a very valuable boundary to her team. India moved to 9 for 245. That 250 well and truly in reach.
That's the second one we've seen in the last few overs, new batter do it. It just makes you think, do you put a third in? You could probably take out your cover, maybe a deep square leg if you're going to bowl full.
And again, slower delivery. Vaishnavi unable to do much with this, just clips it into her toes. So left-hander Vaishnavi Sharma didn't play in the T20. She's only 20 years old. Bowls the slow left arm offies and into the team today for Renuka Thakur.
Sutherland just making that change now. Third's gone back, cover's come up, and same. Long on's come up, fine leg's gone back. I'm not sure that they're rating her batting.
Sutherland's in, short delivery wide of the off stump. She reaches at this and she gets a nice piece of it. It runs away down to the deep backward point boundary. And that is frustrating for the Australians. Annabelle Sutherland in a huff.
Well, it's probably a really disappointing ball at the end of the day. You're bowling short, it's wide, it was there to be swung at, especially when you've made the field change. Everything indicating you're going to bowl full and straight.
Final ball of the innings. In comes Sutherland. It was full, it was slow. It's bunted into the offside. A vicious throw at the stumps from in close. In fact, they're going to pick up 2 here, is India. Super valuable runs to round out the innings, and they do surpass 250 in the end. They get to 251 for the loss of 9 wickets. And they scrape together a very defendable total here at Bellerive. And it was an entertaining couple of minutes there from Vaishnavi Sharma, the debutante, who made 10 runs from 5 deliveries. And that will be the victory target for the Australians, 252 after India made 9 for 251. A quick call of the card, then your thoughts, Sarah Elliott, before we take a short break. So Pratika Roll, she made the half century, 52 at the top of the order for India. Smriti Mandana made 31. She was bowled by Ashley Gardner. Jemima Rodrigues, 11 from 15 deliveries, caught behind by Beth Mooney off the bowling of Annabelle Sutherland. Harmanpreet Kaur, the captain, was dismissed a short time ago. She made 54 from 70 deliveries, including 2 fours and a 6. She was caught by Phoebe Litchfield off the bowling of Megan Shute. Deepti Sharma, just the 1 from 6 deliveries. Alana King removed her, caught by Nicola Carey out in the deep. Amanjot Kaur. Nicola Carey combined with Beth Mooney to remove her for 13 from 18 deliveries. Risha Ghosh removed LBW by Alana King for 22 off 19. Kashfi Gautam made 25 off 34 deliveries, including 2 boundaries. She too was bowled in somewhat unfortunate circumstances by Ashley Gardner. Kranti Gowd was removed by Annabelle Sutherland, caught behind by Beth Mooney. She made 19 from 15 deliveries, including 3 boundaries. Sri Acharani and Vaishnavi Sharma were not out. Sharma made 10 an unbeaten 10 off just 5 balls. The bowling figures for Australia, 2 wickets apiece to Alana King, Annabelle Sutherland and Ashley Gardner. King 2 for 41 from her 10 overs. Sutherland 2 for 37 from 7. Ash Gardner 2 for 39 from her 10 single wicket efforts to Nicola Carey and Megan Shute. 1 for 46 to shoot off 9 overs, including a maiden. And Nicola Carey finished with 1 for 55 from her 8 overs. No maidens to Nicola Carey. So 251 for the loss of 9 wickets. Australia will need 252 to go up in this series 6-4. Your thoughts, Sarah Elliott? Was it enough? Can they defend a total just above 250?
Absolutely, it's something to bowl at. I think psychologically over 250 gives them something. Whether it's going to be enough, it's probably under par. I think Australia go into the halfway mark feeling like they're ahead in the game. I don't think they bowled particularly that well, particularly the first half of that innings, but a fighting effort. The spinners did really well to pick up wickets and to build some pressure, and we saw the run rate dropping. So I think the game's still in the balance. I think Australia's in front, and their opening batters are going to back themselves to come out and go hard and get Australia into a good position early.
Grandstand cricket for ABC Sports. Second one-day international, Australia and India. India 9 for 251. We'll have the Australian batting innings coming up very, very shortly. For now, though, we'll take a short trip to the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Noni Edwards. Authorities have charged a 20-year-old man from regional WA with preparing for a terrorist act. Kian Burke reports.
The WA Joint Counter-Terrorism Team, made up of WA Police, the Australian Federal Police and ASIO, said they had been investigating the man's online activities. It led them, they said, to search a home in the state's Wheatbelt region east of Perth. He's now been charged with acting in preparation for a terrorist act and using a carriage service to menace or harass. Police have also charged him with possessing a prohibited weapon, failing to store a firearm or related thing in compliant storage, and unlicensed ammunition. He's due to appear in court this afternoon.
A severe weather warning's been issued for much of central Australia as a large rain band moves east. Harry Buttonshaw has more.
The Weather Bureau has issued a warning for heavy rain from south of Mount Isa in Western Queensland down to South Australia's south coast. 6-hour rain totals of up to 110 millimetres are possible for southern parts of the NT and northern South Australia. The band is expected to build further into South Australia tomorrow and is then predicted to move southeast into Victoria and southwest New South Wales over the weekend and into next week. A number of flood warnings have also been issued across the rain band's path, with the system also
12 teams, 3 cities, 1 dream.
Great touch on the edge of the box, right foot strike, and 6 scores! Unbelievable!
ABC Listen, your home of the AFC Women's Asian Cup Australia 2026.
Dribbles to the edge of the area, strikes! Oh, it's in! What a wonderful goal!
One match live every day. Every Matildas game, every final. On ABC Listen. Just look for the green and gold Asian Cup button.
ABC Sports coverage of women's international cricket. Australia versus India.
Here's Pratika Ral. Megan Shute took her wicket last time out. This was up-ish, but driving and it's through the covers. It'll beat the infield and roll out for the first boundary of the afternoon. She's in again, driving through that region again. Punching through the covers is Pratika Ral and a second boundary. And that is beautiful batting. Hands forward, all along the carpet for 4 more. Glided here by Pratika Ral. She's going to split the field here. This is going to dribble out to the boundary. Beautifully timed shot. Mandana just pivots on this one and gets plenty of it. Beautifully timed stroke out for the backward square boundary. And another boundary for her. India just keep ticking over the scoreboard. Mandana has looked fairly assured. She's on the reverse here and she's been bowled. So she just attempted to spice things up a little bit, probably unnecessarily in the end, and she's been castled by Ashley Gardner, and Australia get the crucial breakthrough. 1 for 78 goes India, and Smriti Mandana has to go for 31.
In the battle as she fights a fuller delivery, and Pratika Ral takes the single out to deep mid-wicket, and that's a half century. Sutherland comes in. Rodriguez is going to play a late cut. She edges, and it's caught behind. Beth Mooney takes the catch. That's a soft dismissal for Jemima Rodriguez, who was looking to build nicely here. And India lose a second wicket. They're 2 for 98.
King bowls, fallen straight on the bounce, half volley, quick single, it's going to be a run out. Down comes the track is Rawal, and Harmanpreet Kaur did not follow it. And the third wicket will fall. 3 for 100 are India. A frustrating end to Pradika Rawal's innings. She's out for 52, run out after a skipper sent her back. Bowling the deep two, comes down the track. Huge Hoy, cross bat shot out towards mid-wicket and taken. Rainbow arc that loops down towards the rope, and Nicola Carey stands strong. 4 for 103, and India's hot start has eviscerated here at Bellerive. King, this is a hip-hot full toss, and is punished as a result. Check drive down through mid-wicket to the rope for 4.
She's in over the wicket. Oh, does she draw the edge? She's been given. So Nicola Carey strikes, and now India slumped to 5 for 130. Amanjot Kaur has to go. A little poke outside the off stump, and it was enough to feather one through into the gloves of Beth Mooney. Loops this one up. Risha Ghosh has a big swing at this, and she connects, and that's a 6. Down to the long-on boundary. She clears the rope.
King, as she fights this delivery, looking to sweep. Struck on the pad, gosh, but the not out call as she comes to the middle of the pitch. But they are going to send this upstairs. And this is going to be out. Michelle Goszko had her finger out. And the breakthrough for the Australians as Risha Ghosh has to go. She's out for 22. India now 6 for 162.
Gardner bowls a shorter delivery, back of a length, down the track, came Harmanpreet and got all of it. On the half volley, big tonk, out towards long on for 6.
And this time she's been bowled. Well, she missed it on the pull shot and bobbled it up and then just rolled into the stumps. The bails drop, they light up, and Cash V has to go for 25 just as she was looking to explode. And Australia pluck one out of nothing via the hand of Ash Gardner. Short ball, well handled by Harmanpreet Kaur on the pull shot. She rolls it down to deep backward square and she cruises through for a single, and that'll be her half century. A well-crafted one from the captain. 50 comes up from 66 deliveries. And this time it's Harmanpreet Kaur stepping back and she's out. She lofts this one straight to the fielder at cover, attempting to go over the top. And she has to go, this Harmanpreet Kaur. It was a very well-made and extremely valuable 54. In comes Sutherland. It was full, it was slow. It's bunted into the offside. A vicious throw at the stumps from in close. In fact, they're going to pick up 2 here. Is India. Super valuable runs to round out the innings, and they do surpass 250 in the end. They get to 251 for the loss of 9 wickets. And they scrape together a very defendable total here at Bellerive.
ABC Sports coverage of women's international cricket. Australia versus India. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio and ABC Listen.
Australia.
Annabelle Sutherland on 97, clears the front leg, hits it long over cow corner for 6. A star continuing to rise.
Versus India.
Tucked away off the pads, very fine. Mandana gets 1, comes back for the second, and that'll be 3 figures for the Indian champ.
Australia versus India.
3 T20s, 3 one-dayers, and a test match to see who can claim supremacy. Every ball live on ABC Listen. Just look for the pink cricket button. Every night on ABC Listen.
Hits this down the ground. Oh, it's gone for 6. He's hit it over long off.
The Men's T20 World Cup, live from India and Sri Lanka.
Round the wicket, bowls him, and it's a second wicket, and the crowd goes absolutely wild.
Just click on the white World Cup button for every match live.
Full toss and Surya's gone straight field. He's going to be 6 more.
Cricket never sleeps with ABC Sport and ABC Listen.
ABC Sports coverage of Australia versus India. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio and ABC Listen. Your home of cricket.
So India get to 9 for 251 from their 20 overs, courtesy of half centuries from Harmanpreet Kaur and Pradika Rawal. Sutherland takes 2 wickets for the Australians, while 2 wickets to Ash Gardner and also to Alana King. Back Clinch with you alongside former Australian double centurion Michelle Goszko with you as the sun is beating down still here at Bellerive Oval, and we're still another 15 minutes or so minutes away from the Australian run chase getting underway. But Gozzy was an Indian innings that got off to a promising start. Some wickets fell relatively quickly and then a relatively good response towards the end. But Australia will feel like a score of under 300 is certainly gettable.
Yeah, they had a rollicking start, India, and it felt like 300 was certainly on the cards. And then they had a bit of a collapse in the middle, lost 3 quick wickets. And then it was a little bit of a fight back at the end. Harmanpreet Kaur was key to that, 54 off her 70. But Australia bowled well. I thought the spinners bowled well. I think Alana King in particular. But, yeah, it just feels for me it's probably a little bit under par from where India should have been, certainly after the start they had.
So I guess it's improvement from India from their 176 in which they scored in the third T20 and their 214 in the first of the one-day internationals. But just those crucial partnerships in which they were unable to really provide.
Yeah, you need someone to go on with it, and they didn't have that in the top 4, did they? Whereas even in the run chase the other day, Beth Mooney went on with it, got 78, I think it was, off 76. So, you know, that's what they need from India. And like Mandana, I mean, she gave a couple of chances today, didn't cash in on that. And she's such a quality player, one of the best batters in the world. And Raul actually got 52 off 81, and she looked good, but again, got herself in, then got herself out. Same with Harmanpreet Kaur. So, they've just come off a World Cup win, India. Now they're the hunted now. They're not hunting, they're the hunted. And Australia in their backyard, as we've seen here at Belrive, they're really difficult to navigate.
And that's the thing, isn't it? A 76-ball half-century for Smriti Mandana. She was bowled by Ash Gardner out for 31. Tried to step across and awkwardly a paddle attempt in which it was bowled by Gardner. Particular Raul run out by Annabelle Sutherland for 52 from 81 deliveries. In the end, a relatively good partnership which came to an end, a 10th time for her past 50 in her career. But, yeah, those sort of big innings in which they were missing, and that's probably the question around, as you said, the responsibility and the pressure when you have won a international title, the 50 over World Cup last year on home soil, as to whether you're then able to come and bring that momentum here to Australia, or whether there's still elements where there's parts of your game that just aren't quite complete yet.
Yeah, well, they've only got 1.5 billion people behind them now. They watching and eyeballs watching them play cricket. Even we were talking pre-game about Mandana on social media now. She's gone from 2.5 million followers to over 15 million. Yeah. I mean, that's nuts for that to happen. So, you know, there's eyeballs on women's cricket in India, but there's a lot listening as well to us, which as they should be, more so than watching. Yes. But yeah, that's pressure in itself. And they had a really good start in the Governor-General's game at North Sydney Oval. And, you know, I thought, okay, well, here we go, game on. But the longer the formats are, the more that deficiencies are shown. And it's shown in the last couple of games. So I think sometimes you get ahead of yourself and go, all right, we won this World Cup. We are the best in the world. They're the best in the world in India. It doesn't necessarily mean here. And even in the men's side, then it's difficult to beat Australia at home.
And that was going to be one of the questions, was this the start of a decline for this Australian dominance? We've learnt the retirement of Elisa Healy, and then, you know, who knows what will happen with some of the players like Megan Shute, who's retired from one-day international cricket. Elise Perry is 35 years of age, as to how much injury starts to play a part. But when you look at Smriti Mandana, had the 3 lives, so she was dropped to gully on 13 from the bowling of Megan Shute, dropped by Ash Gardner, a tough chance on 15 from the bowling of Darcy Brown, and then dropped on 26 by Talia McGrath. And Talia McGrath going back with a flight. It's a tough day for her. She didn't get an opportunity to bowl. She's listed to come in and bat at number 7. So it's tough being an all-rounder in a dominant side. But how did you assess the Australian bowling?
Yeah, I thought as a whole they bowled okay in periods. And Sarah Elliott said at the beginning, like, the Australian opening bowlers got a little bit of tap. Pace on. They certainly enjoy that, India. And then when the spinners came on, the run scoring slowed down and then the wickets fell. Annabelle Sutherland, I thought she bowled really well today, and bowled well in partnerships with the spinners, which she does really well. Effective slower balls, and that's a big difference. Darcy Brown was number 31 off her 6. She predominantly went pace on. Megan Shute, 1 for 46 again off her 9, was pick of the bowlers in the first game. How are they going to replace her? Like, I don't know. It's going to be difficult for Australia. And then you don't have Kim Garth here, who's been in the first picked 11 for the last 12 months, and same as Elise Perry. And Australia still romped at home in the first game. And we've got to judge the pitch after both teams have batted on it. But, it felt like it's under par here. So, certainly Australia enjoys playing the 50-over format.
Are you a little surprised Talia McGrath didn't bowl?
Yeah, I thought she bowled okay in the first game, and it was a good way for her to get into the game as well. And she has got good slow balls, which we've seen throughout the WBBL, any white ball cricket. But it's interesting. If she's made to be called on later with the bat, often the all-rounders, depending if they're in the game with the ball, and if she'd got a few overs bowled well, you take that confidence with you into your batting innings as well. But, it's an interesting move. Would she have been picked for the 11 if both Perry and Kim Garth were available? I probably don't think so, but she gets a second life here.
Well, the cards have been shown for the T20 Internationals in which she was left out of that series. The other feel-good story was Nicola Carey, who she was a late in for Sophie Molyneux. If you just haven't heard the news earlier today, unfortunately a back injury has ruled her out for the rest of the season. So Sean Fleckler, the chair of selectors, has said that she's able to bat and able to run, but not able to bowl at the moment. So not a part of the side. So
yeah, and there's question marks about, I just read about her, whether she goes to the West Indies. I mean, that's massive. Look, Sophie Molyneux has been appointed for all three formats. Now, did we need to do that necessarily? We've got different captains on the men's side in T20, Test and One Days. I reckon that's maybe the way to go in the future. Just because with Sophie Molyneux, it's been hard for her to stay on the park and not be injured. And unfortunately, because she's such a quality player and such a quality captain, but is she going to struggle to get on the park? And then today we look at the team sheet. So you've got Ash Gardner and Talia McGrath listed as vice captain. Only Talia McGrath was vice captain. So then you got someone who might not even been in the 11 would have been captain in the next game if something happened. So I don't know, mind blown.
And I know there's a bit of a debate as to how many all-rounders you need in your side, and are you starting to prioritise the batting and bowling flexibility versus picking potentially your best 5 bowlers? And that's a bit of the conversation around the T20 international side, deciding that Georgia Wareham is their frontline spinner because of what she brings with the bat. As a result, Alana King hasn't found a spot in that side. What's your thoughts on that sort of selection mindset?
Look, I think it's a really good point you make, Clinchy, actually. Sometimes when you're really heavy set with all-rounders, you can struggle to find what your role is in the side a little bit. And so then you find yourself a bit lost, and you don't really... I'm sure the coaching staff and the leadership group would have discussions with each of the players knowing what your role is. But then sometimes things have got to be changed, and you do lose yourself a little bit in it. I think the best spinner should be picked. I just think the Australian batting lineup, you've got Nick Carey coming in at 8. Do you necessarily need a Georgia Wareham at number 6 when you got Grace Harris, who was in there anyway as a batter? So then you've got to go, who's going to be your genuine wicket taker? It's probably going to be Alana King that's going to create more opportunities than Georgia Wareham might necessarily do, even though she's a fantastic T20 player and showed that throughout the WBBL this season. But I just think, there's got to be a little bit of tweaking. It can't be just one way of thinking for every single game.
And Nicola Carey got the opportunity this afternoon, 8 overs, 1 for 55. Her first wicket in international cricket for 4 years. So good story for her, back playing in front of friends and family here in Tasmania. Gave up, of course, the national contract famously, and has now played Women's Premier League and found her way back into the national colours.
And the landscape's changing in women's cricket. Like in men's cricket, Mike Hussey came into cricket when he was, 32, 33, something like that. Chris Rogers was the same. So that's when you're knowing your game. I think it's going to change where you're not necessarily having 18, 19, 20-year-olds all the time. I think it's great that Nick Carey at 32, gets an opportunity to come back in, and she could still have 5 or 6 years, depending on how she goes, in the international game. It's fabulous, and it just gives a little bit of a carrot for all the domestic players around the country to go, you know what, maybe my time's not all gone, because, you know, gone are the days where you retire at 28 and you have to get a real job. So, you know, and that's great. It's only for the benefit of Australian cricket.
We're in the innings break. Australia will be chasing 252 for victory. Matt Clinch alongside Michelle Goszko with you from Bellerive Oval in Hobart, the second women's one-day international between Australia and India. Currently the series is locked at 4 points all after India won the T20 International Series 2-1. Australia take a 1-0 lead currently in the one-day series, a chance to move that to 2-0 and become the first side to win consecutive games so far in this series. You mentioned the possibilities of franchise cricket now, the chance to play in the Big Bash, the Women's Premier League, the 100.
A lot.
There is an improvement in the women's game, which is dramatically improving quicker and quicker. Does the rivalry between Australia and India suffer as a result of that? You see Georgia Vole playing in the Women's Premier League and alongside Smriti Mandana. Therefore, do you get maybe a little bit more banter between fellow teammates in franchise cricket? Then when you go back to international cricket, it's not quite as spirited as what it once was.
Yeah, it's funny you say that, because I was watching a brief discussion between Georgia Vole and the Indians, because Georgia Vole got pushed into the Governor-General's game, and she was turning around. She'd obviously just come back from WPL and was like having fun with all the Indian crowd and players in the background. And I was like, certainly didn't happen in my day. Your best friend's off the park, but certainly not in the middle of a game. You're not, interacting with the opposition unless you're, giving them some batting advice or something. But in the women's game, it generally hasn't been too aggressive anyway with that sort of stuff. As long as everything is, within the rules on the park, then that's okay. But I think it's changed a little bit in the men's side too, hasn't it? A little bit. You hear about someone saying, well, actually, you weren't such a peanut, like is what I thought you might have been, actually getting to play cricket with you. And, in a way, you can use that to your advantage, because then you can find out if you're best friends with someone, you go, oh, yeah, well, let's go and have a hit together and find out what you, and then just pass that back on to your teammates.
Well, if a bowler's had your number in international cricket, all of a sudden you ask for some tips and techniques as to how to try and combat that. You would have heard a round of applause as Gozzy was speaking. That's Elisa Healy, who's made her way from the dugout, and she's currently just sitting on her own in the very front row. So we're still probably another 5 or 6 minutes away, but counting every moment as she savours the end of her international career. She has tonight and on Sunday, the last of the one-day internationals, and then the test match at the WACA, a pink day-night test match. Her influence, you've seen the very start of her career and 16 years at the helm, an explosive top-order batter, a keeper who then went on to captain her country, and what a pivotal role in which she's played in the transformation of the generations.
Yeah, it's sad in a way. I was sort of contemplating it. I saw her parents, Greg and Sandra, with Sarah Elliott as well, just at the hotel, and I think it's a little bit surreal. Like, I was there at the beginning, even when she played first grade at Sydney with me at 14, I told her not to run a 3 first ball, and what'd she do? Hit a 3. And I was like, no, I'm not picking you ever again. No, but, it's funny that it's coming to an end. Like, it's sad. She's been such a pillar of Australian cricket for such a long time, both with the gloves and with the bat in hand. And it's going to be unusual. It was unusual in the T20s not to see her in the side, even though she's had a few injuries the last couple of years. But, yeah, it's going to be a big transition for that Australian side. But, yeah, hopefully Healy Hill in the WACA test is full, and, she can get a win for her team.
Yeah, the Healy Hill at the WACA, it's certainly going to be a sight to see, and I'm sure there'll be a bit of emotion once the curtain does come down. I suppose the $64,000 question is that Phoebe Litchfield has been opening the batting. Who replaces the captain at the top of the order? Does Georgia Vole jump up from 3 to 1, doing that role that Elise Perry has often done? Do they look at Beth Mooney? Annabelle Sutherland's down the order. Sophie Molyneux could open the batting if they absolutely wanted to go down that angle. So they've got a couple of different directions in which they could head?
Yeah, it's a really good question. Another point we talked about before. So Healy coming out, it means they only have the one keeper in the squad as well. So Phoebe Litchfield is the absolute backup if they need one during a game. But then who comes in after that? Is it Nicole Fulton that comes in, or a Talia Wilson that comes in and fills that role? But maybe Litchfield does go up to open. She's really good friends with Georgia Vols, so maybe that will work. But I don't know. They've got a little bit of tweaking to do and figure out sort of what's best for Australian cricket and, who might fill that role. But, I mean, they're massive shoes to fill, aren't they? Elisa Healy's shoes.
They certainly are, and it'll be interesting to see what she does in the next phase of her career. 35 years of age, has announced she's retiring from international cricket. We imagine she probably won't play domestic cricket anymore.
Well, I know what she won't be doing, lighting up the Centrelink. She won't have to worry about that. She'll be going straight into commentary, and she's actually quite good. She'll probably put myself out of a job, actually, Elisa Healy. She'll fall into that, and, I think she's a fantastic coach as well and mentor. So, I mean, it's endless. She might even play golf. Who knows? Yeah. They've got the Steely Cup with Mitch Stark that they play for.
Mitch, absolutely.
I mean, the world is her oyster.
So the Australian openers are gathering in the dugout. Phoebe Litchfield alongside Elisa Healy, and the Indian players have made their way to the dugout. So we're only a few moments away from the players taking their way to the field. The other player, which I'm just always in awe of, Gozzy, is Beth Mooney, player of the match. 76 from 79 deliveries, all-time leading scorer in the WBBL, has been the leading run scorer in 4 of the last 5 seasons. She's the number 1 T20 batter of the world, and currently the number 5th one-day international batter in the world. It's just a format in which she's been so dominant in white ball cricket.
And still, yet sometimes she falls under the radar. I mean, my dad and I were talking about it, like Mr. Goszko's favourite player, second player is Beth Mooney, but he goes, she just goes under the radar. She just goes about her business and accumulates runs. And that's what she is, an accumulator. I think at the end of her career, we'll look back on it and say, geez, we've just witnessed one of the greats of Australian cricket. And she just creates so many opportunities at the other end. She gets off strikes. She hardly eats the balls up. She runs hard. She looks like a beetroot half the time when she's batting. But I'll tell you what, she's such a super player.
So created a piece of history, becoming the 4th player to surpass 7,000 international runs in women's cricket, and she certainly is a player for all occasions. She can dig in, she can accelerate the run rate, and of course she brings that leadership capacity behind the stumps. So the Indian players have made their way out to the middle, the Australian openers as well. Thank you, Gozzy. I think Sarah Elliott's ready to jump in. They've had a bite to eat. Aaron Bryans is going to rejoin you in just a moment on Grandstand Cricket.
Live coverage of Australia versus India on ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
.252 is the victory target here at Bellerive Oval. It's one that Australia has had a lot of success with. Only twice have they lost chasing that required amount, and it hasn't happened in 9 years. Aaron Bryans and Sarah Elliott with you as part of Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. The Aussies win this one. They wrap up the ODI series, make it 12-0 against the Aussies in head-to-head series in their history, and put themselves in the box seat to win this entire campaign. They'll be 2 points ahead with an ODI and a Test series to come. How are we feeling, Sarah Elliott?
Pretty positive, I think.
Yeah.
I'm actually excited to watch these two bat. We know that they play aggressive cricket, and hopefully they bring that tonight.
So we get to see our star-studded opening pairing. Phoebe Litchfield, Elisa Healy. Matt Clinch and Michelle Goszko touched on it during the break, but there will be some questions around how the top order will look moving forward once Elisa does depart, but it has been a pretty good swan song to start so far with her 50 at Allan Border Field 3 days ago. Let's see if she can back it up. Kashfi will begin things away from the Church Street end. Bowling to the Australian skipper, Elisa Healy, who leans forward on angling in delivery, defends out towards cover, no run.
2 fielders out in the deep there, bowling her big in-swingers, very similar to Megan Shute in some ways. Just the one slip in play you think they're going to have to take early wickets to really have an opportunity in this game.
Those deep fielders are backward square and mid-wicket, and compared to the movement that Megan Shute got at the start of the game at AB Field in the first ODI, this wicket hasn't had as much on offer. Let's see what Kashfi can do with it. Right up over the wicket, fuller delivery, tucked forward a point. Big emphatic no from Alyssa Healy. And again, yet to get off the mark of the first 2 deliveries.
It's a good line, isn't it? Making her play, fielders ready in position. It felt that pressure in front of the wicket, the catching cover and mid-wicket played a big part in the Australian innings as well.
Kashfi regroups as the sun sets on Bellerive Oval. Coming in across from the hillside. Bowls towards Healy, whips it off the pads down through mid-wicket. Coming in off the rope, it'll be kept to just a single. Australia off the mark, chasing 252 for victory. They're none for 1.
She looks like she's a real competitor, Kashfi, doesn't she? She was good with the bat, came in and kind of said this isn't good enough and had a hit herself, tried to whack a few around. Certainly played a part.
Now we get to see Phoebe Litchfield on strike. 32 to her name in Australia's big win over India at Allan Border Field. Just assesses what's around her with the slight fielding changes, a slip in place, and we'll have a deep square leg and deep cover. Fine leg is left open for the left-hander. Kashfi over the wicket to her, straight line and defended. Out towards mid-off, no run.
Gozzy and Clinchy talked earlier about, is there still that fire in the belly? The more WIPL and BBL that these WBBL that these players play together, do you lose some of the, animosity or the real fire? But certainly not lost from an Australian point of view. Just speaking to the Healys earlier too, they said the girls are fired up to beat India.
Kashfi to Litchfield. Turns it into the open onside, takes a single and off the mark, none for 2. Both Healy and Litchfield with a run apiece and a ball to come in the first. I think there's a lot at stake, isn't there? Firstly, the retirement tour of Alyssa Healy is one big major talking point for a lot of these players, but also just Australia's image and its aura, where it's starting to lose that grip as this world powerhouse in women's cricket. The last thing you want to do is lose a home series against India and really emphatically show that it's starting to flip. Kashfi to wrap up the first over of the run chase. Good movement off a fuller delivery. It was very wide across the off stump and seamed its way through to Gosh. Dot ball as it's left by Alyssa Healy. None for 2 are Australia, chasing 252 for victory here at Bellerive Oval. Aaron Bryans and Sarah Elliott with you.
They're such a proud group. Lots of pride in the way they go about their playing, that real dominant, that real not a win at all costs, but really, we're going to show you what we're all about, that kind of attitude. As there's a changing of the guard, new captaincy, new leadership, and a lot of young players sort of coming in, that's when you really want to hold true to that culture. So they'll be wanting to win this series and teach these younger Australian girls what playing for Australia is all about.
There's not a mass amount of change. They're going to lose Alyssa Healy, but outside of that, there's still a core group of players here who are, in their mid-20s. A lot of them are going to be sticking around this side for a while now. There's pressure from beneath in terms of what's been happening in the WBBL.
Yeah, absolutely. You feel like these younger players are actually now the mainstays of the team. So it's changing. Litchfield's been the youngster in the team, but now she's going to take over that real Perry sort of role-ish. Same with Georgia Vol. These youngsters really stepping up.
Cranty Gordon from the river ends. Bowls to Litchfield, pushes out to cover, quickly fielded, no run. None for 2 are Australia.
It's, changing of where McGrath's played a lot of cricket and had a big influence, but she's sort of down. It's the younger girls that are coming up now and taking the real leading roles.
I think we've found over the last few kind of national cycles that there have been very talented players who've been in the top of the stats in terms of WNCL and WBBL who just cannot break in. This is their golden opportunity. Cranty bowls. Litchfield turns it into the onside, no run as it's quickly fielded at mid-wicket.
And that's a really exciting time, isn't it? Because then you get to see the true colours of these players. I love watching a contest and Litchfield standing up today, or whether it might be Georgia Vol or whoever it's these youngsters, to see what they're really about when the series actually is on the line and there's a lot to play for.
Why not announce yourself as your star-studded leader departs? Cranty bowls. That was a lot of pace as it rockets in at a good length. Up on the toes, pushed forward a point, but no run again. Very well fielded inside the infield.
none for 2. Australia at the moment chasing 252.
It doesn't seem like all that long ago that we lost the likes of Rachel Haynes and Alex Blackwell, these players that played long into their careers and were just such powerhouses and strong culturally. A few years ago now, maybe, but it doesn't seem that long ago.
Granted to Litchfield, look for the straight drive, leading edge, but it launches its way down towards long off, and a couple of bounces for. Almost tried to flick it onto the onside, but got enough of it as it lifts into the air, and the first boundary of the run chase goes the way of Phoebe Litchfield.
She's just so quick to pick up on a length, been something that she liked there. Didn't quite go where she wanted it, but committed to the shot and got enough of it.
Handy part about the power play, if you get up high enough and pick the spot, it'll go then. That straight line area was open for her out towards the riverside. Phoebe Litchfield moves to 5, Australia none for 6. Deep fielders at square leg and fine leg. Cranty, straight and short. Lifting up high and getting over the top of it is Litchfield to push it down towards cover, no run.
They're very deep in the ring, aren't they? There is the opportunity for the drop and run, cover, extra cover, point all on the ring, third and...
Cranty to wrap up the second over. Couple of bat taps from Litchfield. Targeting leg stump. She'll work it across into the onside and take the single. None for 7 are the Aussies chasing 252. 2 overs down. Healy's on 1 and Litchfield on 6. Personally as well for Phoebe, huge fan of Alyssa Healy, as a lot of women in Australian cricket are. But in terms of their backstory, Phoebe got her bat signed by Alyssa when she was just 10 years old. So this is someone who, when she started, Alyssa was at, starting to peak and has been able to watch her soar and reach all her accolades, and now gets to open alongside her and maybe pass the torch to her.
It's crazy how quickly Litchfield sort of come onto the scene. There was a lot of talk. I remember watching that video that just went everywhere, watching her in the nets, her cover drives, and she's really just hit the ground running. A phenomenal talent. And you've got to think that she's one in line for a future leadership captaincy position.
She waits now, Phoebe Litchfield, as away from the Church Street end. Short and straight. Delivery comes in. Kashfi is able to ensure it's a dot. So it's pushed out towards the offside.
I love the intensity with which she does things. She's got this attention to detail, watching her in the field, patrol, intent, little misfield. She's not happy. She's just bouncing in there. She does the same with her batting. She's got a very sort of set routine.
Square leg in place and deep cover. Down the track comes Litchfield to combat Kashfi and gets enough. Over the top of mid-off, down to the rope for 4.
That is a terrific shot. That is the shot of the day. Using her feet, had a clear plan in her mind. Middled it, didn't look to overhit it, really just check drived it straight down the ground. Terrific shot. Just that she backs herself to play that shot, I think that's what being in a strong culture does. She knows that behind her there's players to come, that she can just play her brand of cricket, and she plays it so well.
Which did unravel the Indian batters a fair bit. You can see them caught in 2 minds on fuller lengths, sometimes backing out of shots. We haven't seen that from Phoebe Litchfield so far. None for 11, the Aussies, chasing 2 for 52. I was chasing 252, I should say. It's a mouthful. Litchfield's on 10, Healy on 1. Aaron Bryans and Sarah Elliott with you on ABC Listen, Sport Digital, and ABC Tasmania.
Just got to love how she sticks to her plan. It's not like she's here, there and everywhere. She's very clear on her plan. She's going to take the ball straight down the ground early if the length's there.
Kashfi to Litchfield. Places it backward a point, well fielded. No run on offer. As Rodriguez starts to her right.
And you can see it go through different tempos depending where she's batting in the lineup or where she's in her innings. She'll start, playing low risk, playing straight. Yes, she'll cut and pull and play around the corner if the balls are there. But then once she's set, she really expands her game. And it's got a 360 game. Her paddles, reverse paddles, sweeps, switch hits. She's got the full gamut of shots.
Litchfield's on 10, none for 11, Australia. Kashfi bowls to her, whipped wristily off the pads and down. Fine leg for 4. Knew it was vacant, used it wisely. And another composed, well-timed shot from Phoebe Litchfield, who moves to 14.
Too easy, wasn't it? But she creates that. She creates that because she has come down early the wicket, shown real intent to go after it down the ground. The bowler's a little hesitant, just a little bit off her line, and that's an easy 4.
2 to come in the third. None for 15 are the Aussies. head on the score worm already in terms of India's innings. Cashby looks to respond against Litchfield, plants her feet and defends on one that nips back in. Looked like it was angling towards off stump, curved its way back. None for 15 are the Aussies. And Gozzy touched on it during the innings break as well, but for someone so young like Phoebe Litchfield to say, hey, there's clearly a void in terms of backup keeper, and look, and she's publicly said this, that you've got, Nicole Fulton's there if you want to use her. There are options for a permanent keeper, but say something goes wrong in a tour, I can do this and I'm going to learn how to do this. Cashby bowls to Litchfield. Works it into the offside, no run. It does show those leadership qualities.
It does, doesn't it? It just shows that she loves it. She absolutely loves being a part of every aspect of the game.
None for 15 at the end of the third. The Aussies chasing 252 for victory and the chance to win this ODI series with a third to come on Sunday. You can hear it all from 2:30 Eastern Daylight Time. Cricket continues later into tonight as well, so bang on midnight if you want to hear the continuation of the Men's World Cup. England and New Zealand in Group 2 of the Super 8s in action. So you can hear every game available to you on the World Cup button on ABC Listen. But if you want to go to bed, I'm sure the fallout will be available to you tomorrow with Quinton Hull as part of Summer Grandstand on ABC Sport.
I think Phoebe Litchfield would be probably good at anything she put her hand to.
Yeah.
Golf, tennis, any bat ball kind of activity, and determined. So carries transfers to a lot of things. I kept once for Victoria.
And?
It was terrible. The first keeper went down. I can't remember what happened to her. The second went down, hit in the face. And so I was the third option.
Cranty's in from the river end, bowling to Alyssa Healy. He's been waiting a while for a delivery, and Cash is in on her opportunity. Just checked her pull shot. It was a treacherous one through mid-wicket. The dive to the right, unable to be taken. Beats the infield and down to the rope for 4.
Just that short arm jab that she's so proficient at. Great shot. Picked up the length, just quick. Great shot. And really, to be able to get it in that gap, fantastic.
Poor Harmanpreet staring bang on where the sun is kind of forcing some shade across that ponting stand. So she certainly tried to take the catch and has put her hand up to say, look, maybe I can't see. Healy sticks the bat out across the off stump. A delivery that seams out through to Gosh. And as is Alyssa Healy's classic fashion, just beats herself up a little bit with a wry grin on her face and walks down the pitch and looks to go again.
She hasn't lost that sense of humour, has she, through her captaincy, through her whole career. She's still cheeky as ever.
Never seen someone so positively demonstrative. Cranty bowls to Healy. Pushes it to point, quickly fielded, no run. None for 19. Healy's on 5 and Litchfield on 14.
Terrific character of the game.
You can see how much she means to all the players. Harped on it a bit before, but the selfless nature to say, look, there's a World Cup coming up in a few months and I'm not going to play the T20 series. Cranty to Healy. Big swatting shot, but a bottom of the bat that rolls towards core at mid-wicket. No run.
And a pull shot, such a feature of her game. I still remember as a youngster, I don't know how old she was when she debuted for New South Wales, but not very old, and it was that pull shot. Couldn't bowl short to Midge. She's developed a game since then, obviously so strong straight down the ground as well.
It's just a hard hit, isn't it? A lot of power, but well placed. Cranty in, Healy, well timed as she spins on her left boot and hooks it through square leg. There's a fielder on the rope, she'll take the single. None for 20 with a ball to come in the 4th. Healy's up to 6 rather off 9, and Litchfield's on 14. Did crunch the numbers, Sarah, just not so much in terms of a domestic debut, but international ODIs. So T20.
Might room for there in her first 2, I reckon.
Yep, so ODI, 2010 was what I was trying to say, not T20 there. So
in the West Indies.
2010 in Adelaide, yep. Cranty bowled. Up on the toes, Litchfield pushes it down towards mid-off. No run, and that wraps up the 4th. None for 20, Australia chasing 252. Aaron Bryans and Sarah Elliott with you on ABC Sport. So the names that were in that team, not only yourself, but Rachel Haynes, Shelley Nitschke, Alex Blackwell, Lisa Saleka, Lauren Ebzery, Elise Perry was in there, very young, but that is a amazing team to be a part of.
It was a terrific team to be a part of. I remember, I think they thought I might have been a good influence on Midge, this young kid. It was a bit loose that they'd put her stuck with me for a whole... I think we started in St Kitts, maybe a little island in the West Indies. That was good fun.
Well, something worked.
So we can put it down to you if you want.
I don't think so.
Cashby's going to continue away from the Church Street end. Doesn't get the line on that delivery as it angles across the leg side and will be a wide. None for 21, the Aussies.
If I had any influence, she would have never made it. She'd be too straight and too serious. Oh dear, those were fun days, those touring days. Great to see and to think how far Shelley Nitschke's come to as just a player that was so significant and crucial to that West Indies T20 win and now coaching.
Cashby to Healy, thought about coming down the track, mistimed it and it's straight through her. She's bowled. Alyssa Healy's out for 6 in her anti-penultimate game in international cricket for the Aussies. 1 for 21 as the first wicket falls. And Alyssa Healy, usually so composed in these moments, decided to try and whip it off the pads late, but just couldn't get low enough through the gate and the first wicket falls.
Just second-guessed herself, didn't she? Just had a second thought halfway through the shot. Didn't commit to it. Unfortunately, she's on her way back.
How about Cashby? He's putting together a nice week of cricket. High score of 43 with the bat, her 5th game in ODIs. And her first wicket in this format is that of Alyssa Healy.
Yeah, terrific. Really good to see that fighting, competitive nature that she has. It's scary to think, isn't it, these up-and-coming all-rounders from an India perspective.
So Healy out for 6 brings Georgia Vol to the crease, and this might be potentially your new-look Australian opening partnership once Healy does depart. Litchfield and Vol should be one of the main contenders for sure.
You'd have to think so, wouldn't you? It just balances so well. We've got the right-left combination still, got a real power hitter that goes with Litchfield's ability to manipulate and play long innings.
Golden duck at AB Field, but it was Sri Charani who got it. So Cashby's her opposition right now. 231 runs needed off 275 for Australia. Fielding set up. Gosh, tight at the stumps. Slip in place. We've got a deep backward square and mid-wicket. Cashby away from the Church Street end. 2 vols, squared up and defends. Good seam movement there from Cashby. 1 for 21. Vol survives the first ball. We are early in the 5th over at the moment. And Bryans and Sarah Elliott with you for the call as well.
I do have to confess I'm watching 2 games today. My little under-12 team that I coach are in their semi-final tonight, so I have to give them a shout-out.
Just started.
They're halfway through. They made 138 in 2020.
Cashby to Vol. Tried to Yorker, swung across late. They want the single. Shot the stumps, could have been tight. Throw comes in, but Vol gets through. Good attempt. Just launching that in almost from a mid-off region towards the bowler's end, but they do get home and Sri Charani can't pick up the wicket on the run out. 1 for 22.
Terrific piece of running, really smart, hit it wide of the fielder there, took off straight away, committed to it.
Aussies chasing 252 for victory. A couple of little fielding changes, slips coming out. We're going to get a very short cover. Deepti Sharma's putting her body on the line here. Backward square in place and a deep cover. Somehow tucked between the 2 fielders in the infield. That's expertly done by Phoebe Litchfield, who moves to 15 and takes her single. 1 for 23 are the Aussies.
It's been a good positive start, hasn't it? But certainly been challenged by the Indian bowlers.
Head in terms of the run scoring, but it took 78 runs before India lost a wicket, so there'll be a little bit of pressure. That being said, the Aussies bat deep. 2 to come in the 5th. Cashby's right arm over the wicket. Swinging across. It's turned with the momentum. Georgia Vol through backward square takes a single. Up to 2, 1 for 24.
But that's the thing that Australia still does so well is that sort of risk versus reward. They're happy to take the game on and to run hard and do the 1% things, which then means they don't have to play the more risky options. That's what we saw with Mandana. Maybe they missed out on a little bit conservative early, and then she's gone to play that reverse little paddle shot that really was not on. Loses her wicket and then puts her team sort of under pressure as other wickets fall. The beauty of Australia is they've got a sort of tried and tested deep batting lineup.
1 for 24, final ball the 5th. Cashby bowls, Litchfield gets low, glides it through cover. Fielder waiting in the deep. Another single. She'll move to 16. The Aussies 1 for 25, chasing 252. 5 overs into their run chase. Commentary change coming up for Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Chris Rowbottom's coming in.
ABC Sport coverage of Australia versus India. Live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Thank you, Aaron. 1 for 25 indeed through 5 overs. Phoebe Litchfield is 16 from 17 and Georgia Bowl is 2. Big wicket of Elisa Healy, gone for just 6. Interesting start here. Tempered start from the Australian batters. Here's Cranty in from the river end into Litchfield, who's playing back down the wicket. How have you assessed the opening little stanza here, Sarah Elliott?
It's been game on, hasn't it? It's a real contest. I've liked the way that Litchfield in particular has moved her feet and tried to create length and width for herself as well. I think that's been a really positive thing to do, and she's taken a couple of risks hitting over the top straight down the ground, but calculated.
Going off a runner ball 32 in Brisbane as she gets up on her toes and punches into the offside. Well stopped in at point. She won't get a run, so Kashfi, who's been prominent so far in this Australian batting innings, she has the only wicket.
And the Indian bowlers are doing a good job. See, when the ball's nice and straight, much harder to score off. Anytime there's a little bit of width, seems to come on quite nicely, and that's where runs have been scored.
Lights are on here at Bellerive. The ground cast in almost full shadow. Cranty's in again, back of a length. Litchfield on the pivot. What a beautiful shot from Phoebe Litchfield, pirouetting and pulling deep into the onside, and it races over the rope for 4.
That is a terrific shot. Just all class.
And she just looks so majestic when she's swivelling and on the pivot, like she was on that occasion. The ever classy Phoebe Litchfield. So 1 for 29 go the Australians. Litchfield's up to 20, scoring at a good clip. Runner ball is the talented left-hander, and now she's on the advance again. Another big swipe just forward of square, and she has enough on it to beat the fielder in the deep, and this crashes into the fence. That was hit with some force. Phoebe Litchfield just starting to flare the nostrils here at Bellerive. She moves to 24, and she's looking like she's in a little bit of a mood here.
I'm not sure if the Indian fielder lost that in the lights, but she certainly went the wrong way. Took a good few steps the wrong way, and then realised that really was hit straight to her. Good shot.
So Litchfield back-to-back boundaries, 1 for 33. The Australians, Cranty's in, drops this one in short, goes into the onside once again. This is absolutely tennis racketed through mid-wicket. One bounce over the rope. Triple boundaries for Phoebe Litchfield. She is humming now.
She might need to put away the short ball. Good shot she created again. She came down the wicket, a couple of steps down the wicket, pulled it off the front foot. Again, the fielder out there lost vision of it. That said, it was well wide. It was a beautiful shot.
Picked it up beautifully. It was a little bit back of a length, but now to pounce on the slightly loose one and cash in was Phoebe Litchfield, who moves to 28 in Australia. All of a sudden, 1 for 37. This has been a big over. A couple of dots to start, but 3 boundaries in a row. Once Gowd got up her sleeve now, over the wicket she comes into the body of Litchfield, who's happy to just defend on this occasion. So Litchfield, as I mentioned, runner ball 32 last time out in Brisbane. Made her first ODI ton against Ireland back in 2023.
Looks like she's sort of been around forever, doesn't it, Phoebe Litchfield?
Well, she made that Thunder debut so long ago now as a 16-year-old, wasn't she, back in 2016? She's obviously risen through to the rank of captain. But it does feel like she's a mainstay, and she's only 22 years old. So end of the over, 1 for 37. Kashfi's going to be resuming here from the Church Street ends. That's the only wicket of the innings so far, that of Elisa Healy, gone for 6. And a big one, Elisa Healy completing her farewell series. So just awaiting the TV broadcaster to get themselves organised. All right, we're away. Kashfi now in from the Church Street end to Vol. Over the wicket she comes, rocking back his Vol. Won't beat the fielder at point.
Just needs to be patient there, Georgia Vol, too. It's hard when the batter up the other end's just hit 3 boundaries and is well set and going hard at it. Her deliveries will come.
Former rugby star, Georgia Vol, represented Queensland at under 18 level.
There you go. Multi-talented.
Powerful. She'd love a score here. And over the wicket comes Kashfi. Full delivery off the pads, clipped away. There's coverage down at deep backward square. Reeled in by Amanjot Kaur, who was the inclusion this afternoon.
Has Phoebe Litchfield ever played another sport, or she started cricket so young, but she strikes me that she'd be a very good hockey player.
Yeah.
She did, hockey. Just got the wrists, hasn't she? Yeah, Gozzy confirming for us.
Cash was in to Litchfield, full delivery, punching through that cover region, just cruising on through for a single. Is Phoebe Litchfield? Yeah, I would have been stunned if she hadn't picked up a stick or a racket or a ball in some other field at some stage.
It's good grounding hockey, isn't it, where you got a reverse side for your stick in terms of the shots that her switch hit and her little reverse paddles and sweeps.
I'd put money on her being able to swing a golf club too. Georgia Vol at the ready, bat raised. Kashfi straightens her up and she's happy to just bump this back down the wicket.
They play so differently, don't they, Vol and Litchfield? Vol, that real powerful sort of plants her foot and just hands, body straight through the ball, hits straight. Whereas Phoebe's a bit more, I shouldn't say classy, that's the wrong word, but a bit more finesse and hitting into the gap, still matched with good power.
Such a powerful frame, Georgia Vol. Kashfi in again from the Church Street end over the wicket. Vol just happy to step back inside her crease and pat this one into the onside for no run. So Kashfi recovering nicely here. 1 for 17, her figures so far. A good over, just 2 from it with 1 to come. So lights on here at Bellareve. Ground almost cast completely in shadow. Probably 1,000, maybe 1,500 in here on what is a beautiful night. Perfect conditions for cricket. Kashfi in again. Georgia Vol, full delivery, has her on the drive. Looked nice, but didn't quite time it as well as she might have liked. Good throw in by the fielder at mid-off in Mandana. Knocks down the stumps, but well and truly safe. So 1 for 39 at the end of the over are the Australians. Phoebe Litchfield, 29 from 24. Georgia Vol has 3 from 8 deliveries, 7 overs bowled. A change in the expert chair. Michelle Goszko back on board. Hello to you.
Good evening. Great to be back.
It's lovely here, isn't it? You'd just love to be perched up on the hill about now, wouldn't you?
Well,
picnic rug and a beverage or two, perhaps?
Absolutely.
Beautiful way to spend your Friday night here in Tassie.
This is outstanding. This is awesome. Living the dream here.
Cricket's pretty good too. The Australian bowling innings and the batting, particularly from Phoebe Litchfield. So here's the debutante, Vaishnavi Sharma, into the attack for her first look at one-day international cricket.
What a moment in her career. You always dream about how your first ball goes, how your first over goes, who your first wicket is.
You just want to land it, don't you?
Exactly. On the green stuff.
Left arm offie. Vaishnavi Sharma, just 20 years old. Presented her cap a little earlier today. And she comes over the wicket from the river end, darts one into Litchfield. Good start. And she gets down and fields her own work too. That's a good sign.
Oh, breathe now.
Yeah, exactly. That's out of the way. Didn't play in the T20s, so this is her first look for the entire series.
It's good that she's in the game nice and early as well.
And over the wicket she comes from the river end into Phoebe Litchfield, who was on the attack a little earlier. Just hunts this one into the offside, so no run. Good tight start.
This is the danger period for Phoebe Litchfield right about now.
Third ball of the over, back-to-back dots. Can she extract a shot? She goes the reverse. Gets it really, really fine. That is beautifully played from Phoebe Litchfield. And beautifully called from you, Michelle Goszko, because she just turned the bat and employed some of those hockey skills to work that around the corner on the reverse and score a boundary.
Well, you know, it's funny. Did you know I didn't know this. A hockey stick, you can only have a right-handed hockey stick.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And that's why she's so good.
Yep.
Because she had to use... Yeah, she's left-handed, obviously, as a batter in cricket. But in the hockey field, or on the hockey field, you've got to have it as a right-hander.
Got to
Makes
do everything
sense.
on your opposite side.
Yep.
Your non-preferred. And she's pretty adept at that because that was a beautiful execution of the reverse sweep. Now she's advancing. Can she beat the field? The fielder in at cover got a hand to it and prevented a couple of runs. Cash V got down low and stopped it with her left hand, and they just trickle it out through the covers and get a single.
But this is the danger period for Phoebe Litchfield. I think she has got such a repertoire of plays in the game and shots that sometimes I reckon she gets a little bit confused. Like there are so many options for her on each ball, which you should have anyway. That's what the best players have. Sometimes, though, she tries to force the game a little bit, whereas if she keeps it nice and clear and just plays the ball rather than trying to premeditate stuff, that's when she can be so dangerous for oppositions.
Victim of her own skill set. So around the wicket now for the debutant in Vaishnavi to the right-handed Georgia Vole. And she's looked pretty good so far.
Yeah, she has. Kept it nice and tight.
Stacked offside field here in close. She's in again to Vole. She's got Vole advancing. It just beats her right hand. She almost pulled out of that. By the looks of it, did Vaishnavi. I think it might have been a bump ball as Georgia Vole hit that one back down the track. But if there was a catching opportunity, she didn't want much to do with it, it has to be said. But she gets away with a single. And a good start to her ODI career from Vaishnavi Sharma. 1 for 45, the Australians. Litchfield is 34 and Georgia Vole is 4.
She was way too polite.
She was.
No way. If the non-striker wants to stand there, it was like she went, oh, no, I'll pull my hands away because, you know,
yep.
I'm nice.
Yep.
No. Not if their catch comes back and, you know, that was a chance. Get in there.
Yeah, no, this is the big leagues now.
Well, it was Georgia Vole. She's used to people tackling her anyway.
That's true. Kashfi resuming, and the ramp shot here, beautifully executed by Vole. That's almost gone for 6. Bounces just inside the rope as she lifts it over her left shoulder in beautiful fashion. And that rolls over the rope for 4 more. And Georgia Vole now pulling out all the tricks.
Yeah, it stayed nice and still. It was funny. It was at that game in Canberra in the T20. She looked horrible for the first 30 runs, and then she gets 80-odd. So, you know, she lost the shape a lot. That bottom hand was coming into play, but seems like here at the moment, she's 8 off 11. She's been really strong, really clear, and her best mate's out in the middle with her.
Enjoying themselves, this pairing. She moves to 8, does Georgia Vole, 1 for 49. The Australians.
Living the dream, aren't they? Here they are in Tassie as well.
Beautiful. Sensational. And they've got a second crack at it too on Sunday. So
good.
That game was supposed to be played in Victoria, I believe, but the Junction Oval wasn't quite ready. With some redevelopments and renovations going on there, and I think there was a problem with the lighting perhaps, so Hobart was the beneficiary and got a second ODI.
Yeah, so it should. Great.
And they were supposed to have the men's one-day domestic final here tomorrow. The Tigers went and qualified for the final, but that had to be moved to March 11, so they couldn't squeeze the one-day final and sandwich it in between the two women's games, and they had a clean stadium. Kashfi's in again here to Vole, clipping this into the onside, no run.
I wonder how upset the male supporters sometimes might be that the females have kicked them off the ground, but it's happened throughout history.
Well, the good thing for the Tigers is they still get to play their final here, but it'll just be delayed by a couple of weeks, and I think they might even have a couple of injuries.
It's probably better
so
for
it
them.
probably works out for the Tigers.
Yep.
So all's well that ends well. But the women had certainly booked the venue first. There's no doubt about that. Kashfi's in here to Georgia Vole, who's advancing full face of the bat. She's driving down. It wasn't overly convincing.
Well, there was. I saw a bit of noise about the fact that Victoria didn't get an international game for this summer, especially when it was announced that Lisa Healy was done.
Yeah.
But Yeah, with the game being here, everyone was like, and even if it wasn't in Sydney, everyone go, you know what, you got the opportunity to get on a plane,
Yeah,
or you can drive somewhere.
that's true. Hobart's not far away. Cashby into Vol again, just bunted into the offside. So this game, or it was either this game or the Sunday game, was originally scheduled to be played in Victoria, and there was some logistical issues with the venue that meant that it was going to be unable to be held. So Tassie got 2.
And I reckon the crowd would have been good though in Melbourne as well. I reckon
good
just
venue, the Junction.
Yeah,
Too.
Big subcontinent community, both in Sydney and Melbourne.
Final ball of the over, 1 for 49, the Australians. Cashby's in, driving down full face of the bat once more is Georgia Bold. It's a nice looking shot, but she won't get any reward for it. And that's a good over from Cashby. Just the 1 run conceded off the first ball of the over. The Australians 1 for 49. Litchfield is 34 from 28. Vol is 8 from 16 through 9 overs here at beautiful Bellerive.
Certainly is beautiful. Crowd getting in amongst it as well. Be a bit cooler once I was going to say the cloud cover goes. I did the same thing in ACT. It's got no cloud cover.
No clouds to speak of.
What
the clouds were gone a long time ago.
Oh, do you think the boys in Sydney let it slide?
No. No, they would have.
Shadows, not clouds.
Shadows. It only gets better to bat here too as the night progresses. So the debutante to continue here. Now Litchfield's going to attack her and say, welcome to the big leagues, Vaishnavi. I'm going to crunch you through extra cover for 4.
That is utter disdain. Excellent footwork from Phoebe Litchfield. Very clear on what shot she wanted to play there. And to change the length of it, made it into a half volley and crunched it through cover. So pressure on to the debutante here. Litchfield's cruising along 38 off 29. She hasn't even flicked the switch yet, has she?
No, she hasn't. And that's the team 50 up for Australia. 1 for 53 now. And she comes again. Litchfield advances once more, and this time she lofts her over the same region of the ground. It'll fall safe. It won't be a boundary, but just a signal of intent to the youngster as they get through for 2. And now, after that really impressive first over from Sharma, she starts to think, oh, maybe Phoebe Litchfield's serious.
Well, I'd be excited by that one. She did not get near the middle of the bat at all, Phoebe Litchfield. So a little bit of wind around that holds up, so...
Who can have the last laugh here? Tosses this one in. Litchfield guarded. That's a good comeback there from Vaishnavi Sharma.
I probably think it's good for Phoebe Litchfield to have Georgia Vol out there because, you know, Georgia Vol knows her game back to front. Litchfield's that is, so she can calm her down a little bit.
Over the wicket she comes. Again, darted into Litchfield, who just bunts this into the offside. They scoot through for a very quick single. It was very well run. Picked up in the covers and hoisted on back by Tika Raal, who made a half-century in the first innings.
Vaishnavi here, just getting it's not a huge amount of turn. It's more through the air to sort of drift that she's getting at the moment.
Into the right-handed Vol now as the field changes, and around the wicket she comes. Vol just up on her toes, clipping this into that cover region. Fielding done by Cranty, who tosses it back. Slow, loopy left arm off spinner is Vaishnavi Sharma, the 20-year-old on debut here at Bellerive. Tosses it in. Vol, now she attacks her and goes over the hat of the fielder at mid-on. And she goes to the rope too. So they're just starting to attack the debutante and give her a big welcome to one-day international cricket. And that is a boundary off the final ball of the over. 1 for 60 go the Australians. Litchfield is 41 from 32. Georgia Vol is 12 from 18. We're through 10 overs. Australia 1 for 60. A change in commentary. Matt Clinch to join you right after this.
Australia versus India on ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
Thank you, Rowie. Yes, as the sun begins to set here at Bellerive Oval in Hobart, the Australian batters are looking to try and get a move on here. Georgia Vol has moved to 12. Phoebe Litchfield is on 41. The Australians 1 for 60 after the wicket of Elisa Healy previously. G'day, Gozzy.
Hello.
Bit concerned that India are going to have to find some answers here. Otherwise, these two are so well set at the moment. And Despite the early wicket of Alyssa Healy out for 6 from 10 deliveries, now the challenge very well and truly back on India, and maybe Sri Chani is the right option to come back into the attack and try and put some pressure back on the Australians.
Yeah, well, she's a genuine wicket taker. Has created opportunities, multiple opportunities throughout this tour so far for India. I think they'll, if they can get one early on, then then trying to get into that middle order. I mean, Beth Mooney's the one, isn't she?
That's the thing, still to come.
Yeah, there's plenty of batting to come, but a little bit shorter runs the others.
3 on the edge of the circle on the offside as Shani comes in, bowls his first delivery, and Phoebe Litchfield uses her wrist just to flick it down the ground to long on to pick up a single to start the 11th over. She's 42, and Australia are 1 for 61 at the start of the 11th over.
But they're looking pretty comfortable at the moment. As I mentioned a couple of times, these two are really, really good friends, if not best friends. Finish each other's sentences. So there should be good understanding between running between wickets. I say that now.
Well, Sydney Thunder hope they're going to have a long career together where they'll build the next generation of Australian cricket.
Yep.
It's certainly a good indication that, I mean, how good is Phoebe Litchfield going to be when she's in the prime of her career?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she was always a prodigy coming through New South Wales country.
So Shani's made a couple of changes to the field. There's deep backward square leg, deep mid-wicket. He's looking to play a lap sweep, not well executed by Georgia Volan, almost popped straight up for the keeper. Risha Ghosh up to the stumps, just couldn't quite get around Georgia Volan. No damage done in the end, but didn't look all that pretty.
Yep, she's had a number of shots like that throughout the season, actually, where she's like knocked the stumps over, more so with ball in hand. She's taken out the stumps and whatnot. Oh, we've got a delay, just what we need in the game. Oh, they're trying to plug up the short fine now, so Georgia Vol tried to do the lap.
So short third has moved around to short fine. Sri Shani coming behind the umpire, and now Georgia Volt clubs it straight back down the ground and beats the fielder out mid-on. A show of intent from Georgia Volt there. Not all that perfectly executed, but just muscled it down the ground for 4. Vol moves to 16, Australia 1 for 65 in the 11th over.
It was almost like she was dirty with herself for missing the one previously. Crunched it down the ground for 4. She's holding her shape a little bit better today, which was a little bit different the last game I saw live in Canberra.
All of a sudden, pressure back on India. 5 runs off this over. Shani short outside the off stump, pulled away, just short of the fielder. About 5 or 6 metres, a deep backward square leg. And Georgia Vold takes the single to move to 17. Australia 1 for 66, chasing 252 for victory.
Yeah, Clinch, I was just saying, like, Georgia Vol lost the shape, and what I mean by that, look, bottom hand came in. So usually, if you're playing on the front foot, most of the time you're going to have that front elbow bend, the left hand. She was using it and muscling it with that bottom hand, so just losing a bit of a wrist on that front hand.
Shani this time into the left-handed Phoebe Litchfield, who takes a stride forward and defends just into the offside. Straight to the bowler who does the fielding. Australia needing 186 runs for victory from 235 deliveries. Beth Mooney, Annabelle Sutherland, Ash Gardner, Talia McGrath, Nick Carey still to come. Shani flights his fuller delivery. Litchfield clips it away through the vacant fine leg region and won't reach the rope, but they will be able to come back for 2. Phoebe moves to 44 from 35 deliveries. Australia 1 for 68.
Yeah, really good from Phoebe Litchfield.
And that is the end of the over. So 11 overs completed. Australia 1 for 68. Georgia Voll on 17. Phoebe Litchfield on 44. Matt Clinch alongside Michelle Goszko with you. Grandstand cricket on ABC Sport as the floodlights are starting to take over here at Bellerive Oval. There's still a good scattering of fans who are watching on the hill. A crowd of probably 1,500 in for this Friday night fixture, hoping a few more will continue to come down. And of course Sunday we're back here, the 3rd one-day international before we head to Perth for the test match at the Wacker. So hopefully fans listening on ABC Tasmania, if you want to come along, get along to Bellerive Oval on a Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. And last game in ODI cricket for Elisa Healy. So What an opportunity to see a legend of Australian cricket in the last ever game.
Ashnami Sharma, 2 overs, none for 17 is going to continue from the David Boone stand end. Comes in and bowls to Georgia Vol, full outside the off stump, and it's driven straight to extra cover and a top ball as Harmanpreet Kaur does the fielding, 1 for 68.
There's something like Australia is going to have to deal with as well. All their international cricket for the women is going to be in March from now on.
Slow left arm orthodox around the wicket, backing away. Vol just cuts and finds the gap in the offside. Out to deep cover. She moves to 18, 1 for 69. Do you think that's ideally the time of year you're wanting to play?
It's tough.
Yeah.
Oh, you know yourself. You commentate AFL, right?
Yeah.
It starts next week, so it's a little bit difficult to build momentum. People, by the time they get to March, you're almost like, oh well.
Cricket it out.
Yeah, it's winter sport time, so it's difficult for Australia now. It's moving the WPL to January.
Yeah, well, they've called priority, haven't they?
Yep.
As deep backward square comes in, deep cover goes out for the left-hander Litchfield, who uses her feet and hits along the ground. Visnami out towards long off, and just a single to move to 45. Australia 1 for 70.
They might be able to get some games in, like maybe September, October, but...
Well, that used to be the time. They'd play games on grand final week of the NRL and the AFL. Vishnami around the wicket to Georgia Vol, trying to clip it down the ground to long on. She beats the fielder, lunging close to her right, Jemima Rodrigues, and is able to just rotate the strike. And this is what we saw India struggle to do in their innings. Vol to 19, Litchfield 45, 1 for 71, and that's the 50-run partnership up from 45 deliveries for these two. Having joined at the wicket with Australia, 1 for 21 in the 5th over after Elisa Healy was out.
Yeah, there was a shout from the bowler, and then it was almost like, oh, I apologise, I shouldn't have shouted there. It's Phoebe Litchfield.
Mr. Navi around, over the wicket comes in. Litchfield in the air momentarily, but it's wide of Rodrigues' extra cover and down along off for a single. Litchfield to 46 as he nudges closer to another half century. Australia 1 for 72.
And I mean, just touching on that point that we were just talking about. So you've got the WBBL got moved back a little bit further this season because of the World Cup. So that was on. So that window went out, but that was all negotiated. That the best players come for WBBL, which I think it still needs. BCCI said, well, we want WPL in January. And then the Australians went, well, okay, we'll go March or February. So, I don't know. I just think, and it's happened, I've seen the narrative around it. People get to the end of the 5-match test series for the men and go, well, that's the end of summer cricket done. Well, it's not.
It sort of feels like their international window needs to be October, and then WBBL started November. But international scheduling is a challenging beast. Start of a new over. Coming in Sri Chani as she bowls a full delivery, and Phoebe Litchfield just steers this out into the offside, and it's fielded at a backward point. After 12 overs, Australia are 1 for 72. Litchfield on 46, Vol on 19. Matt Clinch alongside Michelle Goszko with you for Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Chani looking for a breakthrough. Comes in and flights his delivery. Litchfield back and across, and just defending back down the pitch.
Well, just the last point, the WBBL can't afford not to have the best players here. We're lucky because the men's Big Bash don't often have that, right, and available.
And the 100, obviously, the men and the women play at the same time, so that helps in some sense. Shani comes in, lap sweep, this time for Phoebe Litchfield. Flicks it up through the vacant fine rag region, and they'll turn and come back for 2. Just so flexible with the 360 game, Phoebe Litchfield, as she moves to 48. Australia 1 for 74.
Yeah, she gets front onto the bowler as well, just trying to access that leg side region. Down there at fine, there's no one there. Easy 2 for Phoebe Litchfield.
Top of the mark for Sri Thrani as she comes in. Litchfield uses her feet and clubs this through the offside for 4. And that's a nice way to bring up your half-century. Full of intent and getting to the pitch of the delivery. And it's another half century for one of the rising stars of Australian women's cricket. Phoebe Litchfield moves to 52 from 42 deliveries.
Excellent innings. I just watched the fielders there at extra cover and cover. They did not move. I don't even think they saw it. It was straight past them before it hit the lane rope by the time they turned around.
There's no point running. A 9th time past 50 in her career. This time down the leg side from Shani. It's just trickled around the corner. Flicked in the air momentarily by Phoebe Litchfield, and they'll turn and come back for 2. She moves to 54 now. Australia 1 for 80 with 1 ball to come in the 13th over, and all of a sudden up to 8 runs for the over.
And she'd be so difficult to bowl to because you think, all right, well, I'll bowl offside and that way I can clog that up. And then she gets inside the line and accesses the leg side.
It's the challenges of a player who is so versatile. The left-hander comes down the pitch this time and works it over the top of cover. Bounces just inside the rope for 4. Phoebe Litchfield is on the attack now. She moves to 48 and Australia are 1 for 84 at the completion of 13 overs. Georgia Vola's on 19. Oh, not a good over for Sri Shrani as she goes the journey, going for 12 runs from that over. And Australia chasing 252 for victory. A 1 for 80.
Clinch, they're still waiting to decide whether it was 4 or 6. Why don't they just look it up? We know.
We can see, yeah.
Looking at you, Claire Polisak, leaving the arm. We do it at North Sydney, actually, because we can see it. It's like no one's as high as where we are in the Tower of Terror.
So they zoom in on the big screen. I think we're pretty comfortable. That was, unless it hit the rope, but
I think it
no.
bounced just inside it. Obviously, if it hits it on the full, it's 6, right? Oh, maybe.
This will make a mockery of me if it is 6.
Make a mockery of me.
I was happy to call it 4.
Did it like there's going to be?
Oh, it's 6.
It was either a blade of grass in it, like literally.
So the over of Phoebe Litchfield on the attack finishes with her moving the score to 1 for 84. A few of the Indian players looking at the big screen a bit disappointed in that, and to try and find some way to crack in here to the Australian top order. Deepti Sharma, one of the experienced players, gets an opportunity now with the ball, the 27-year-old.
Well, they need a wicket desperately, don't they? 166 needed off 2. Oh, it's a Richie Beno, 222 balls.
Certainly is, 222 balls.
So they need a wicket.
1 for 86 Australia. With those extra 2 runs added, Phoebe Litchfield is on 60. Georgia Vole on strike on 19. Deepti Sharma has a long on and long off back. Deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. Vole's trying to clear that fielder at long on. Catch should be taken. Fielder gets underneath it. It lands just short. A lunging effort in the end. Couldn't get the hands underneath it. And it's Kranti Gord who's tried to lunge her body forward and in the end just couldn't take the catch.
It was actually a good effort coming diving at full stretch forward.
Had the sunglasses on, not required anymore, and Georgia Vole turns and comes back for 2. She moves to 21 Australia. 1 for 88 at the start of the 14th over, almost the perfect breakthrough. Deepti Sharma comes in once more with her off spin, and it's worked away by Georgia Vole on the ground. Out to deep backward square leg for a single. She moves to 22 Australia. 1 for 89 in the 14th over.
Showing my age, but a bit of Corey Hart.
Yep.
My sunglasses at night.
Yep.
Here at Bellerive.
Like it.
That's our vintage, I reckon. You're a bit younger than me.
A tiny bit, but I'm with you 100%. Oh, how big that would have been for India.
Massive wicket.
It would have been Georgia Vole, not Phoebe Litchfield, but this game is slipping away quickly. Here's Litchfield on strike, steps across and just lap sweeps it over the top of the keeper, Richard Gosz. I'll just get a single as Phoebe Litchfield thought it might have run a little quicker and finer down towards the rope. It didn't in the end. And it's fielded quite quickly by Sri Chani.
If Richard Gosz had stayed still, that would have dead set hit her in the chest. Like, probably, if she hadn't moved. She actually made the extra room there for Phoebe Litchfield to get a single.
Litchfield to 61. Vole awaits. Deepti Sharma just clips it away off her toes, just in front of the umpire at square leg. And through for a single. It's all too easy for the Australian women at the moment. 1 for 91 in the 14th over. Their current run rate is 6.66. We talked about India's struggling to get over 4.5. That's the power of this Australian batting order. Now 2 set batters as Litchfield awaits. Deepti Sharma rocks back and cuts just out in front of the umpire at point and takes off for the single. She's 62 from 46 deliveries. And Australia are 1 for 92 with 1 ball to come in the over.
And they've done it a little bit differently. They've tried to score off every ball, or maximise the runs scored off every single ball, rather than just looking for your 4.
6 runs off the over so far. Deepti Sharma comes in, stepping forward, Georgia Vol down the pitch and careful not to just clip it straight back to the bowler. A dot ball to finish the over. And Australia are 1 for 92. Georgia Vol on 23. Phoebe Litchfield is on 62. The 1 wicket to fall, that of the captain, Elisa Healy, who was out for 6 from 10 deliveries from the bowling of Gattam. And Australia at that stage were 1 for 21 in the 5th over. So it's been a very good partnership between these two. Australia needing 163 runs for victory. The players were momentarily looking like a drink was going to come out, but not so to be. The players just gathering the 2 batters in the middle. Thank you to Michelle Goszko. Sarah Elliott rejoins you on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Welcome back, Sarah.
Thank you. This has been terrific to watch, hasn't it? Litchfield's really putting on a masterclass. Bit of a loss where to bowl to it. She really plays those behind the wicket shots so well, but then so powerful on the front foot, hitting through the covers and over the top straight down the ground. An almost impossible task.
69 from 58 deliveries, the partnership between these two. And it's going to be a change in the bowling. Amarjot Kaur is going to be the next player to try and bring about a wicket and this partnership here. But for Harmanpreet Kaur, it feels like just looking at different options.
Well, it does. And they're spending a long time setting this field, aren't they? They look at a bit of a loss out there.
So right arm medium was one of 2 changes to come in from the 6-wicket loss in Brisbane, where Australia won inside 10 overs. So fine leg, deep backward square, deep mid-wicket. There's a deep cover, mid-on and mid-off for up. She looks to start a new over, and it's whipped away. Beautifully played by Phoebe Litchfield. Out towards the fielder at deep cover. They'll turn and come back for 2. No, Litchfield's told Georgia Vol to go back, and she's able to hit the brakes and turn around, and the throw was just a few metres short in the end for Richard Gosch anyway. So a bit of a smile between the two now as they'll come down and have a chat mid-pitch, but Australia 1 for 93 in the 15th over.
It was a bit of yes, no, yes, and then poor Vol stumbled, fell across the line really, and Litchfield just laughed. It does remind you a little bit of Healy and Perry coming through the ranks. They both started as youngsters, played pathway cricket, and I think probably maybe club cricket, maybe not, pathway cricket together. Very much seems like these two, similar age, just both just superstars in waiting.
And it's their running between the wickets as well. 22 years of age, both of them, that they're going to terrorise some sides with their ability to pick up 2s and 3s where others can't. Amarjot comes in, and on the back foot, it's just driven by Georgia Vol straight to mid-off. A top ball at 1 for 93 in the 15th over.
That's right. It's rare it's combined, isn't it? Generally, it might be the power hitter like Georgia Vol, but running between wickets lacks a little, but she's certainly the complete package in that regard. Very quick between wickets. We keep talking about it. They're the 1% of consistent things that have made Australia a real powerhouse.
And I think Georgia Vol's only been in international cricket for 12 months. Amarjot slower ball, and it's driven, missed time by Georgia Vol. Straight to mid-off and a dot ball.
There's a reason, isn't there, why they're so good. They're prepared to do the hard work and to put their heads down. And not taking anything away from India and saying they're not, but it's just the Australian side's the side that I've seen.
And the pathways from WNCL to WBBL and the riches that come now with franchise cricket, the WBL, the 100, and the possibility to try and put your name in lights. Amarjot comes in, driven by Georgia Vol and wide of Harmanpreet Kaur at mid-on. Just able to control her power and just check the shot down the ground. There was a degree of risk about it, but Harmanpreet Kaur knew she wasn't really a catching chance. And a boundary for Georgia Vol to move to 23. Australia are 1 for 93 in the 15th over.
Well, it's almost the safest place to go, isn't it? Straight back over the bowler's head. It wasn't quite straight, but it was narrow enough. to be well out of reach of court.
Armanjot is the medium pacer, just not enough to really trouble Georgia Vol. She comes in right arm over the wicket, once more wide of the off stump, and Vol this time drives wide of mid-off. It ricochets off the fielder, and it's going to ricochet towards the rope for 4. It's a little unlucky, that must be said.
Well, for the crowd that have come down to watch this batting display, they're absolutely getting treated here. Terrific batting, beautiful drive, such power, great effort in the field. Unfortunately, not enough.
And the lunging effort from Gore, unsuccessful. It brings up the 100 for Australia for the loss of 1 wicket. Georgia Vol's on 31. Last ball of the over, Armanjot back of a length and almost falling over Georgia Vol as she pulls out towards deep backward square leg. They went to the single in the end. Phoebe Litchfield had made her way down, thinking there was easily a single once she got back to her feet, but Georgia Vol in frustration said, "No, don't worry about it." She's lucky that she didn't sort of ricochet back onto her own stumps. Anyway, that's a story Sarah Elliott can pick up on. Australia 1 for 101 after 15 overs. Vol on 13, Litchfield on 63. Aaron Bryans about to rejoin you on Grandstand Cricket.
ABC Sport coverage of Australia versus India. Live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Got some names for you, Sarah Elliott. You're going to like this. Meg Lanning, Karen Rolton, Alyssa Healy, Beth Mooney, Belinda Clark, Nicole Bolton, Lisa Kitely. They are all the players who have had at least 4 ODI centuries for Australia.
Wow, what a great list.
Phoebe Litchfield, I'm going a little early, but motoring along right now, 63. You never know.
Who has the most?
Ooh.
You have that stats?
It would be in the order, I reckon, that I wrote it down. So I'm going to go Meg Lanning.
Yep. I wonder how many. You'd think Litchfield's so young with so much time ahead of her.
So Deepti Sharma coming in from the river end. Bowls. Litchfield steps across the off stump. Pulls, well timed. Along the carpet it goes to the deep. Single as she moves to 64, 1 for 102 in the 16th.
Just such a classy player, and she's done it relatively low risk. I mean, she's hit over the top and has taken risks, but they're calculated and they're very much within her hitting areas. Early targeting just straight down the ground, and then she's expanded her game to include switch hit and some paddles and whatnot. Has played beautifully, tempered her innings really nicely.
So pretty spread field here, which we'll get into in a moment as Deepti bowls. Full toss, Litchfield drops low, sweeps it, catching it flush, lifting it backward a square, 1 bounce for 4.
They just look under pressure, don't they? They're not sure where to bowl or where to set these fields, which is fair enough, because the other end you got Vol, who's just dominating it, really hitting the ball so hard like that last shot.
So Vol up to 35. Australia 1 for 106. Litchfield's on 64 at the other end. And the confidence in that shot as well. There is a fielder at square leg, so had to be perfected in terms of the contact. Deepti tries again. Straighter delivery this time and heads down leg in the end. Georgia Vol was a little unsure in terms of the length where it was going to go and actually turned to the square leg umpire. Bit of concern about whether or not it was going to be hit high before it dropped late. 1 for 107. They can't afford to be giving away runs. Deepti again, very wide down leg, but very full as well. It's a miserable delivery, and it gets what it deserved. Vol smashes that backward a square for another boundary.
Another gift, wasn't it? Just lost their radar here for a little minute. It's just going back to basics, isn't it? That's hard to say, but trying to bowl nice and straight, set a field that encourage them to have to take a risk.
So the Indian changes, Renuka Singh and Shafali Verma not picked for this ODI after the pace and bounce on offer in Brisbane and a flatter deck tonight. There's a clubbing shot from Vol, carry straight to cover and quickly fielded. No run, 1 for 111. Meant that they brought in Amanjat Kaur, a right arm quick, and the debutant Vaishnavi Sharma, who can bowl a bit of some offies with her left arm, but Deepti Sharma is going to be in the spotlight, probably surprisingly, the way that she's going. In from the river end, bowls on the toes of Vol. He pushes it down towards long on
and gets the single. Moves to 40 off 37 deliveries. Ball to come in the 16th, one for 112. So Sharma, single digits all series now, Sarah. Bowling has helped her that versatility, but when there's a top order squeeze and someone like Harleen Dole's not getting a go and they've already got enough bowlers in the team, deep bowls, slog sweep from Litchfield, picks the gap down at Cow and hits the rope for 4. Litchfield's up to 58 to wrap up the 16th, 1 for 116. Are you worried about Deep D's spot in this side, given, you know, her pedigree is so strong, but her form is so poor right now?
It's such a hard one, isn't it? Hard to know what leadership role she sort of plays in around the group and the value that the selectors will see back on that. They've certainly got a lot of young players, and so you do need that. That said, if it's about form and you've got younger players that need an opportunity, what better a chance to give them an opportunity in these one-day games? Deepty's going to be important in the Test match. So what do you need to do to get her right for that 4-day game? Maybe it is a little freshen up.
One more ODI before they do hit the WACA ground, but you think you're bang on, Sarah. India, throughout history, has shown that they're never hesitant to blood a teenager if there's someone coming through, and there are a lot of those in one of the world's biggest populations. Amanjat Kaur, spoke of her before, will now be bowling a right-arm quicks away from the Church Street end. Fowler waits on 40, keeps low hip height and pulled backward to square. She'll take a single as it's fielded in the deep. 1 for 117 are Australia. Start of the 17th over, they're chasing 252 on that score worm as well if you're keeping tabs. So we're in the 17th over at the moment. At the end of the 16th in India's innings, they were none for 77. So Australia are well ahead.
Just cannot compare, can you?
Yeah.
And this will just make Australia, I think, angry, is that the right word? Just the fact that they couldn't get the job done over in India in the one-day World Cup. This give them a bit more fire in their belly to keep pushing really hard for the next World Cup. T21 coming up later this year.
Amanjat to Litchfield, full squat. Defends back to the bowler, no run. 1 for 117, the Aussies. I'll admit personally, the consecutive losses in World Cups, like, you knew you could get there because this is such a star-studded list, but you wondered mentally what it was going to do to them if you continually get so close to the ultimate and fall short, and if you start to lose faith in what you can do. But then, you know, you've seen the form that has, you know, been an excellent series between these two. Litchfield awaits Amanjat, turns it into the onside, wants the quick single. She's hungry for runs, doesn't need to do that, but gets through. 1 for 118, the Aussies move to. Like, India's played very well and they've won their games. Australia have done the same. It's been high-quality cricket, but it's kind of restored the faith that, you know, they can match it with the best. They're not going anywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. It's exciting. I think we talked about it earlier, but just to see this young group under pressure put their hands up and say, no, we've got big points to prove and we're as hungry to win as ever, and we back ourselves in to do it. 3
to come in the 17th. Amanjat bowls. Stepping forward was Vol trying to turn it into the onside. Hit her on the back pad, but it looked like it was angling down leg. It was a good angle for you, Sarah Elliott. What did you see?
Yeah, going down leg, I think. Doesn't look like they're going to review it. No one seems too interested.
Not much urgency, is there? Everyone's turned their back on Amanjat Kaur. So I think that will go through as a dot ball. 1 for 118. Here's our replay. Good contact with the back pad, but yeah, the line wasn't there. Rolls on 41. Amanjat right arm over the wicket to her. Cover drive is exquisite. Time to perfection. Beat the infield and down to the rope for 4. Georgia Vol, watching Phoebe Litchfield have a night out, says, let me have some of that. She moves to 45.
Yeah, well, her hand not to be underestimated either. We've talked so much about Phoebe Litchfield, but 45 and a terrific strike rate over 100. She's been terrific also. They just look like they're having a lot of fun out there, don't they?
Which is hard for India, who headed into this game, scores were level. Vol awaits, places it into the open onside. Fielder has to come in from long on to do the fielding. So 2 is on offer. Very hard running in a game that they are on top of. They get the double and Vol moves to 47, 1 for 124.
It's just the little things, the simple things they do so well.
Thoughts of Sarah Elliott, Aaron Bryans with you as part of Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Through 17 overs, Australia 1 for 124, chasing 252 for victory. We'll pause for a moment with drinks on the field.
12 teams, 3 cities, 1 dream.
Great touch on the edge of the box, right foot striking, she scores! Unbelievable!
ABC Listen, your home of the AFC Women's Asian Cup Australia 2026.
Dribbles to the edge of the area, strikes! Oh, it's in! What a wonderful goal!
One match live every day. Every Matildas game, every final. On ABC Listen. Just look for the green and gold Asian Cup button.
This is cricket on ABC Sport.
Australia versus India.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Well, the future is now at Bellerive Oval. Australia chasing 252 for victory, are looking very sturdy. 1 for 124 at the end of the 17th. All as a result of their 2 young superstars at the top order. Georgia Vols currently on 47 from 41. Phoebe Litchfield 69 from 51, and Alyssa Healy's anti-penultimate game wrapped up with just a 6-run innings, I should say, of 10 deliveries before she was bowled by Kashfi Gorton. So just the 1 wicket falling, but at the moment Australia look very good in comparison to India, who started hot, faded very quickly once they lost their first wicket. They dropped 5 for 52 in one stage, and Harmanpreet Kaur was essentially their saviour, their lifeline at the back end to try and put up a competitive total when she reached her 54 from 70 deliveries. If you've just joined us and wondering what else has been happening today, Sophie Molyneux's out of the series, so the Australia's new captain who led the team during the T20 series, or the leg of this campaign, handed back the reins to Alyssa Healy and has now hurt her lower back. The quote coming out of the television coverage today, Sarah Elliott, was that she can bat and she can field, but they were a little worried about her bowling, which is why she's been pulled. But to pull her from an entire series, is it an overstretch? I guess we'll find out. I mean, they're looking pretty good so far tonight. From an India perspective, a couple of bowling changes, but Harmanpreet Kaur did play despite her knee knock in the last game. So really Australia, without Kim Garth, without Elise Perry, and now without Sophie Molyneux, are looking pretty good.
Absolutely, they set it up with their bowling innings, really restricting India, but to watch these 2 bat has been an absolute joy. They are well and truly on top of this game, on top of their games. It leaves India asking lots of questions, doesn't it? What can they take from the remainder of this game that they can take forward to Sunday's game, when it really will be game on for them if they're going to keep this series alive?
So Litchfield's 50 came off 42 deliveries, and Georgia Vol out alongside her. It was kind of felt like the third player in the shadows of Healy and Litchfield over the last kind of calendar year, where she's waited for one of them to not play. Usually it's Alyssa who has some sort of injury and she's come in and shown what she's made of, but we're really starting to see the audition now of what is the future Australian opening pairing.
Absolutely. This sort of has to kind of put to bed some of those conversations, doesn't it? You'd think this has to be the opening partnership.
I can't really think of anybody else who's banging the door down to do so at a domestic level right now. It's these 2 are in such amazing form at their ages to what they've been able to provide. Georgia Vol's eyeing a second half century. She's already got 100 to her name in ODI cricket, and this is just her 9th game. It's an amazing average she's rolling with at 42. Litchfield's on strike at the moment, though. Bowling to her is Kranti. Down past the off stump, it's through to the keeper, Gosz.
And it's not just the runs they're making, but it's the strike rates they're going at. Like, these 2 are hitting at over 100, both of them, and they're doing it consistently.
Confidence there, and you can see it in their interviews as well, that they're still cheeky and bubbly, and they're enjoying their cricket whilst also taking it very seriously. Kranti just starting her approach a little early. Litchfield wasn't in place and will go again. She's on 69 at the moment of 52. Deep fielder's in place, long off, long on, and mid-wicket to the left-hander. And there's also a deep cover who's right in front of the hill. The sun well and truly set in the Apple Isle. Fast and straight up on the toes. Litchfield will play it out through cover, takes the single and moves to 70 of 53 deliveries.
It's the perfect night here in Hobart, isn't it? This game of cricket. Pretty beautiful. Still.
All we needed was a bit bigger of a crowd, which I was kind of hoping once the work
hours wound up that they'd file in. It's just a little quiet tonight. Come on, Tassie, I know you're listening. Got you on ABC Tasmania and Sport Digital and ABC Listen. Get on down on Sunday. 2:30 start time.
Well, absolutely. The opportunity to watch these two in action again, but also Elisa Healy's last one-day game for Australia.
Yeah. Glittering career in this format. A couple of fielding changes. We've got a short mid-wicket in place now. Long offs come in, long on still down there to the right-hander. Vol leans back, playing it backward a point, 2 on offer, and she'll move to 49. Australia 1 for 127, chasing 252. We are midway through the 18th over.
It's a great shot. Again, hard running. They look a little dejected out there, India.
Georgia Vol on 49. Kranti in from the river end. Vol turns it straight to the fielder at mid-wicket inside the circle. No run. 1 for 127. This Shields at the other end on 70. 125 needed off 195 as Harmanpreet Kaur provides a little bit of advice. We'll see what Kranti can do. Vol with the high bat raise on 49. Kranti bowls full on the toes, and Vol will place it down to all long on to reach her second ODI half-century in just her 9th game in the format. And the future is now for Australian cricket. Alyssa Healy's proteges have rattled off half-centuries in the second ODI. Litchfield's on 70, Vol's on 50, and Australia are well placed in the 18th over. 1 for 128 with the ball to come.
Special moment, isn't it, between two mates out there just celebrating Vol.
And the work isn't done yet. Phoebe Litchfield now has a chance at even more history on 70. Kranti bowls to her, turns it off hip height through square. Another single. She trots through casually up to 71. 1 for 129 of the Aussies at the end of the 18th over, chasing 252. Scoreworm comparison as well. This stage, India were 1 for 81. So the Aussies are a good 41 runs ahead, even though they've lost a wicket. That of Alyssa Healy for just 6.
Yeah, it's crazy to think, isn't it? Even though they had no wickets down, they weren't going anywhere near as quickly. Did they make the right decision to have a bat first, you think, India? Do they need to flip it? Well,
this is the funny stat for you. So in terms of ODIs, women's ODIs that have been here at Bellerive, only 17% of teams were batted first at 1. And that's about to get worse.
They probably needed that stat before they did the coin toss, right?
You always got to judge the wicket based on what you see on the day, but sometimes history is screaming at you, and this one was do not bat first.
And you feel like, I know there's difference in the wickets. I get that, and especially, 4-day, 5-day games. But generally in Australia, the one-day batting wickets are pretty good, aren't they? Especially down here at Bellerive.
But even at AB, Alyssa Healy wanted to bowl first and was happy when Harmanpreet Kaur decided that she wanted to bat. So there's been a couple of decisions that Australia have been pretty thankful of, and it makes you wonder if India are misreading the conditions down here. They picked a squad to try and adjust to the conditions and the wickets on offer, but a lot of the decisions, Australia's been happy with how they've decided. Kashfi now away from the Church Street end, full and straight, defended by Litchfield back to the bowler. In the 19th at the moment, 1 for 129. Aaron Bryans and Sarah Elliott with you as part of Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Plenty coming your way. Bang on midnight tonight, England and New Zealand in the Men's World Cup, Group 2 of the Super 8. Kashfi, right him over the wicket. Full and swinging wide very late, sticking the bat out with a slash of Litchfield. And the top edge flies down third for 4.
Is that the first miss hit we've seen from Litchfield?
I think so. You know what she was trying to do, but the way that ball moved so late, just a little unpredictable, and it worked out in the end, didn't it?
It did. You could just see how she ran down the other end, just sort of throw her head back in sort of frustration or anger at herself.
Which is the Litchfield we've spoken about through this innings. It doesn't matter if you're on 75, one bad ball, and, she'll certainly look to learn from it. Kashfi bowls. Litchfield tucks it into cover and takes a single, moves to 76.
if you're a young player looking to model your game on someone, there's sort of no better example, is there? Just her attention to detail, the hard running, soft hands there, just the way she goes about building an innings. Terrific to watch.
Which is hilarious in itself because she is a young player. She's 22 and she's the standard bearer these days.
Maybe I'm talking to my Caulfield Grammar first 11 side that can't win a game at the minute.
How's the semi-final going, by the way?
They had a win.
Yeah?
Knocked off the team ahead of them. We're through to the grand final.
Congrats.
Maybe they'll get me to stay away.
1 for 134, the Aussies chasing 252. 3 to come in the 19th. Vol pulls through square. Gee, rockets along the deck. There is a fielder waiting in the deep. Another single as she moves to 51. Have you got wise words of wisdom if you know someone's new to cricket and you're trying to give them a real basic kind of, here's just something to keep in the back of your mind while you're learning the game? What's the main piece of advice you have?
Well, that's a tough question. What depends what age we're talking about. In terms of batting, young batters, if you're playing some club cricket.
Cashby to Litchfield, pushes it through cover point, takes another single. Australia 1 for 136.
And you're anywhere from sort of 10 to 18 and you love your cricket and you're taking your batting seriously, you've got to have a look at the way Litchfield plays within herself. She knows her game so well. She knows when to take a risk, when not to, when to use soft hands and get up the other end, when there's an opportunity to hit a boundary. Just that wisdom she's got with the way she builds her innings, that would be the piece of advice. Watch people and learn from them.
It's almost maturity in scenarios and reading the play. Vol tried to turn it down leg, is hit on the pad, stepping forward. Cashby has a shout, as does Gosh from behind the stumps. Umpire unconvinced. Another one that was angling across the wicket and might be treacherously going down leg. You're not convinced, Sarah Elliott, but they might be.
I'm not convinced, but they're getting a bit desperate.
Review is taken. Harmanpreet Kaur realises, as you said, that something's got to give here, otherwise this game will slip away. So they'll put it in the hands of the third umpire.
We have a player review.
A bit nervous to watch now. I've made that big call.
I'm with you. It looked like it swung across. But until we see a replay, you never know. They need this one, that's for sure. Good movement. Looks a little high, actually, as well, but bounced just above the front pad on leg stump.
That's at best going to be umpire's call, doesn't it, in terms of...
And unfortunately, there's actually a noise. Ultra Edge has picked up the faintest of contact on the bat, so we won't even get to see where it was headed.
We'll never know.
That's rough for the Indian side, who are already on the back foot and now lose a review.
Shout out to the umpires, good call.
Just want to see the ball track. I guess we'll never know.
We know.
we know. So one left for India. You get 2 per innings. And that'll wrap up the over as well. 1 for 136 at the end of the 19th. Australia chasing 252. So Litchfield's on 77. Vol's on 51. And Cranty's going to continue from the river end, hitting almost a ring field. In fact, pretty much perfect bang on. Deep fielders will be at cover, long off, long on, mid-wicket. Really, it's perfectly ring because you've got the square umpire in there, so...
Playing their part.
Very symmetrical.
But isn't that just looks a bit, there's no staggering to the field, there's no anything.
Yeah, the energy, isn't it? Bit of voice. Cranty bowls hard. Litchfield leans back and catches it. Pull shot, excellent fielding in the deep. Should have been 4. Very well stopped by Smriti Mandana. And it will be just 2 instead. That was a tracer bullet out to the Ponting stand and should have been a boundary. Excellent job.
Great saving, great diving save. But just with that ring field, there's a single to anyone in that ring, and there's so many gaps for a boundary.
Cranty to Litchfield on 79, stuck the bat out across the off stump and beaten through to Gosh.
That's always easy to say when you're sitting up here and you're not under the pump and getting hit to all parts by batters that are in some terrific form, but maybe you do bring your cover and your mid-wicket straighter. You try and at least, if you can bowl in the stumps, you might get a single. You might force Litchfield to play one of those little ramps or make an error of some sort.
Cranty to Litchfield again. This one is straighter and fuller on the toes. Pushed down towards long off. She'll move to 80. Australia 1 for 139 with 3 to come in the 20th. I get what you mean, though, when the game's slipping away and you look uncreative in the field, it doesn't send the best sign, does it? You want to take it on and take some risks.
No, and the poor bowler's got to run in a bowl without very much support from the fielders.
Bowls on 51. Cranty to her. Thick inside edge as she tried to defend. They'll race through for a single. Vol totally lost where the ball went as it bounced off her toes and out towards square. Almost played on there, but she'll escape and move to 52. They call it byes in the end. I think they did. Nope, there we go. Off the bat. So 52 for Vol, 1 for 140. Sarah Elliott with you for Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Cranty to Litchfield. Bowled. Totally lost that delivery. Thought about ducking underneath the back of her length and it kept down. And Phoebe Litchfield is out for 80 of 62 deliveries, 2 for 140 of the Aussies. And this memorable innings comes to a close off an absolute bamboozled delivery. Litchfield totally lost it. I think it's bounced off her body and into the stumps. Even Cranty was a bit unsure how that played out, but she'll take it. Second wicket falls. India needed that for a heartbeat.
You can see her disappointment and frustration, can't you? There's an intensity there. She does well to keep it inside. And she's disappointed. Just in two minds, wasn't she? It didn't get up anywhere near as much as she thought it was going to. She's got herself out there, unfortunately. Giving away 100.
So Phoebe Litchfield departs. Australia 2 for 140. Litchfield out for 80 off 62 deliveries. And Beth Mooney makes her way out. And this is the ominous part about Australia's batting lineup is you get rid of one superstar who's rocking and rolling and you bring out another who could, on any day of the week, make her case as the best ODI player in the game right now.
Yeah, absolutely. She's in some great form, isn't she? How nice that she gets to come in and play this part, that the youngsters are playing their part and she comes into a game really well set up. So often she comes in and has to save the day or make that big innings.
It's a heartbreak for Phoebe Litchfield, who looks so set. And wayward delivery and minor brain fade costs her from what could have been a mega innings. I would say a star-making performance, but she's already there. Certainly would have cemented it. Beth Mooney now gets a crack to making history the other night. 3,000 one-day runs, 7,000 across all formats. Now awaits Cranty, full across the off-stump, placed out towards cover, no run. And that'll get us through 20 here at Bellerive Oval. The Aussies 2 for 140, chasing 252 for victory, so 112 needed off the final 180 balls. Vol on 52, Mooney yet to get off the mark, and Phoebe Litchfield out for 80. Commentary change coming up on ABC Sport. Chris Rowbottom coming in.
Live coverage of the cricket. Australia versus India on ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
Huge breakthrough for India with the wicket of Phoebe Litchfield. Just to breathe maybe a little bit of life into this bowling innings. As Kashmir continues from the Church Street end, Georgia Vol remains at the crease with a half-century to her name. It doesn't get any easier, really, as Beth Mooney establishes herself out in the middle. Also, Sarah Elliott. The Australians still well in control despite the loss of Phoebe Litchfield.
Oh, absolutely. They've just been going at a cracking pace, really got themselves so far ahead in this game. Be interesting to see how India respond. Do they put a bit more pressure on with the fielders? The minute everyone's still happy to be sitting back on that ring, particularly to Vol, who's sitting with such power.
Kashmir in again, over the wicket she comes, just drops this one in a little shorter to Georgia Vol, who pulls just forward of square, picks out the fielder in the deep, gets through for a single. Manjot Kaur into the team tonight. she moves to 53. So Beth Mooney yet to get off the mark as she takes strike. And what a champion she's been for so many years. And I think it might have been you, it might have been Goz a little earlier, who said she's almost a little unheralded amongst all the established superstars of Australian cricket, in spite of her tremendous record.
She is, isn't she? We talk about the players that aren't here, but you sort of forget Mooney's still there, and what a champion she is.
Kashfi into Mooney, the left-hander, who's just happy to play this away. Backward of point for an easy single, so she gets off the mark. Australia 2 for 142. The equation is 110 off 177 balls with 8 wickets in the shed. So it's a very, very, very achievable task. And India will need to pull a rabbit out of the hat if they are to challenge what's been a beautiful day and night here at Bellerive. Kashfi's in again to Georgia Vole. Full delivery, rank full toss, and she might be out. No, it's dropped out in the deep. Smriti Mandana, a regulation one, and it was almost a wicket out of absolutely nothing. It was a terrible delivery, it has to be said, almost up above the eyes. And it was absolutely smacked out to the cow corner boundary at very catchable height through the hands of Mandana and over the rope for 4. Oh. And that just rubs salt into the wound of this Indian team.
Oh, it does, doesn't it? Just a bit lethargic in sort of getting to it. Was a bit lazy after she'd just done that magnificent save a couple of overs previously as well.
Extremely casual. And as you say, Kashfi bangs in a short one now. This is put away out in that general direction as well. Just forward of square. Pirouetting is Georgia Vole and pumping this to the boundary for 4. And consecutive boundaries brings up the team 150 for Australia for the loss of just 2 wickets. And that is a nightmarish couple of minutes for the Indian cricket team. And you can see the frustration with Kashfi as she swipes at the ball. That hurts.
It absolutely does.
So Georgia Vole now with her tail up. Just clips this one into a vacant mid-wicket region and strolls on through for a single. You're right, that was so casual from Smriti Mandana out on the rope. After that amazing fielding effort, it completely belied the effort a little earlier to stop the boundary. So into the over, 21 gone, 2 for 151. Georgia Vole is 62 from 52 deliveries. Beth Mooney is 1 from 2. As we have a change in the expert chair, Michelle Goszko swoops on back in. That was a disastrous couple of minutes for India just gone.
Yeah, good evening. Well, salt, meat wound. There we go. So that just sums up the afternoon and evening for India. Should have been taken.
Here's Cranty in from the river end now, just underneath the bottom edge of Georgia Vole into the gloves of Risha Ghosh. They have half a shout at it.
They just look flat out in the middle, don't they, India? They're just coming off. They've had the euphoria of a home World Cup in the 50-over format. First time that they lifted the trophy. And they've just felt a little bit of the pressure, I reckon, in this format so far, on this tour.
Yeah, I tend to agree. And again, onto the pads of Georgia Vole, whipped away, just the single. You're right, the energy in the field and the body language.
It's very flat.
Hasn't quite been there.
Mm. And this is where you want your senior leaders and senior members of the side to really stand up and run around. You see, I'm just watching it. Mandana there had a chance to change the game. And it wasn't taken.
It would have been a huge moment. Totally huge. In again, this time Mooney just drives down to mid-on for no run. Cranty 1 for 32, her figures so far, midway through her 6th over.
And considering the T20 series, how Australia batted throughout that, they had one good performance around that. It wasn't great. So, you get 1 or 2 wickets and then you're back in the contest.
She's in again to the left-handed Beth Mooney, who's driving attractively. As soon as she hit it, she set off for a single, and that's what the Australians do so well. They know when and how to take quick singles, even off rather innocuous shots, because the fielder was up in off the rope and she was still able to steal one, Beth Mooney, on that occasion.
You know, Beth Mooney, like, she does go under the radar because she plays unsexy cricket. That's what she does. She just gets her ones, she'll push her ones into twos.
Grandy and Duval struck on the pad, half a shout, tempered one, nothing doing as Grandy comes in, fields her own work, has a fling at the stumps at the non-strikers.
If that makes sense. So, like, you have a lot of the other players who'll go crash, bang, 4-6. She'll just accumulate, whether you get 100 off 100 balls or, you know, 100 off or the same amount of balls, but then you got dot balls and you're hitting fours. You're still creating that dot ball pressure for the person at the other end to try and score quickly.
Accumulator is the word.
Yeah.
You used it earlier, and that's certainly the word for Beth Mooney. She does have some tricks, mind you. She's just squared up on this occasion, happy to drop it off for no run, but she's almost like that midfielder for a Australian rules football club that just has 32 disposals and isn't flashy and gets in and under and racks up the numbers. And that's exactly what Beth Mooney does. She's a stalwart as well. So into the over here, 2 for 154. The Australians, 22 overs bowled. Georgia Vole, 63 of 55 deliveries. Searching maybe for her second one-day international ton. Her first was against India in Brisbane. Back in December 2024, 101 on that occasion.
Yeah, it was a special innings. Actually, I remember listening to that. She's looked good here tonight. It's probably the best throughout this series, multi-format series, that she's looked. Total control of her game.
Golden Duck in Brisbane last time out, so going a little better this time around. Kashvi to continue here from the Church Street ends. Into Georgia Vole, who's enjoying herself out there, just waits on this one, rocks back and hits it straight to the fielder at point.
What do you reckon hurts more, a golden duck or a diamond duck? I reckon it's the golden, because at least you've faced a ball. The other one, you haven't. You're at the non-strikers, then you might get a parry off the bowlers, follow through, run you out the non-strikers.
Probably the diamond duck, because it's not your fault. At least with the golden duck, you can sort of blame yourself, but Ashby in over the wicket, pulling through square is Vole on this occasion. Diamond duck. I haven't played cricket at any sort of serious level, but the diamond duck must really sting.
Yeah, it's not much fun.
Matthew Wade got one recently. It might have been last season or the season before, and he has an anger that just bubbles under the surface at all times. And when he got removed diamond duck, it wasn't pretty.
I could
just
imagine.
It was very, very angry. And I reckon he was angrier at that than getting out via a golden duck. So that's my baseline.
That's not a bad shout, actually. If you get a good ball and you got bowled top of off stump, you just go, that's cricket.
Oh, exactly. Or you swing the bat out, you got a thick top edge and you get caught. That's just, that's bad luck. That's your own doing. Back of a length here, Beth Mooney just turns this around the corner down to a fine leg.
I reckon a diamond duck actually tells you where you're at throughout that season. If you're getting run out like that, it's usually a flurry of wickets that have fallen, or you're struggling for runs a lot of the time.
Yeah, you wouldn't have seen Steve Smith getting out for a diamond duck in round 2017, 2018, would you, when he was just floating on air. Kashvi's in from the Church Street ends. Georgia with bat raised, slower delivery, picks it up okay. He's happy to just defend into the onside, and the Australians don't really have to do much at all here. They just need to tick it over. 2 for 157. A couple to come in this, the 23rd over of the innings. Vole's 65, Mooney is 3. The target is 252.
It's been smart batting. 95 off 164 needed, and it's just been, if the single's on offer, then they'll take that. If the boundary's on offer, they'll also take that one.
Kashvi in to Beth Mooney, who's driving, and she won't be able to pierce the infield on this occasion.
But there's no scoreboard pressure at all, is there, Chris?
That's right.
I think under par for what they get, 250, 251. And I actually think they did really well to get there, considering they had a slump in the middle. After the rollicking start they had, should have been well past 300.
What did you make of the decision to win the toss and bat?
No.
Yeah, it's not looking... History won't be kind to the decision, I don't think. Tasha's in here to Beth Mooney, who pulls it hard just forward of square on the onside. Picks out the fielder, though, and gets a single. This has been... This ground and this wicket and this venue, as we round out the over, 2 for 158 through 23. Georgia Bowl 65, Mooney's 4. This has been an automatic win the toss and bowl.
Yep.
Especially in day-night clashes. So we've covered the entire BBL, WBBL down here over the last few seasons, and almost every single time a team has won the toss, they've elected to bowl first and chase under the lights.
And it's been easy. The ball slides on, right?
Yeah, and the stat that Aaron had a short time ago as well means that the data backs that up going back a long time. So I'm not too sure what the Indian team was thinking. Maybe they were fooled by the green
Well,
pitch.
maybe, but then also I reckon it was almost like, oh, well, we got it wrong that first one day.
Yeah,
I want to get it right in the second.
That's true. Advancing here is Mooney. Plays into the offside. Won't take on the arm of the fielder at point.
So, you know, as a batting unit, if you have that performance, which is well under par, it's almost like, all right, we've got it in the next one. But you've got to park that ego a little bit and just go, what are the conditions here? All right, this bats well, second innings. It slides on. You know, so, yeah, you got to change to whatever venue you're at.
Cranty's into Mooney, drops it off into the offside. They scoot through for a single, throw at the non-striker's end from the arm of Jemima Rodriguez. Misses, but they were home safe. They get a single.
And you think about it, at least Perry's not here.
Yeah.
And Kim Garth. Or the new T20 captain, Sophie Molyneux.
That's right.
Yeah, they're missing, you know, three of arguably their best players not in this side.
In comes Cranty to Georgieville, full delivery, driven. Pierces the infield. There's a sweeper in the deep. Another single. So this is just working the singles, ticking over the scoreboard. Nothing flashy, nothing silly. That's all the Australians need to do. They're in cruise control here.
Yep, it's just sliding on, as you said. And I think you're right. I think they saw the green tinge and went, oh, it's going to move around a bit. Probably even more so tonight.
Comes Cranty again with a flourish. Beth Mooney, and she picked the gap between the two fielders. She can. That is exquisitely timed. An even better placement from Beth Mooney, the superstar. She picks up a boundary and just with a little kick of the back leg, turns that around the corner for 4 runs.
She'd be so difficult to bowl at. Infuriating. And even in the field, you're like, no, I got that. And it just keeps going away from them. So she's one of the best gap hitters in world cricket, probably if not the best.
It did look like it was well covered, but it was so well placed that it was deceptive. Here's Mooney again, very similar shot. She doesn't get it quite as fine as it rolls past the square leg umpire. And she just gets a single for her efforts on this occasion.
She's almost the Meg Lanning of the cut shot, so the square drive, that she hits it in point. You can have 4 fielders there and the gap's 5 centimetres and she hits it. Beth Mooney does the same thing.
Yeah. Here's Cranty, final ball of the over. Into Vol, who just crouches down, tries to swipe this one through the offside, but it beats the bottom edge into the gloves of Risha Ghosh. That is the end of the over. 2 for 165, Australia. Georgia Bowl is 66 of 60. Beth Mooney up to 10 from 12 through 24 overs here at Bellerive. 252 is the victory target. Australia looking to go 2 points clear in this series, which is currently tied at 4 points apiece. We've got a second ODI coming up on Sunday, back here at Bellerive, and then the test to round out the series. That's next week at the WACA in WA.
Closes out the home summer of cricket.
Yes, it does. It's been a great summer of cricket. So Amanjot Kaur back into the attack here. She will commence from the Church Street ends. Beth Mooney awaits at the river end with bat raised. In she comes, right arm over the wicket, leaning back and just easily gliding this through the offside for an easy single. And it just maybe has gotten to the point where Does India need to mix something up here? Do they need to try something? Do they need to make a funky field change? Do they need to throw in a part-time bowler and try and just get a wicket out of nothing?
A wicket. I agree. They need to try something, because right now it's just cruise control for the Australians. They're quite happy to just keep picking up the singles,
86 of 155 is the equation, and I'll romp it in on current numbers. This one's just drifting down the leg side, turned around the corner here by Georgia Vole, but there's a fielder in close on the 45.
If you're defending an under par total, which India did score, they've still got the bowling unit to, take 10 wickets.
Yeah.
But they just haven't been as disciplined. It hasn't made it easy. They haven't really created the chances. And Australia just capitalised.
And Manjot Kaur played the two of the T20s. And this is launched upon by Georgia Vole, who just decided enough of these singles and working the angles. Let's go for the boundary. And she tugged it straight into the Indian dugout. 1 bounce 4.
Crunched it away, didn't she, on the leg side? I was just watching the body language from the Indian players. There was a lot of hands on hips, a couple of hands on head, so it hasn't been great. And quite deflating for them here this afternoon and this evening.
And that leg side quite open. There's a big gap for Georgia Vole. And this time she's going to the offside. She won't get it past the fielder in at cover. A good bit of work as they get it back. But you're right, the urgency just hasn't been there at times.
Yeah, there's just no running around. It's quite quiet. And even if India do lose this, which, I don't want to put the mocker on Australia, but if Australia do go about their business, India's got to fight hard here. They've got another game on Sunday. They need to try and end strongly.
The series absolutely alive, whatever happens. Manjot Kaur in now to Mooney, a little streaky on the drive, and she's forced to scramble back as she just played that into the offside. There was an attempt on the stumps.
No run there. Beth Mooney just... There was no chance that Georgia Vole was going to get back. That's the old drop and run from Beth Mooney we've seen over the past 10 years or so.
Keen to accumulate, as you mentioned, but was rightly sent back on that occasion. And Manjot Kaur in once again to Mooney, who throws the hands at this but doesn't connect and rolls it to the fielder at mid-off in Pratika Ral, who made the half-century earlier tonight. 2 for 171 at the end of the over. Georgia Vole, 71 from 63 deliveries. Beth Mooney is 11 from 15. We're through 25 overs. The equation is 81 off the remaining 150 bowls. I'm going to step out. We'll have a change in commentary and welcome Matt Clinch right after this.
ABC Sport coverage of Australia versus India. Live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Thank you, Rowie. Australia 2 for 171. Georgia Vole on 71. Beth Mooney on 11. Don't forget the cricket continues tonight on ABC Listen. England taking on New Zealand in the men's T20 World Cup. Coverage available, of course, on the ABC Listen. Beth Mooney is playing her role well, but Georgia Vole with a chance to try and really capitalise here. As we start a new over, and Vole rocks back and pulls just forward of square on the onside, and this is going to find the gap between the two fielders, down to the rope for 4. So Vishnani not with a great start to her over, and Georgia Vole moves into the 70s.
Gee, that was a bad piece of fielding, actually. I was just watching, I think, whoever was at square leg felt like they were going to leave it for the person deep mid-wicket, but no one ran after the ball, and it just trickled into the boundary for 4. No urgency at the moment.
They're a bit deflated in India at the moment. Vishnani comes in, around the wicket, bowling to Georgia Vole. He's looking to hit high and long down the ground. Beautifully timed for 6. Long on and long off were back. They weren't in the picture. And Georgia Vole is asserting herself in this contest tonight.
Wow.
81 from 65 deliveries.
What a shot. Good pickup from Georgia Vole. Sailed over the lane. The rope on the boundary. Probably about 12 metres or so. Huge hit. Down at long on.
Her first 6 of the innings. After 8 fours, as she looks to take a single Here out to Whitish, long on, and just rotates the strike, moving to 82.
They're the stats you look for. So when you hit a boundary, whether it's 4 or 6 or whatever it is, the coaches look for you to try and score off the next ball. Australia do that particularly well. That keeps the scoreboard ticking along, as you just mentioned. It also makes the left-hand, right-hand combination come into play.
And Beth Mooney now on strike, the left-hander, so the fielders have to go out. Deep backward square leg, deep mid-wicket. Long on, long off. 4 inside the circle on the offside as Mooney rocks back and looks to cut Vishnami, but straight to the fielder, a backward point. 2 for 182.
It's an average of 48, I think it was, for Beth Mooney in this format.
Yeah.
Such a good player.
She is in phenomenal form. Player of the match was 76 in Brisbane. Comes down the pitch to Vishnami and drives wide of the fielder at long off. Takes off for the first, and that's all she'll get as Deepti Sharma does the fielding. Mooney to 12. Australia 2 for 183.
And she's quite unusual because she chokes the bat. She holds the bat so low on the splice or near the splice of the bat. You'd think she'd hit the ball in the air more often than she does, but she doesn't.
12 off the over so far. Georgia Vol comes forward, takes on Vishnami, and the direct hit is close. And she played it to Whitish mid-off. And the throw was a direct hit, which has everyone looking to the big screen as to whether Georgia Vol grounded her bat.
I think she thinks she got back, but always with a direct hit, there's always a little bit of doubt. India aren't confident.
The reaction of the fielder with her hands on her hips gives an indication that she probably thinks it's not out, and yet some of the catches had been taken on this sort of fielding, that would put some pressure back on Australia, but the replay shows she was well and truly home.
Yeah, just cruising at the moment, the Australians. Georgia Volt, been impressed with this innings, actually. Best she's looked throughout this multi-format series.
So that's the end of the over. 26 overs completed. Australia 2 for 184, chasing 252 for victory. Georgia Vol's on 83 and Beth Mooney is on 12. It was Gord who did the fielding and was able to throw down the stumps, but unfortunately unsuccessful. Matt Clinch alongside Michelle Goszko with you. Georgia Vol scored 1 century so far in her international career. She's playing just her 9th one-day international match.
Yeah, she's a superstar. And it's funny how that sliding door moment, she made the move to the Sydney Thunder, and look where she is now. I don't reckon if she made that move, she's playing for Australia.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Joined the Sydney Thunder in 2024-25 after making her debut for the Brisbane Heat in the WBBL at 16 years of age. Start of a new over. Amanjot comes in, the medium pacer, and it's driven by Georgia Vol through the gap in the offside and picks up a single through cover. Vol to 84. Australia 2 for 185.
And it's about putting your best foot forward. So we know Elisa Healy's only got 1 more game left in this format. So there's going to be a spot at the top of the order.
Elisa Healy, cap number 116. Georgia Vol, the most recent, presented her as cap number 150 by Beth Mooney last year. Amanjot comes in, freeing the front leg. Mooney tries to hit down the ground and just wide of the fielder, out mid-off. Didn't quite time it out of the middle, but hit it well enough for a boundary. Beth Mooney looks to get in on the act.
Yeah, I reckon you think you're half a chance. She comes down, she dances down the crease, that bottom hand comes in, and she just gets it enough from the fielder or just over the top of their head, and then next minute it's hitting the boundary rope for 4. You'd be like, oh, we're in here, girls.
Yeah.
No.
Pratika Rao would have thought for half a moment it's coming straight to me, and then, oh no, it's still 3 metres wide.
Still went away for 4.
Mooney's on 16, Australia 2 for 189. Amanjot right arm over the wicket into the left-handed Beth Mooney, who just defends into the offside. She's looking to move around the crease, Mooney, as well, so never giving India a chance to settle their lines and lengths. And we've noticed without Thakur tonight, they have lacked that frontline pace.
I agree. Yeah, they've missed her desperately. Only wickets. Hasn't been much assistance for the pace bowlers.
Australia needing just 63 runs to take a 2-0 lead in this one-day international series. Amanjot comes in. Mooney wants the single, turn back. As Amanjot throws to the keeper's end, and Mooney's able to scamper back, which Vol wasn't moving.
No. I don't look, Beth Mooney she scored a truckload of runs by dropping it in the offside. I don't think Georgia Vole would have got back.
No. She was trying to just get it in between the two fielders at sort of short point and short extra cover, and in the end the bowler did the fielding, which would have made it hazardous if they took the run. So the right call was made, but Beth Mooney trying to do the right thing and rotate the strike. Hammond dropped with 5 runs off the over so far. Comes into Mooney, opening up the blade. It's fielded a short third. 2 for 189.
It's like a game of chess with Beth Mooney, though. So you creep in. You often see it throughout any cricket, international cricket, WBBL. The field creeps in on the offside, and then she just crunches away for 4 past you anyway.
Yeah.
Such a smart cricketer.
Hammond Jop bowling around 106 kilometres per hour, so just a little slower than Annabelle Sutherland, for example. She comes in, and this time Mooney drives along the ground, straight to mid-off. In between the legs of Georgia Vole, but straight to Rowell, who does the fielding. So 5 runs coming from that over. Australia 2 for 189. Georgia Vole on 84. Beth Mooney on 16. That's after earlier the wickets to Alyssa Healy, who was out for 6 from 10 deliveries, and Phoebe Litchfield, who was out for 80 from 62, bowled by Krishnami Gaud. But it was the dismissal of Phoebe Litchfield that will frustrate her. And the records doing the rounds, youngest players to score 2,000 runs for Australia. Phoebe Litchfield at 22 years of age, 315 days, is number 2 behind Meg Lanning.
Wow.
21 years of age, 307 days.
You know, it was funny. I commentated a game in Sydney grade cricket, and Phoebe Litchfield was playing for Penrith. They had a grade final, and so this was her second season with the Sydney Thunder, and she was saying to me, it was after the WBBL, I don't belong in this. This was for Sydney Thunder like 4 years ago. Like, outrageous, you know.
Now she captains the Thunder.
Self-doubt.
Yeah. Second fastest Australian player in history to score 2,000 runs.
Crazy.
And that's just a taste of what's to come. Australia 2 for 189. Start of the 28th over. Vole on 84. Mooney on 16. Matt Clinch alongside Michelle Goszko with you for Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Sri Shani's going to come back into the attack from the David Boone stand end. Around the wicket, she bowls to Georgia Vole, who rocks back and cuts just backward a point. There's a fielder in the deep, but they'll turn and come back for 2. Vole wanted it. Excellent running.
Yeah, really good awareness. Good calling from Georgia Vole. She was running to the danger end.
That brings up the 50-run partnership between Beth Mooney and Georgia Vole. Vole with 34, Mooney with 16. Australia 2 for 191. So going along pretty well for the Australians. Shani around the wicket, swept away by Vole. Out backward of square leg, and the fielder will just reel this in, but once more they turn and come back for 2. Vole is powering away between the wickets. 2 for 193, Australia, as Vole moves to 88.
Yeah, beautiful batting conditions at the moment. Not too hot, not too cold. Out in the middle, you can push for those 2s. Inevitably, though, Beth Mooney will still go red in the face. Could be 10 degrees. Supreme fitness, though. Same with Georgia Vole. Oh, I like this move. They're just slowing the game down a bit. They've just let it flow at the level that the Australians have wanted it to go.
They're 8 minutes behind on the scoreboard, but that doesn't matter. Australia need 59 runs. They need to go wickets. I feel like we had a win with the scoreboard.
I
feel
know.
like there's been some changes made.
They must be listening to our commentary.
At the innings break, and it's just started to simplify it a bit. It's a bit easier to read, so thank you to anyone who was involved there. Trijani comes in, and Georgia Vole just looks to play off the back foot, but straight to the fielder at cover point. 2 for 193.
I like writing letters. I'll write a letter about that. Clinchy, strongly worded one.
Yep.
Uh-oh, look at the scoreboard. Names are up there.
Now it's back.
Okay.
4 runs off the over so far. Shani flights his next delivery. Vole looks to drive on the arm and beautifully gets it just wide of the fielder at extra cover. Hit too firmly for the fielder at long off. And Georgia Vole is into the 90s. She moves to 92. Australia 2 for 197.
Oh, she's in a mood, Georgia Vole. As quick as you like, it's raced away for another boundary. It's more the gap hitting I've been really impressed with this evening. She hasn't tried to manufacture too many shots. That top hand's working beautifully. And she's getting the results.
India feeling like this is slipping from their fingertips all too quickly. All of a sudden, 8 off the over as Georgia Vole this time plays Sri Shani along the ground, down to long on for a single to move to 93. Gives Beth Mooney 1 ball to close out the over. It's nice when the younger players are doing the heavy lifting. 2 for 198. Georgia Vole scored a century in her second match. And she's now into the 90s in her 9th Women's One-Day International game.
Sliding door moment for her, wasn't it? At 100, and look at her now.
Hasn't looked back. Played in the Women's Premier League. She's got the world at her feet at 22 years of age and very much part of the next generation starting to emerge for Australia. Beth Mooney on 16. Long on, long off back. She uses her feet and looks to try and cut, but straight to the fielder, a backward point. And a dot ball to close out the over. 2 for 198. After 28 overs, Georgia Vole's on 93. Beth Mooney's on 16. And the run rate for Australia is above 7. 7 runs per over. And they have made a dawdle of this run chase, chasing 252 for victory. Thanks to Michelle Goszko. Sarah Elliott rejoins you. Welcome back, Sarah. It's been a delight watching the innings of Georgia Vole.
It really has, hasn't it? Just played with such power, composure. It's been a terrific innings.
And if you're Phoebe Litchfield, you're probably sitting in the dugout thinking, I gave one away there.
You're probably still,
could have been still batting. Start of a new over. Amanjot from the Church Street end here at Bellerive Oval comes in, short ball, and Vole says, hit this. Pulls it backward of square, and it's just denied on the rope. As the fielder lunging around to her right prevents the 4. That wasn't a great ball from Amanjot. And just a single to Georgia Vole to move to 94. 2 for 199 at the start of the 29th over.
And if you're Mandana, you're probably still kicking yourself about that catch, aren't you? Could have been 2 quickish wickets, Litchfield and Vole together. Not to be, it's been a terrific innings.
Couple of changes to the field. Fine leg, deep third, deep cover. 3 inside the circle on the offside, deep square leg. And this time it's just pushed out by Beth Mooney, but straight to the fielder. Out point, 2 for 189, 2 for 199. There's not a lot of time in between now and Sunday, though, for India. Rest day tomorrow.
It's just hard to see where the improvement comes from. It's got to come from the batting side as much as the bowling. Great opening partnership, but probably didn't have anywhere near the same intensity as what we've seen Australia bat with.
Amanjot in her 5th over, none for 29. She comes in, slow delivery to Beth Mooney, who drives, and it's chopped off at point. Georgia Vole's looking for the single. She's in the 90s. She wants to get back on strike. 2 for 199. Sort of felt like India's best chance was either Australia batting first and putting some pressure on with early wickets, or posting over 280 really from their point of view and taking all their chances.
Yeah, I think so, yep.
And the fielding has certainly left a little bit to be desired from both sides with chances put down. Amanjot short of a length, and this is pulled away by Beth Mooney. There's a fielder at fine leg, so just a single for Mooney to move to 17. Brings up to 200 for the Australians for the loss of 2 wickets in the 29th over.
That's probably the scary bit, isn't it? Australia, I don't think bowled as well as they could have either, especially early. Opening bowlers were a little bit 2 sides of the wicket, and there were a couple of reasonably straightforward chances missed, catches dropped.
What would you give Australia's bowling out of 10?
A 7? Maybe.
Yeah,
I mean, the
spinners
did a great job. Carey bowled well. Sutherland was really just a shooter in patches.
Yep. Georgia Vole on 94. Slower delivery from Amanjot. She takes it along the ground through mid-wicket. Wants to come back for a second. Good running. As the fielder race it around to her left, Smriti Mandana. Georgia Vole was intent on getting back. She moves to 96. 2 for 202.
There's not too many times that there's an opening round stand at sort of 70 plus against Australia. So taking early wickets are probably a bit of a focus, but how they then pegged it back, consistent wickets, restricted the scoring rate.
Jock comes in. Georgia Vols on 96. She hits it in the air out towards the fielder at deep mid-wicket. She gathers it on the bounce. Excellent fielding. And Smriti Mandana this time gets her hand to it and denies Georgia Vol a boundary. She moves to 97. Australia 2 for 203 in the 29th over. Chasing 252 for victory. The end of the over with 5 runs coming from that over. Jock 5 overs done for 33. Matt Clinch alongside Sarah Elliott with you for Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport.
It's not a lot of time between now and Sunday. They made 2 changes already, India, coming into today's game.
Yep. The court has to come back in if she's not carrying an injury.
You'd think so, yep.
Is that, although they're using the same pitch on Sunday, so it might be a little slower even than what it is tonight. Start of a new over. Crancy comes in and Georgia Vol looks to pull this away on 97. Out towards the fielder at deep mid-wicket and just a single this time. She wanted the second. The second wasn't an offer though, as it was fielded in the deep by Rowell.
I think good to have the wisdom of Beth Mooney there, or the composure of Mooney there. And what a great role she gets to play now, looking forward in terms of, being the real leader and the real... mainstay is the wrong word, but who everybody's looking up to with the batting innings, these youngsters to really mentor and work alongside.
Granty Gord comes in and Mooney's down the pitch, struck on the pad. She wants to come through for the leg by, trying to give Georgia Vol back the strike. And picks up the single. Australia 2 for 205. It brings Georgia Vol back on strike on 98 from 77 deliveries.
It's only a small crowd, but they've been pretty vocal in this last half hour, haven't they?
Brick core not making too many changes to the field, so still deep cover, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. Vol on 98. Kransky, she works her off her hip through the forward square region, takes the single and will stay on 99. 2 for 206. What's it like when you're on 99, Sarah?
I can imagine very nerve-wracking. I quite like that she's just going to do it in singles here. I was a bit nervous she was going to try and wind up and do it in one hit, but now she only needs to hit a single.
Yeah. Beth Mooney on the same page here. She presented Georgia Vol her cap a little more than 12 months ago. She's only moments away from potentially scoring her second century, although Mooney comes down the pitch to Kransky and clips this over the top of the infield. Over the top of mid-off and down to the rope for 4. She's never fully out of the spotlight. Every now and then she just likes to remind her fellow teammates of what she's capable of. And Beth Mooney moves to 21, 2 for 210.
She's not going to miss out on opportunities. She just plays that middle overs batting role so well. Almost controls an inning. Mike Hussey-like.
It'll be interesting to see. Does she stay in this position? Could she open the batting potentially as Kransky comes in and Mooney this time finds the gap between backward square and wideish fine leg. Back-to-back boundaries for Beth Mooney as she moves to 25. Australia 2 for 214 in the 30th over. She's having some fun now.
That is so good to watch. Picked the gap beautifully. There's 2 fielders back there. One on square, one behind square.
Yep. For half a moment, they would have thought, this is coming. I'm a catching chance. And yet she's in control of her game. They weren't in the picture. Cranty comes in, Mooney back down the pitch, drives back past the bowler and beats mid-off as well. So 3 fours to close out the over for Beth Mooney. 2 for 218 after 30 overs as Mooney just gives her own scoreline a bit of a nudge along as she moves to 29 from 30 deliveries. And Georgia Vol just has to wait on 99 just a little bit longer. Sarah Elliott's with you on ABC Sport and Aaron Bryans about to join you.
Live coverage of the cricket. Australia versus India on ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
Nervous excitement spreading around Bellerive Oval. Georgia Vol on 99. You know how Sarah Elliott felt on 99. Ask Gozzy how she felt on 199. Same kind of nerves. It's always there.
Gozzy never had any nerves.
2 for 218 are the Aussies, chasing 225 for 252 for victory, I should say. So well and truly motoring towards victory. And Cashby Gordon, who's had a terrific day/night here at Bellerive, has the tough task of trying to dismiss Georgia Vol before a major milestone.
You're in the box seat here. Any nerves?
A little bit, yeah. Phoebe Litchfield looked like she was headed towards what would have been a massive moment, and we missed out on that. Let's see what we can do here. Deep fielders at cover, backward square, mid-wicket and long on. Cashby bowls to Georgia Vol on 99, tucks it backward a point. Just wanted to get that single. Wasn't there, and she's sent back by Mooney.
Oh, Mooney's backing up, isn't she? She's almost half the way down the wicket.
Crowd rises for the youngster. Made her debut for the Australian side through the injury to Alyssa Healy a few years ago, and now maybe we pass the torch. Georgia Vol, 22 years of age, on 99. Cashby bowls to her, tried to tuck it down leg, and we'll get a quick single off the misfield from Gosh. Georgia Vol, in just her 9th one-day international, has her 2nd century from Toowoomba to the big time. The future is now for Australian cricket.
What a brilliant innings. She comes in and big hugs with Beth Mooney. Full credit. Terrific innings there from Georgia Vol.
100 off 80 deliveries. She turns to the Ponting Pavilion, both arms raised, a wry smile as well. Georgia Vol understands the moment. Such a young age. She is ready for the prime time. 2 for 219 Australia, chasing 252. Mooney now on strike on 29. Full toss that drops very late. Sticks the bat out across the offside and glides it forward a point. Takes the single and moves to 30. 2 for 220.
So now we've captured the moment. What actually happened on that delivery? Was it a drop catch by the keeper? Drop catch by the keeper
there,
that they've stuck through for a 1.
She tried to turn it, and I reckon it just caught the faintest of edges. Gosh has tried to dive across, and the fumble. So, gee, that's a heart and mouth moment.
Certainly called runs, so
there was bat. 32 off 117. Cashby bowls. Vol with a straight drive. It's lofted down to long on, but falls just shy of Pradika Royal. And will be a single. 2 for 221 as Rawal comes in off the boundary rope.
And is that a difference in sort of game awareness as well? I mean, Georgia Vol hits the ball extremely hard, but when Australia was fielding, that fielder was more like 3/4 from the boundary, recognising how big it was. The Indian fielder there was only 5 metres off at most, and the catch not falling far short.
Almost like she wasn't walking in. He's starting on the rope. 31 off 116. There is a deep field behind the left-handed Beth Mooney on 30. Cashby bowls to her, tucks it down third, and takes another single. Just comfortably guiding their way towards victory are the Aussies. 2 for 222, chasing 252.
Well, now the question is, can Mooney bring up a 50? Tell you what, she hit those 3 4s in the last over.
There's enough time. So at AB Field, the Aussies won in the 39th. We're now currently in the 31st. Cashby to wrap up the over, bowls to Vol on 101. Top edge as she looked to pull. It skies its way over the top of Gosh and just taken. Cutting across, it looked like a dicey opportunity, but the catch is made. And Georgia Vol's prolific innings comes to an end at 101. Cashby will get the wicket, and the crowd will rise in the Ponting stand to celebrate a memorable innings.
Everybody on their feet, cheering Georgia off. Terrific innings. A really memorable moment as we think about the baton being handed on.
9 ODIs. She's got 2 centuries and a 50. Georgia Vol departs for 101 off 82 deliveries. Bowled by Cashby, caught by Tirani. She walked down towards the pavilion. And the Tasmanians will rise to acknowledge her as well. terrific night for Australia's youngsters. Phoebe Litchfield earlier probably could have gone all the way if not for an attempted ramp shot out of the blue. Bowled for 80, and Georgia Vole 101. On a night where Alyssa Healy made just 6, it tells you that the future is very much bright for Australian women's cricket.
It certainly does. I think Litchfield's going to come out hungry on Sunday too. That's the exciting bit. She'll feel like she's left something out there today and she'll want to rectify that. Certainly the crowd's been treated.
So 30 runs to go to tie, to win rather, for Australia. We're just about to start the 32nd over, so we'll wrap it up a little bit earlier here. We'll get all the fallout for you down at ground level. Thoughts of Michelle Goszko and Sarah Elliott as well as part of our coverage. And then the third Women's One Day International, 2:30 Eastern Daylight Time on Sunday on ABC Listen and Sport Digital. So what this means in the grand scheme of things, Australia will move to 6 points, India on 4, as Deepti comes in from the river end and bowls a wide delivery down leg against Mooney. 3 for 223, I should say. So Aussies will be up 6-4, 2 points on play on Sunday, and then 4 in the test match for the winner. Deepti to Mooney. Thought about stepping forward, danced back late, cut straight to the fielder at point, no run. So the series is still alive overall, even though the ODI section of it will be done tonight.
A win on Sunday would set that test match up beautifully.
Deepti to Mooney, looks to reverse sweep, scooped up in the air. Gosh dives to her left. Deep fielders thought it might have been a chance, and Gosh is actually asking the question. Umpire wasn't overly convinced. It kind of ballooned up in the air. Gosh did dive to her left and kind of collapsed into it, and they're going to check if it is a legitimate catch or not.
Well, worth an appeal, wasn't it? The bowler certainly went up hard early.
Kane, it's Kim. We've got a player
a
review
while longer to recover.
Probably a tale of the night as well, where the wickets that have fallen have essentially just been brain fade bad shots.
Yep.
For the majority of the time, Australia's batters have looked very settled, and it's a little bit of a clip at India's bowlers that they've been a little lucky with some of these opportunities. Like a reverse sweep from Beth Mooney when the game's essentially dead, and it was outside the tram tracks. She has thick edged that, and Gosh has taken it. She falls to the ground, but the elbow hits the deck. Second roll.
It's hit the glove, hasn't it?
Yeah, that's launched up. So Beth Mooney will be out here on 31.
It was a little bit the same as the Indian innings as well. It was poor shots on their behalf that created wickets as well.
Bobbled up. Gosh read it well. Bit of relief for Deepti as well. He's had a rough series with the bat. Certainly hasn't been overly prolific with the ball. And now picks up Beth Mooney's wicket.
Might keep her in Sunday's team.
That's the big question, isn't it? It's all about momentum if you can get her ready for the WACA ground, but they've got a lot of stars waiting in the wings. I'm sure Harleen Deol would love another crack, given her average. Shafali Verma didn't get a game, and she was the unlucky one who, was the replacement essentially during the injury and to Pradikar, and then comes in and gets essentially ousted after a game. So she might have a case as well. Mooney out for 31. The Aussies 4 for 223. Brings Ash Gardner out to the crease again. Just rattle these names off. Any of them could be a match winner on any given day. 29 needed off 112. Full to Gardner, who turns it off the toes into the onside. Takes the single. 4 for 224. Chasing 252.
Two batters on 0. Well, now 1-on-1 at the crease. How are they going to play this? I tell you, it's been at lightning pace up until this point. Will they carry that on? Must be hard sitting in those dugouts. I still remember doing that. I don't know about you, Gozzy, but it's so cold down in Hobart at this time of night.
Deep bowls. Defended out into the onside by Sutherland, who's looking to get off the mark. 4 for 224. Wind has eased a little bit, but the temperature has dropped. Deep to Sutherland, pushes it back to the bowler, no run. Ball to come in the 32nd. Did you pat a few layers, Sarah?
100%. Yeah, I got the winter jacket, big puffy jacket.
It's kind of jarring, to be honest. Like we've had high 30s in Adelaide for weeks now. Deepty to Sutherland, another defensive shot, but wide enough from Deepty down towards long on, so she'll get the single and off the mark. 4 for 225 with the Aussies at the end of the 32nd. Sutherland and Gardner both on one apiece. The wickets of Vol for 101 and Mooney for 31 falling in the last couple of overs. But Australia in the box seat to wrap up the ODI leg of this series, and will be 12-0 against India in the format in terms of head-to-head series overall. Yeah, I was a little lost, to be honest. It's been a while since we've had to choose winter clothes.
I can't say too much from Melbourne, can I?
Yeah.
We've had torrential downpour a couple of days ago. We've had the gamut of Melbourne weather, but yet it is chilly.
It's the wind here, isn't it? That's what makes it a little harsher.
Oh, that's the memories too of going to do ocean. Oh no, recovery out in the Derwent there. My goodness. There's a few things that stand out in your mind, and that's certainly one of them.
You don't speak overly glowingly of your trips to Tassie then as a player.
Probably didn't perform very well, actually. I'm probably a bit tainted. Much better with Victoria than Australia.
So 27 to go for the Aussies. Still 18 overs in hand. Full toss. Zamanjot delivers to Sutherland. Lifted it up into the air into the onside, but in the gap of the fielders, who dart across and gather on the bounce.
This is where I played my first game for Victoria. Came back after Sam, my firstborn, son was born. He was 8 weeks, maybe, not quite. Flew down here to play a 2020 for Victoria. So it's got some good memories as well.
Yeah, that's nice. A double there for Sutherland as well, so 25 off 107 needed. 4 for 227. Sutherland on 3. Pushes towards cover and takes a single and moves to 4. How were the recovery days once you became a mum? Was it still as hectic in terms of the demands the team wanted you to do, the beach runs and...
I was very lucky to be well supported, but yeah, I've got some memories of that too. More painful than what I kind of recall, but it was great to get back. I was rapt to have the opportunity and to be well supported to do that so quickly.
Sorry for bringing up the trauma. 24 to go for the Aussies. Zamanjot bowls, squared up is Gardner, back to the bowler, no run. There's a little bit of voice and energy from the Indians now, but this game is well and truly gone, and they'll need to regroup because a lot is on the line come Sunday. They lose that one and there is no chance of an outright series victory for the Indians. Something that at the start of the T20 leg felt like they were a real crack at doing. It's not all but over yet, but Australia have wrestled back the momentum. Gardner awaits. Zamanjot tried to drive through the covers almost nonchalantly and was beaten through to Gosh.
They're certainly capable, this Indian side, aren't they? They don't have the same depth, I don't think, as the Australian side in terms of that power hitting, that strike rate, power for power. It's going to be hard to compete, but there's a couple of individuals within the team that absolutely on any day could take down a full team.
24 to go for Australia. Zamanjot bowls to Gardner. Hard and low. She pulls across the body, almost sweep shot-esque, down through mid-wicket towards the punting stand for 4.
A terrific shot. Probably got what it deserved, didn't it? It was a low full toss. You cannot be bowling those to Gardner.
No. Don't let her get any momentum late. The runs continue to load up for the Aussies. Zamanjot to Gardner, who's got squared pretty open, but decides to go for point. Works it backward to the fielder. Wants 2 as well. Wasn't, again, needed, or they were desperate for, but she'll take it. Up to 7 moves Ash Gardner, and again, just the Aussies setting the tone. They will not take the foot off the throat. 4 for 234. Chasing 252 for victory. 33 down here at Bellerive Oval. Aaron Bryans and Sarah Elliott with you for the call. Matt Clinch and Chris Rowbottom, part of your call team alongside Michelle Goszko. We'll be here on Sunday, so do join us from 2:30 Eastern Daylight Time. Plenty on offer across the weekend as well. So Summer Grandstand tomorrow with Quinton Hull from midday Eastern for our southern states. Roy and HG for those up north, which I'm sure Gozzy is a huge fan of as a big league head. And then come Sunday, Matildas kickstart their Asian Cup campaign. 7:30 Eastern Daylight Time on the dedicated Asian Cup button. We'll have a game every day for you. Plenty to look forward to across the weekend, across all the codes. Finally, India's going to change up their field and have a bit of a risk. Deep D bowls to Sutherland, pushes it just past the bowler down towards long on, takes the single. So there's a short mid-wicket plus square leg, deep mid-wicket and long on in place. So, and then a nice little kind of ring field around cover. Third is wide open. Sharma on the off stump, pushed into the wicket and rolls its way down to mid-off. 17 needed for victory for the Aussies with 6 wickets in hand.
It's a tough situation really to bowl in, isn't it? Oh, sorry, to bat in.
Gardner now turns it into the onside off deep D, rolls out towards mid-wicket near the light tower and the hill, where there's still a few punters who've got the towels out and the picnic blankets rugged up and having a ball out on the hill. 16 required off that single now. 4 for 236. Deep D bowls. Sutherland plays it down towards long on. This is a casual finish for the Aussies now. Another single to the total, 4 for 237.
It's hard after all the fireworks we were watching before, but for these batters, there's not a heap to be gained.
We got our story out of the game, didn't we?
We did.
It was Georgia Vol. Now we're just heading towards the inevitable conclusion. Deep D's flipped. She's going to go around the wicket now. Stepping back, Gardner works it into the onside. Wants to again, as it was very slow in the outfield coming in. It was Chirani. Just no desperation to come and cut across at mid-wicket. So they get through for 2. Gardner moves to 10. And the Aussies are 4 for 239.
Such a different intensity with the running between wickets than when India batted.
13 runs to go for Australia. Deep D bowls to Gardner. Plays it out towards mid-wicket. This time the fielder is a bit more springy and gets there in time. And that wraps up the 33rd over with Australia, 34th over, I should say. Australia 4 for 239 with Sutherland on 6, Gardner on 10. And they're motoring towards winning this ODI leg of the series against India. Commentary change coming up. Matt Clinch is going to bring you home.
ABC Sport coverage of Australia versus India. Live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Thanks, Ads. 4 for 239. Annabelle Sutherland is on 6. Ash Gardner is on 10. It's always the way, Sarah. The refreshments are being brought out and the players will get a drink with the finishing line within reach. Australia needing just 17 runs for victory. It's been a dominant display by a side now who, for the first time in 8 years, doesn't hold a World Cup trophy, the T20 or the 50-over World Cup champions, India now. But they have roared back with a 2-0 series lead in the one-day international side of things.
Yeah, absolutely. A side that certainly looks hungry to rectify a situation that they're not all that happy with. Really competitive, those T20s, but the one day, as we're seeing, that gap is still there. The reality of the gap between Australia and the depth, the power within their lineup, compared to India, reminding ourselves that the likes of Kim Garth and Elise Perry are sitting on the sidelines along with the vice-captain in Sophie Molyneux.
Yeah, that's the part, isn't it? That Australia are missing some personnel, and India a reminder just how hard it is to win away from home, and to come and do it here in Australia is going to take them at their absolute best, and they haven't been in Brisbane, and they certainly haven't been tonight either.
No, they haven't. That's something worth playing for, though, isn't it? That the bragging rights, the kudos that comes with winning an away series against Australia. They'll be hungry. Tonight's been really disappointing. They started okay with the bat, but without the same intensity or confidence in their batting lineup that was to come. They never really got going at a strike rate that is matching what we're seeing here from the Australian side. So in reflection, well short. 300 might not have even been enough with the way that these guys are batting.
Certainly not the way the Australians were talking. They thought 300 was going to be the type of score that you were starting with, and then anything above that was going to be above par. But
They've got some decisions to make, don't they, in terms of, I mean, they probably won't be so fortunate to win another toss. Surely they can't.
5 from 5 India so far. They've won all 3 in the T20s, and they've won the first 2 of the one-day internationals. So Lisa Healy will hope the tide will turn for her luck. 13 needed for victory. Australia 4 for 239. These are not the greatest spots for Annabelle Sutherland on 6 and Ash Gardner on 10 to be on. Just trying to close out the job here, but Sri Chani will come back into the attack from the Church Street end.
Still tracking to run a ball, aren't they? There's no pressure being applied here from the Indian fielders. Hard, the game's done. They know that, but still the difference between, say, Harmanpreet Kaur at cover compared to when Litchfield was putting cover, it's just the intensity is totally different.
Even the run rate, India going at just over 4.5, Australia up to 7 runs per over. Just the intent in which Australia has been able to play with, and that's the power of their batting order, all the way down to Nicola Carey at number 8. Talia McGrath once more won't be required. Didn't bowl tonight. Sri Chani starts a new over as she comes in, and Annabelle Sutherland drives it straight to the fielder, Smanti Mandana, who does the fielding at mid-off. In fact, it's Harmanpreet Kaur, I should say, who fields at mid-off. Smanti Mandana's in the deep. 4 for 239. 13 runs needed for victory. Deep mid-wicket for Sutherland as she rocks back and plays off the back foot through the offside, just forward of the fielder at point. Picks up a single to move to 7. 4 for 240 in the 35th over. 12 runs needed for victory.
Just chipping away.
Georgia Vole out for 101. Phoebe Litchfield scoring 80. Beth Mooney with 31. 3 of the top 4 firing as Ash Gardner off the back foot drives Sri Chani out to deep cover for a single. Gardner to 11. 4 for 241. 11 runs needed for victory.
Terrific to watch these kids on the hill. They've got their own game of cricket going. Some big appealing happening down there. Sounds like their game's a bit closer to the one we're watching here.
Let's hope they're back again on Sunday. Back again with a 2:30 on-air start. 2:50 the game starts. Chani comes in. Off the back foot, Sutherland is happy to just take singles through the offside. Out to the fielder at deep cover. Australia move a little closer. 4 for 242.
Can you bother bringing the field up a little bit and just say, hey, instead of just going slow, doing this in singles, have a crack at hitting us over the top and maybe we'll pick up another wicket on the way?
I'm not sure it's been Harmanpreet Kaur's best night either. When Georgia Vole got close to 100, she didn't really make any changes to the field to sort of put pressure on. She was dropped on 99 by the keeper, Risha Ghosh, got through for the single. Chani comes in, clipped away by Ash Gardner onto the onside, through mid-wicket. Turns and comes back for a second. As Gardner moves to 13, Australia 4 for 244. Just 8 runs needed for victory.
Where's their next leadership coming from? Is it Rodriguez?
I think that's the player they thought it would be, or they hope it will be. Dipti Sharma's probably in that older age bracket as well, so it's probably not an obvious replacement. Chani shorter delivery, and this is played off the back foot by Ash Gardner. He picks up a single out to the deep, so 4 for 245. Crowd posted at 1,536 tonight. 6 runs off that over, and Australia need just 7 runs for victory. It's always tough on a Friday night, school, work. Hopefully we get a little more than that, but on Sunday. But the test match at the Wacker getting underway on March 6th will be certainly a memorable occasion, as the career of Elisa Healy will come to a close as well. So a determination for the Australians to try and finish her career on a positive note. Michelle Goszko rejoins you on ABC Sport. Gossie, just the last rights here.
Yeah, good evening, Clinchy. Absolutely. I don't think I'll be commentating the game very much longer now.
Dipti Sharma comes in from the David Boone stand in. Balls to Ash Gardner, who tries to turn down the crowd, and Sharma's lunging effort to try and prevent the single unsuccessful. She plays it down the long on for a single. 4 for 247.
It's been clinical, hasn't it, from the Australians? You'd think that the current World Cup trophy holders would be Australia, the way they played tonight.
6 needed for victory. Dipti Sharma comes in. A ram shot from Annabelle Sutherland. Didn't quite time it, but got it over the keeper, Risha Ghosh, and they turn and come back for 2. Sutherland moves to 10. 4 runs needed for victory.
But it's sometimes you got to play to the conditions, which we have seen here in this game at Belrive. It's better to bat on second.
Yeah.
India won the toss and decided to bat first.
Which I'm sure will be an interesting question. Puts up Harmanpreet Kaur. Dipti Sharma around the wicket. Sutherland's trying to hit out down the ground. Hasn't timed this. Fielder gets underneath it. And the catch is taken. Annabelle Sutherland trying to finish it with one lofty blow. Falls short and she's out for 10. Australia lose a 5th wicket. They're 5 for 248.
Oh, you can just see the victory target. It's only a few runs away, and then Talia McGrath listed to come in next. She has to strut out to the middle. Probably had the towel around her shoulders, as they often have, in cooler conditions. Sure, there won't be a high five once they walk past each other. It just wasn't needed there from Sutherland, was it? Bit of Reddick at the end of the day.
Yep.
Well, Talia McGrath gets to do something in this game, so that's exciting for her.
Probably would have been happy to just watch Annabelle Sutherland finish it off as well, but maybe the rush of blood trying to do it in one shot. So Sutherland out for 10 from 11 deliveries. Australia 5 for 248 with 4 runs needed for victory. And Talia McGrath makes her way out to the middle. 6 bowlers used by the Australians, in which she was not one of them. So in the side as an all-rounder. Listed on the team sheet at number 7. She gets a bat, but just 4 runs needed for victory. And Dipti Sharma picks up a 2nd wicket, 2 for 32 in her 5th over.
Sarah Edwards called it. Bring the field in.
And eventually they have at least a slip for the moment. Dipti Sharma comes in and the new batter, Talia McGrath, and just steers this onto the onside and straight to short mid-wicket. 4 needed for victory. Sharma around the wicket. McGrath comes forward and just defends back down the pitch.
Yeah, it's just a little bit late, isn't it? I mean, you want to make sure the batters actually have to work hard for it, rather than you can just scoot down to long on, long off and pick up your ones.
Yep. Sharma flights his next delivery, and Talia McGrath trying to turn it on the onside. End of the over. Australia 5 for 248 after 36 overs. McGrath yet to get off the mark, and Ash Gardner on 15. It was Harleen Diol, who was the sub-fielder, who took the catch on the wicket of Annabelle Sutherland at mid-off. And Australia needing just 4 runs for victory. And the Aussies looking to take a series victory here in the one-day internationals and move ahead in the ledger for the first time. 6 points to 4.
Yeah, just back to a point about it looks like the way that the first 2 ODIs have gone in this series, that Australia is the trophy holders, not India.
Yeah.
It is a different prospect playing Australia at home. It's like playing India at their home. It's difficult. So
and that ability to apply pressure, you need everything to go right.
Yep, and be adaptable.
Probably India haven't shown that tonight. Shrishani to come in from the Church Street end, bowls to Ash Gardner, who hits in the air and just wide of the fielder at mid-off, and that'll do it. Ash Gardner with a boundary delivers a 5-wicket victory for Australia over India to claim the one-day series 2-0, and for the first time move ahead in this multi-format series 6 points to 4. Gardner finishes on 19 not out. Talia McGrath not out on 0. But a second career century for Georgia Vole, the highlight. She lit up Hobart. And in the end, India's score of 9 for 251 felt well under par. Australia win by 5 wickets here at Belrive Oval in Hobart. Michelle Goszko, a dominant display by the Australians.
Yeah, pretty clinical, wasn't it? They were pretty good with the ball. Sarah Elliott mentioned earlier about a 6-7 with the ball in hand. No, I'm not referencing that thing that means nothing. But they were a little bit under from where they probably would have wanted to be, both with the fielding aspect and also with the bowling first up. But throughout that middle overs, they really clamped down and they went back to back to back with the wickets and really deflated the batting innings from India. And then from there on, it felt under par. 250 was never going to be enough, or 251 against a formidable batting lineup that Australia has.
So Australia win by 5 wickets with 5 wickets with 83 balls remaining. Sarah Elliott rejoins Michelle Goszko. In the end, Sarah, probably the headlines will be around Georgia Vole, but it's Australia's return to dominance in the 50-over format after losing the World Cup in India last year and just proving how hard they are to beat on their own home soil.
Yeah, absolutely. That will be the story. World Cup defeat's still going to hurt, but they're going to be celebrating this win, and it's just a glimpse into what the future looks like. They're still hungry to make amends on that, so I think we'll see it repeated on Sunday. I think the other thing that we're celebrating is this new era, very much like Midge, Lisa Healy and Perry. It's now going to be Vole and Litchfield that we see and talk about into the future.
Chris Rowbottom's headed down to ground level, so we'll try and bring you some reaction in the next 6 or 7 minutes before we wrap up here at Bellerive Oval. But India posted 9 for 251 after winning the toss and electing to bat first. Smriti Mandana was out for 31. Ritika Rao posting 52 from 81 deliveries. Then they lost a string of wickets. Jemima Rodriguez was out for 11. Deepti Sharma out for 1. Amanjot Kaur was out for 13. Richard Ghosh for 22. Kashavin Gautam out for 25. And then Kranti Gaur was out for 19. Harmanpreet Kaur tried to play an anchor innings, 54 from 70 deliveries. And then Sri Chani was not out on 0. And Ashnami Sharma for 10. The pick of the Australian bowls, Ash Gardner 2 for 39 from her 10 overs, including 1 maiden. Annabelle Sutherland 7 overs, 2 for 37. Alana King 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 41. So they were the pick of the Australian bowlers. Australia in response chasing 252 for victory. Alyssa Healy was out for 6, followed by Gaddam. Phoebe Litchfield was out for 80 from 62 deliveries. There was a big score on the offering. Georgia Vole brought up her second century in 50-over formats in just her 9th one-day international. Out for 102 from 82 deliveries. Beth Mooney was out for 31. Annabelle Sutherland last of all out for 10. And Ash Gardner finishes on 19, not out. Talia McGrath failed to score. 2 wickets for Kashfi Gautam. 9 overs, 2 for 47. And Deepti Sharma, 5 overs, 2 for 22. They were the top storylines for the Australian point of view as they move ahead in the series. 6 points to 4 for the first time after India claimed victory in the T20 series. 2 games to 1. So Georgia Vole leaves an impression. Phoebe Litchfield leaves an impression. What else will leave from this game, Gozzy, for you?
Yeah, probably just how clinical the Australians were, and they still weren't even at their best with ball in hand. A number of opportunities went down, and they still dismissed India for under par for 251. So the gap is just widening a little bit. The longer the format, the more that gap can open. India had their tail up after the T20 series, but Australia has fought back. So it's crucial on Sunday that India can try and get a win and try and take some momentum into the Test match.
We said it earlier, Sarah. How do India try and bounce back given the disappointments? In fact, hold that thought. I think we can head straight down and get some reaction from Chris Rowbottom.
Yes, downstairs. It's a win tonight that felt like you really flexed your muscle. Is that how it felt out in the middle?
Yeah, I think so. I think we did really well to keep them to a below par total. The wicket was beautiful out there, and anyone who batted knew that this is a 300+ wicket. And I think just once we got in, we knew that we could just take the game as far away out of their hands. And the partnership with Volley there was really fun.
Yeah, we got the sense as well that the team is in a bit of a transition phase at the moment, but it was the next generation that really carried the innings tonight, particularly with the bat.
Yeah, it was quite fun. I always love batting with Volley, and it's weird that
she is, subbing out Elise Perry, and you go, wow, okay, if she's not even making the side, if everyone's fit, it's quite ridiculous. So we've got amazing depth, and it is, I guess, a look to the future in terms of our squad.
And how significant was that you were able to do that tonight, and how significant was that for you personally, the 80 run stand that you were able to put together tonight?
Yeah, it was really pleasing. I love to get and contribute to the side. I love scoring runs, and to contribute to a win was really pleasing. And I think it's funny, whoever days it is, usually someone comes off, and I knew after the first couple of overs I was like, okay, this is my day. So disappointed to get out there in the end, but it was pretty cool to watch Volley bring up the three figures.
And you made runs in what was a pivotal match in the context of the entire series. You take a 2-point lead now. You've got the one-dayer on Sunday and then the test. So doing it at a big and important time too.
Yeah, and I think that's probably what makes good innings better with this series on the line. But that kind of clears my head when I go out there. It's just me and the ball, and that's most batters in our team just get the job done. But looking to Sunday for another big fixture, and if we can go with a little lead into the test, I think that will give our group a lot of confidence, as much as the last two ODIs has.
Georgia's century as well must have been really good to see. Does she owe Risha Goszko a favour for the little drop down the leg side?
Yeah, I think so. Rode a luck today, but played absolutely beautifully. And the sound, especially playing here with the seats and the echo, the way she was striking the ball, it was pretty cool. And to be down the other end, just glad for her to bring up the three figures, albeit in a style that some may say is quite funny.
And what do you think it does for her confidence and her identity as she attempts to obviously cement her place in this Australian team for a long time to come?
Yeah, I think I've spoken to Volley quite frequently, and she just loves batting for Australia, and it just brings out the best of her. And I will admit it probably brings out the best in me too. It's this sense of energy and focus that you can't really get anywhere else, and we just love playing for Australia and scoring runs. So I think her average is something ridiculous, and to think that she might not even have been in the 11 is the crazy thing. So she makes the most of every opportunity, and as do I, and we'll just keep scoring runs and hopefully win some games for Australia.
Thanks so much for your time. We've got to throw it back upstairs, but congratulations on the win and well done on the knock.
Thanks, Chris. See you.
The voice of Phoebe Litchfield alongside Chris Rowbottom, bringing you some reaction from Australia's 5-wicket win over India with 83 balls remaining. And they're both 22 years of age, Sarah and Gozzy, so the future is bright as they will bring in the next generation of Australian players.
Oh, it's super exciting, isn't it? That was a real pleasure to watch that innings from probably the best seat in the house up here. So, just full credit to them, credit to Shelley Nitschke and the culture that she's created around this group, that transition could sort of happen in the background and then seamlessly, as we've seen tonight.
We'll be back on air from 2:30 on Sunday. Gozzy, the big news today, Sophie Molyneux out for the rest of the series, so changes ahead of the test match in Perth, but they're hopeful she'll be right to lead the Australians in a month's time against the West Indies.
Yeah, fingers crossed for Sophie Molyneux. Just came into the new role, and then unfortunately injuries have hampered her participation in the rest of this series. So, hopefully best of luck for her.
Elise Perry and Kim Garth also on watch for that test. They've been ruled out of Sunday's one-dayer. Thanks so much, Gozzy. Thank you, Sarah. Thanks to Luke. Thanks to Akash back in the studio, to Chris and to Aaron. We hope you've enjoyed our coverage of tonight's second Women's One Day International. We'll do it again on Sunday. Don't forget the cricket continues tonight, though, as the Men's World Cup continues. New Zealand taking on India. It's on ABC Listen from Bellerive Oval in Hobart. Good night. See you on Sunday.